Daj, páneme na to. Vieš to. Poďme na to, ideme sa do stredného držgača. A vidíme sa. Toto je 6,23, 14. Skontujem zvukovú stopu. Toto je 6,23. Ja si dať stredného držgača a vidíme sa po strednom držgačovi. Zaspal som. Najprv. Vybil sa Bluetooth telefón. Vybil sa telefón a zaspal som a zobudil som sa ako som mal, 15:55 až 16:50. Dobre, sme tu. Som vydržil, že za nami nápojka sa nekoná, máme už iba 3 kúsky nápojky. A tie 3 kúsky si šetríme na ďalšie časy, na časy, keď sa nebude vysielať kocúr. A budeme tvrdo makať v Exile. A na časy, kde bude väčšia zimnica. Momentálne tá zimnica bude napredovať do soboty. V nedeľu mala už zimnica ustúpiť. Potom už by nemala byť zimnica. Pondelok, útorok, streda, štvrtok, piatok, celý budúci týždeň by nemala byť. Ale potom zasa príde. Zasa príde. Teplotná várka. A normálne sa mi vôbec, ani sa mi nechce ten trón vylizovať už. To je... Dosť omúriti. Seriály sa mi tiež minuli, už som dopoznal všetky časti Sugara. Takže už nemám žiadny seriál, čo je problém. Potom som si zvykol jeden seriál, potom som si išiel vystrieť kocúra. Problém je, že nie je žiadny seriál. Vestis budú až v nedeľu, sa mi zdá tretia časť.
But the rewards from here are very, very underwhelming and could just not be worth your time. But sure, there's 10 million solvent here. Visit your Sundries merchant to purchase these Forces contract scrolls and the Runes Phantom Stone. Do either your PvP contracts within the Lawless Wilds or do the PvE contracts. And remember, when you have Da Vinci's favor, you can just spawn the contract manager anywhere where you are. Spend those contract coins to at least get your seal key and then the refining catalyst, which they have nerfed. You can only get 20 per week now, and then you can get some unlock stone fragments. And also grab the mystic keys, they are well worth doing. You can min-max those keys by doing your solo dungeon on normal, and when you get a glowing portal area you can enter that and you might be able to get a mystic portal which you can interact with spending a key to get higher chance at better rewards, but it's quite time consuming. So just do it if you have nothing better to do. You can do your Tomgear Hollow, just do understand the new update makes it so it burns abyss points while you're within there. So that means you want to min-max by having your Black Anvil weapon bonus 50% here, Mastery and Solent, combined with food to give you Mastery and Solent, along with the Battle Pass buffs for Mastery and Solent. Tomgear Hollow requires the Phantom Stones and it only lasts 15 minutes, so ideally save onto 2 of these stones and just spend half an hour doing it twice. Make sure you're actually doing those contract scrolls requiring you to do these different activities. You can keep an eye out on the chat here. The people will call out which one they want to do. You can do it as well. Go to the area, generate an invitation link and get people to join you doing things. Otherwise, a very easy one solo is Candle that Melts Eternity, and you grab yourself these Shamir Blessing chests, which have been massively buffed to now drop about 1 in 15 purple Red Frost gear item. When you do your battlegrounds and your PvP contracts, you get honor coins, and make sure you're spending those here. You could get the seal key now, valued at a bit over 100 lucent, and otherwise they're the ruins. Do your guild raids, spend your coins to get the conversion stones, go to your bosses, including the arch bosses. You can also do your side story missions. You can even do the dynamic events in the older regions. And you get your resistance medals, which you should be spending on the growth books here, along with other useful items. Do your guild raid, at least on normal and hard, getting all those materials and purchasing your enchantment stones, chaos prisms, and blessing pouches. Make sure you're doing your trials, getting the accumulated point rewards. If you do them all, that's 14 runs within the week. You can get a seal key, and be sure to at least get the armor roots here. But yes, it's a new trial, so there'll be some interesting mechanics there beyond tier 1. And just make sure you're doing your random elite and epic queues, spending those dungeon chests. Just make sure you're taking note of when you need to do them. as this would generally drop armor and sometimes accessories, and you ideally do that to get your watermark off on those items, along with the secret dungeons to get those weapons. Combine that with these chests that you get through these contract scrolls, you can alternate between which drop you're getting, and so you can make sure your watermark actually get increased. And finally, there's Daedalus Hall, the contracts that you purchased from the Sundries Merchant, and Gate of Infinity, along with your Histo Confirm, which kind of overlaps your model now. All of that should get you enough to complete your weekly missions, grabbing all of these extra rewards, which have been increased a little bit. But that's it for the video. Thanks for watching, and see you guys around.
Vamos uйти. Už ma vôbec nezaujíma táto nahnitáciačka trónska. Čo sa dalo očakávať? Že táto svastika ma prestane zaujímať. Takže to príde. Sme to celé vypnuté, sa to resetlo.
Stay stacked. Okay, it has something to do with the poison, because when you do the poison, when you have effects on max, I put my effects on max. The person around them has a purple light. Let me rewatch my VOD real quick. Shapes on the ground, you think so? Oh, I think the shapes on the ground. Let me just rewatch.
Ja on robia 6 tower, ty kokoti. On robí 6, ten chorý piču. Chorý spit! Chorý jedinec, on robí 6. Jebo, on si líže 6. Prečo? Lebo chorý. Jebo. Bože, ten spit, ten chorý jedinec. Ten chorý jedinec. On si vylizuje 6. Chorý piču, spit. Chorý piču. Jak môže byť taký schatraný? Šperky. Šperky.
The first one and the third one gets back to the boss. The second one is blocked.
Chorý.
First one?
Goes back to the boss.
Yes.
Chorý piču, spit.
The first one didn't go back to the boss. The second one goes back to the boss, and then he gets the shape. So when he
On normálne vylizuje 6. Viete čo vylizuje ten chuj?
either we print to block, or we're not supposed to block.
Viete čo vylizuje ten analfabet? On vylizuje 6. verziu tohto, ten chuj. A neviem koľko nových abilit sa pridalo. On toto vylizuje, namiesto toho v kľude dávali jednotku. Chorý jedinec. Chorý, tí ľudia sú chorí. To sú bastardi, čo? Z masívneho súdka. Chorý. Oops.
1
Chorý spýt. Chorý jedinec. Prezýva naši komunite chorec. Ale má potenciál, tie renče majú naozaj potenciál. Vydržať pol roka, lebo každý mesiac pridajú niečo nové. Nejaké nové žmýkalky. Ešte tam bol tukan. Zoseli mi tukana. A potom je kotory, no nie tukana. Tohto. To znamená, aká je situácia. Môžeme ísť na ženy, mali by sme ísť na ženy, ale... Za momentálne okolnosti by som vyskúšal tú trial. Frostbite prvú tár. Toto čo je za vyskúšali. Ja znam Black Anvil Passion non-stop. To je to, čo sme chceli, no. Môžem odísť aj zrobiť kontakty, ale to sa mi neoplatí. No ja dotiaľ to odchádzam, keď je toto aktívne, v kuse som chodiť. Vlastne tu sa ostáva, kým sa nevynulujú kontakty, kým sa nedokončí kontakt. Nemusím sa vynulovať. A kým sa neukončí do pasunky, do počkej. Dneska sme sa ešte nevnadili na rancherov. Tak poďme. Dajme si. Ja tak dlho. To sú kokoti? Toto nevyzerá nejaké komplikované. Zatiaľ ceny prefleskajú sú OK. V rámci možnosti. Čo nie je zlé. Zomel. Prvo. Má tu nejakého cheesera? Má tu cheesera? Ako mohol zomrieť ten pičus? Koľko má života, že sa nechal vylízať? Koľko má života, aj som nechal vylízať. Veľmi dobre, Jančej. Jančej si taký veľmi dobrý, žoviálny petolízač, áno? No ukážeme sa, čo sme dostali. Nejaké backetické hity, nejaké backendurancie, humanoid damage booster, species damage booster. Skúsme spraviť ešte jednu. Ukáž sa. Tak. Deviatok šanca, okej. To je tiež okej. Founded chance, okej. Takže nič sa nezmenilo. No to sa zmenilo. Back critical hit, ideme. Back critical hit, back endurance, species damage boost. Species damage boost, nič nezmenilo. Side aviatok, full aviatok. No, we good. Under damage boost humanoid melee hit chance. Takže tento je ľahký. Toto je ľahká trial. Tu v kľude vylížeš. Toto nie je problém. Ďalšia škajkočka dostaneš 40. Má species damage boost, koľko tenkrát? 3,2. Je 4,8. Čo pomôže v schizofrénii. They actually open two fuckers. What? What's going on? They actually open two fuckers. What the hell? Like, what it done? How he can die right on the get-go, man? Who is this guy? What is this? He died right on the get-go. Like a fucking fidget. Like, who are these guys? Who are these fuckers? What is mental disgraceful shits? Who are they? Who are these mental disgraceful shits? Who are these shit stands? What are they even doing? Who is this guy? He got 45 weapon. Is he a fucker? He probably is a fucker. He died like a bitch. Magic hit chance. Who is this guy? Who is this bitch? Who is this? What is he even doing? Crazy shit stuff. Crazy fuck. Crazy fuck. Crazy fuck. Crazy fuck. What a shit. What a shit. What a business. What a shit stand, man. What a bitch fuckers. What a worthless garbage individuals. What a shits. What a shits. What a shits. What a bobo. What a shitstorm. Look at this guy, this fucker spit.
Let's try not to block the second one.
We did not block at all, and
No,
why but
wait.
No, we blocked the first one,
You-
but
you-
do not block the second one.
The first one does not go back to the boss, but the second one does. Right? Maybe somebody has to touch the player with the poison that doesn't have the poison. Just stack in pairs. Stack in pairs. 2 people next to each other. And don't block the second one.
A aký damage dajú tí kokoti? Kto to naťuka na party a kokotov, oni ho úplne zredukovali.
Reset. Actually, keep going, fan up. Oh.
Ale redukuje tie Freddy. Ty chore
Yeah, I was
hajzlo.
thinking somebody stay in between, but he does like a 3-point shooter.
Pekne ich zredukoval tie Freddy, čo? Když už tu ostaneme. A čo sme dostali? Ukáž to. Front heavy attack šanca. Side heavy attack evasion. Spaces damage boost. Išiel na 11. Ostali sme na čo. Front hit šanca, front evasion. A dáme si back evasion. Front heavy attack šanca. Dáme si back evasion. Toto ostalo. Front hit šanca. Back endurance. Oh, dáme si front endurance, I guess. Oh. Snail. Ostali sme nejaké tieto tabaky. Tu potrebujeme, ako sa hovorí v našej komunite, šperk, ktorý sme nedostali. Ale nevzdávame sa. To pične. To je bedne. Má odtiaľ šancu byť nejaká 80-ka? Majú mizové šance. No nič, potrebujem ďalej pokračovať šperku. Šperku. Toto je šperk. Belda Choker. No. Takže dobre, trošku sme to vylizali, zbavíme sa týchto. Poďme trošku chaosu. Prečo ne? Tu sme spravili trialy.
There's probably going to be one more hard mechanic though after this. Yo, Hop, can you get more HP?
Yeah, give me a second.
You have enough DPS. You can't do it.
Can we try like after we break the glass, just no DPS? I just want to see if there's a phase that we are seeing. Don't do any damage after the first after we finish the mission.
With the poison, got get back to the boss. He like pushed the head.
Yeah. Just don't do any damage after.
Takže toto by nám malo dať zbraň, na tom pracujeme. Dostali sme 59 kokoša. Zbraň máme a 59. Že teraz toto by som už nemal robiť, to by som mal byť dungeony. Všetky dungeony, ktoré sa dajú robiť. Takže tu sme skončili.
Don't do damage. Pair up 2 and 2, 2 and 2, 2 and 2.
Takže tu sme skončili.
And don't block the second one. Only block the first.
Stone God Castle like never
Tu sme
before.
skončili.
Don't block now. Don't block. Oh, okay. It's good. He didn't get it.
Teraz potrebujeme
Okay, did
dungeony
you block that
otočiť.
one? Third one?
Yeah, he blocked.
Yeah, it was reflected from the boss.
No,
Can you see if it is was perfect block or normal block? Can you tell?
dungeony potrebujeme otačať.
You didn't block the second though, right? You ate the second one.
Koľko mám?
Yeah, I think it was me.
Môžem
Because
odkúpiť
Ariel was all
jeden.
three, right?
Jeden zatiaľ. Ak urobíme ženu,
Okay, I get it. I know.
Zvajme ženu, to nám otvorí ďalšie
If the same
priority.
person gets it twice, it goes back to the boss. So that it has something to do with like taking the debuff away from the person, or something like that. Because it's every
To
time
nám dá-
somebody that already gets the
To
stick,
nám dá
it goes back to
väčšie
the boss.
väčšie
So you're
krekerstvo.
supposed to- Everybody has to rotate the spin. I don't know how, but that's the mechanic. So try to like walk over the person that gets it. You know, like in the Carmine, where you take the axe. Maybe like something like that. It can take the poison. Rude. Oh. Okay, just stay kind of next to each other. Just split up a little bit though. Split up so we can see. Split up. Can I take it?
Someone take it, just hit it. Take it from it.
Oh, that's good. Wait. Ow. He didn't go back this time.
Tak. 18. Presne pána Štolvrku.
This is my favorite customer.
Dovesieme nášho pána. Dovesieme nášho pána. Chcel som ho priniesť, ale nechce sa poddať. Dobre.
Any questions, John?
O 8, o 10. Má 59 tu, do 58 treba dungeony prelízať. Nebolo by od veci spraviť nejaké ženy. Guild reputácia. Hall of Illusion. Dissolvnutie, monstery. Abyssal tokeny, 5000. Nie je zle. 5000 Abyssal tokenov. Neviem, čo sa dialo. Viete čo, najprv vynulujeme túto sraku. A síce už je tam. Skadi na to. Poďme si piču sa speeda.
I block the first one. And it goes back to the boss.
Wait, you went back to the boss.
Yeah, I blocked the first one. It was perfect. And it goes back to the boss. The head. But I blocked the...
Steve, I think this makes no sense. Don't block the second one. Okay. Don't block it. Let me rewatch. 1 sec. Or something like that. Goes back. Poison. Yeah, the first one went back.
Neoznámili ešte nejaké ďalšie informácie? Neoznámili, a tak o 4 hodiny to vypukne celé, takže... O 4 hodiny budem mať všetky, myslím, že už nedajú žiadny šprek.
You, adventurer, take a look at my wares.
Musím asi povedať, že... Môže dať hociaký kóruš.
It is my favorite customer.
Môžeme ísť Contagion. Môžeme ísť toto. Môžeme ísť toto. Anything a monster grades are active skill. A teraz sa spravili automaticky. Zober aj odtiaľto. Znám, môžeme tam imprintnúť kóry. Môžeme dať Contagion. A potrebuješ 2 imprinty.
Any questions? Just let me know.
Znám, môžeš tam dať tie 2 kóry, pretože už to tak odtiaľ automaticky dali do posuky. Znám, ty toto tiež lízne. Nemá náhodou týto jednu bačkoru, keď sme pri tom? Jednu voľnú bačkoru? Mne sa zdá, že má.
Experience Stone Guard Castle like never before.
Where are you off to in such a hurry in the rain? Take a look around. Strong guilds need big benefits.
Kaš, po zemi. Ten Great Sword Judgment by mal mať niečo použiteľné na ňom. Ja to čakám na toto, ale to ma nezaujíma, to je OK. Ideme sem. Tam sa dopravím na miesto určené, to je OK. Som zrovna tie paškvily.
You need to make sure.
Aplikovať ich.
Welcome.
Čo všetko tu máme? Máme tu ten Great Soul Stunner, Shocker. Máme tu aj Contagion. Môžeme dať aj Contagion, no? Zistíme. Môže dať aj Contagion tam?
If you want to use the breeze line, please
Chcem
take
tam
the
dať
lift. If
Contagion.
you're in the resistance,
A dám tam radšej aj Flash. A mi zníži Active Skill. Radšej ten Contagion funguje.
Any
Mi
questions?
to prípadá, že nie. Nefunguje, a? Funguje? To je ľahko zistiť, že áno. Môžeme to otestovať.
You need to make sure you've got the right. Welcome.
Aplikujeme stigmu a zistíme. Nevyzerá, že by to fungovalo. To nie je napísané. Nefunguje podľa mňa.
You need to make sure.
Dobre, otestujeme to tak, že dáme prsteň preč, ale vyzerá, že to nefunguje. Dáme prsteň preč, či sa zmení niečo. A myslím, že to Fatal Stigmata Contagion.
You need to make sure you've got the right equipment at night. Check out these wares.
Myslím, že nefunguje.
Welcome.
Myslím, že to dáme odtiaľ do riti. Že to odtiaľ dáme do riti.
It's all right. What do you need?
Myslím, že to odtiaľ dáme do riti.
You there, we got a
A dáme tam ten Great Sword.
Why don't you go make a float?
A myslím, že to nefunguje.
If you
So
want
that
to
to
use the
nefunguje.
breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance, it's free.
Že dve špecializácie na skill nefungujú, lebo tam nemám po prvé napísané a po druhé nevidím tam nejaký ani rozdiel. Ono to vyzerá to byť ako úplná sáčka, tak či ona.
Any questions? Just let me.
Dáme tam flash. When hitting a monster with great so active skill to stun shock, it increases combo by 0.9. Another. Or Ice Tornado. Cool, Devastating Smash. Who cares? I don't take a bonus. I'm taking bonus. Mám bonus. Už keď to môžem používať, keď mi to otvorilo, tak je to bonus. Máme tu náhodou žiadne boxy. Máme tu boxu, accessory boxu. To potrebujem. No potreboval som a dal mi vrat. A mali sme jednu accessory boxu. Čo je zaujímavé, bola tu jedna skrytá, ale mi nepomohla. Čo sme očakávali, že bude zasmrdená. Ideme do tej zóny kojotov chorých. Doraziť kontrakt. Doraziť kontrakt na šprek. Dobre, takže používame dve tie veci. Používame flash a používame massacre. Počkaj, ešte to nejde, nefunguje ešte 6 minút. A tak načo to masako funguje. Ťažko povedať. Zmenilo sa niečo? Zdá sa. To mám 5 minút. Budem čakať 5 minút ako pitches.
The boss pushed a little bit behind, so if you send him back to the boss, he will not get stronger of the shield.
Maybe if I'm in between, I can take the poison.
But now, should we block or not?
No, you block. Okay. I'm gonna try, this is what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to stay in between you and the boss, whoever gets it. So maybe when he shoots it back, he touches me instead of going to the boss.
Also.
Let's try that. But block them, block them. See? Up. See? Yeah, stand in the line, make a line. Wait, it worked. I think I got it. Wait, I think we're good. Maybe not, I guess. Can you cleanse? Are you cleansing, Liz?
No.
Can you cleanse? Yeah, cleanse. Yeah, if you just cleanse everybody that gets hit, maybe? Like the second the poison hits them, you cleanse them.
You can use 4 times.
I can equip swords.
Yeah, 2 shops available. Ariella. Ruth. What? I mean, let's go. Try cleanse. Panda, cleanse Panda. Panda. Wait, we are pushing him though, you see?
Yep. No shield. Almost.
Okay.
No shield.
Nice. Okay. You just I understand. If he hits the same person with a poison, he kills us. But you need to block every time. He needs to get hit by 3 projectiles.
Yeah, I'm getting now.
It goes to furthest. You might be right actually.
Yeah. That's why I stand behind. But it's not about cleanse or something.
Yeah. It's just I think you just need to block it, right?
I need to perfectly block it. That's what I did.
What is this? 3 people, Village?
Yeah.
Do you have a debug?
Should
Keep
we-
going.
Oh, okay.
It's more mechanical. Bro shot. Bro, you guys saw what he did?
Whoa.
Bro was twerking, man.
What?
That's fine.
Okay, nice.
Not for long.
Bro, did you see he lied down and he shot up his dick? What did I just watch, bro?
So we got it. Right?
Bro shot out of his dick. I think the best if we don't do cleansing, we can just rotate who stands in the back.
Really?
You want to do all?
I'm pretty sure it is about that.
Yes, but then you have to be cleansed every time, 100%.
No, I don't need why.
Wait, okay, perfect block.
Yeah, that's it.
Koľko ti chorí?
Spit. And that. Blizzard. Come right back.
Chorý imbecilov. Keby ne, to sú choré kokoty, tie ale.
You rolled on the last one, though, right? You rolled. stay even further behind, you can see the projectiles on it. Did you cleanse it this time? But, you didn't cleanse him, right? This time? I think you have to. I think you have to be a new person. He has to be cleansed every time. The real mechanic is that you need to swap positions, 100%. Okay, correct? You failed the blocks, yeah?
No, I definitely blocked all of them.
Yeah, so it's because you need to be cleansed or somebody has to stay in the back and do perfect block instead. So let's just rotate it. Panda, who's confident?
No, let me do it 3 times. I do it already.
Yeah, but the problem is not that. It's your debuff. If you get debuff and you don't get cleansed, it doesn't work. You have to be cleansed every time, like the first time.
Dáme si to dokončíme.
The healer will first be there.
Okay, listen, you can do it. Completely fine. Okay. But the real mechanic is we have to swap positions, you know? Very well. Way too far. You guys need to be closer, guys. You know his power gives me the target.
Máme to tam. Máme to se. Máme. To chyba 90, nemôžeme mať. Čo je ty galgania noha?
He shoots up in the air.
Jak si to žmýkáš? Jak si to
One,
žmýkáš?
two, what is it? 1, 2, 3. Okay, you need to put it in the same corner, guys. You need to put it in the same corner.
Jak si to žmýkáš?
You just
Pekne
have to
si
put it in the same corner
žmýkáš.
and instead. Fuck.
Pekne si žmýkáš.
You got
Just put it in the same. Not you need to have space, but in the same corner. Then we run to the other side.
Pekne si žmýkáš. Pekná žmýkačka.
Can we kill it? For
Áno,
mechanic?
pekne si žmýkáš. Pekne si žmýkáš. Pekne žmýkáš.
Die. If I do the mechanic.
Chceš trošku masáže?
Roots.
Krkočky? Čo? Žmýko.
Up. And now we rotate the person furthest back. We rotate the person furthest back, okay, for the mechanic to push him. Just rotate the person. First root.
Zoberieme tieto. Najprv vyšustrujeme tieto. Pekne si žmýkaš. Čo žmýkaš? Pekne si žmýkaš. Vieš, nie je dobré, že zabíjaš krobaky. To je trošku také podradné. To je trošku podradné, že zabíjaš krobaky. Trošku podradné. Nemusíš kričať, otvorene povedz. Otvorene povedz, čo ťa dráždi. Otvorene povedz, čo ťa dráždi. Otvorene povedz, čo ťa dráždi. Otvorene.
If Deja caught was cooking with
Otvorene povedz, čo ťa dráždi.
bada bing, bada boom.
Soap. Creature, smelly ghost, asbest. Creature, smelly ghost, asbest. Otvorene povedz, čo ťa dráždi. Ak ťa niečo dráždi. Soapy to nemá toaletný papier, čo? To je to bolo. Toto. Chceš masáž? Asi trošku škorice? Trošku vrchu? Vykať sa, vykať sa. Dneska sa dozvieme všetky informácie. Dneska sa dozvieme, aká kvalitná bude ďalšia liga v PUBG, aká sila to bude. Aká mastodonská verzia to bude tabaku. Tipo tadba. V každej budeme zvolili typodu. Či kľúč.
Yeah, what? Hey!
Тридцать кущений. Окей. Задай часові.
Root in the back, and then hop in the back, and then spin. Right. Up.
Attention citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at our earliest convenience.
No, what? Wait, hey, who failed?
Thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah, perfect. Too.
Rookie Perfector.
Well, maybe because people were dead. I mean, we shot back every time, right?
They were more afraid to drop out of the tournament, in my observation, than having the excitement and hunger to win.
That was the criticism from Thomas Tuchel of England's previous efforts to win tournaments under Gareth Southgate. Talk about irony, because that was one of the most gutless, cowardly, and just shocking approaches to winning a football match I've seen from an England manager, from any manager, in my entire life. And what stings more is I genuinely think we could have won this World Cup. Is this the great Argentina sides of the past? No. Is this the best Spain side we've ever seen? Not by a long shot. We had a real chance to win this World Cup for all of us in our lifetime, after 60 years of waiting for England to grab this World Cup, and we fucking blew it, and we blew it because of a manager who lacked the fucking balls. Let's not make any mistake about it. He lacked the balls to fight for that trophy. He was more scared of what the opposition were going to do than thinking, as it's his job, to wonder what we can do to them. And I'll be honest, I've had a whole fucking season of saying that, so I'm really fucking sick of it. To think he had the cheek to say Southgate was a bottle job, when that was the mother of all bottle jobs last night. Every single person I know during the game, this isn't Monday morning quarterback shit, right? We're all experts now. No, this was during the game. Everyone I know was going, what the fuck are we doing? 60 minutes. We were 1-0 up. And this guy goes, right, let's just shut them shop, sit back, and invite pressure on from a side which, yes, they're not the side they once were, but they still have the greatest footballer of all time playing for them. And we give him the ball and go, do what you want, mate. That is mental. Like, how on earth can he keep his job after that? And you know why it's even worse? Because he's generally a better he's miles better coach than Southgate. He should know better, and he had the tools for the job. He had players like Bellingham, like Kane, who can win you games. If you give them the service, they can do it for you. If you set up to create chances and have that attacking play, you will win games. He just wasn't brave enough. And to be honest, I think we should have seen this a little bit from the squad selection, because even that was a cowardly choice. Many creative players who can come on in situations like we were in and influence games and create and do damage were left sat at home. And game after game in this tournament, we've been relying on individual moments of brilliance from Jude Bellingham and hard work and determination from the lads to defend. We have not played the football that a team like this, like a squad like England can have, are capable of, and you can only get away with that for so long. Last night, we were defensively solid in the first half. We were working hard. We were stopping everything that they were trying, pretty much. I thought Anderson did a very good job on Messi. I think they were frustrated, but what were we doing to punish them? What were we creating generally there? It was nowhere near good enough. Yeah, we scored the first goal, and you know what? We did well for that goal. Gordon gets on the end of a cross in behind, but let's be real here. Gordon and Rodgers were fucking shit, right? They were absolutely terrible. Where was the penetration through the middle? It was non-existent. What were we creating for Kane and Bellingham? Fuck all. Apparently they had a 0.02 XG between them in that game. You're blessed with talent like that. And to not be able to create for players of that quality, I'm just like, Tuchel deserves every bit of criticism he gets. And then when we do grab a goal in the way we did, you think to yourself, right, they're going to come on to us. We know that. But that will create opportunities for us to exploit the space in behind. And with an Anthony Gordon, ironically, that's actually where he shines. And I get you're going to have 5 to 10 minutes of them, trying to respond. But then, you take the sting out of it. You make your own changes. You adapt. Just like Spain did the other night. You go for the second goal. Go for the third goal. It's 60 minutes. You can't just sit there and go, right, come on then. It looked like it was the 80th minute. I'm thinking there's no fucking way we can make it from 60 minutes to 95 minutes and not fucking concede. I think it was 99 minutes. It was like, we spent 40 fucking minutes under the cosh, and after doing a good job on Lionel Messi early on, we just gave him the ball and went, yeah, do your worst. Insane, that, like. Genuinely one of the dumbest things I've ever seen a manager do from a winning position. I mean, I'm just shocked. And look, I will mention how dirty Argentina were. I mean, you expect it, but it's almost like amazing that, you know, decades and decades after I watched them be dirty bastards to us in 1998 and just be real piece of shit footballers. And I get it's competition, but like they just go to they're the lowest of the low, these fuckers. They really are. And you see a literal punch to the back of the fucking head, right, with the base of your hand. You can do real damage to someone like that. Right in the back of Anderson's head. I watch the UFC all the time. Even in the UFC, fucking cage fighting, that's an illegal blow. Did they get punished? Did they fuck? They didn't even get a card. Can you believe that? But with 40 minutes to play, we sat back, and when Tuchel did make changes, they were incredibly negative. And I get you do want to bring on some players to help defensively, but to like just surrender like that. We brought on Concert, Byrne and O'Reilly for Gordon, James and Rice. And we didn't bring any attacking players on until it was too late. It's staggering. When you're under the cosh, you need outballs. You need players you can find when you're under pressure to hurt them when the space is available, to pose a threat, to give them something to worry about. It was like watching like Anthony Joshua, for example, land a fucking clean blow on his opponent and be like, right, you've got him where you want him now. Brilliant. Yes, he's still dangerous. You've got to be clever, but keep threatening, keep giving him something to worry about, and the win is there. And then watching him go, no, I'm actually just going to sit back and just let him punch. What the fuck am I watching here? Declan Rice, a very good player at bringing the ball up the field, taken off. Did we replace that? No. Could Kobbie Mainoo have come in and progressed the ball a bit? Not a second. He didn't get a fucking second in this cup. Not saying he's the greatest player ever, but like, why did you even take him? When Anthony Gordon comes off, you've got Rashford, you've got Saka. Saka, I mean, you know, he's been run into the ground by Arteta, but he's a fucking threat, like. One of the best players we've got. Marcus Rashford, another player who on his day can change a game. Let's be real, Ivan Toney could have given you some pace, a threat in behind. Harry Kane, he's basically England's Cristiano Ronaldo at this point. Yes, a great footballer when you've got the right game, when there's a lot of possession, but this was not a game for him. He was knackered because he's not used to chasing around like that, and he's getting on. And off the ball, he can't offer a great deal of pace in behind. It wasn't the right game for him at that moment. It was just one of the most cowardly fucking things I've seen a manager do. And he had the tools to win that World Cup. He had them. And for all I've criticised Gareth Southgate, and it was valid, I thought better of Tuchel. I thought he had balls. I'm never going to forget this. Like, this was a chance for all of us in our lifetime to see England win a World Cup, and we just bend over for the Argies. Of all fucking people, fucking hate them, man. Honestly, like, respect the Messi and all that, but the way they go on, man, they were just horrible bastards on that pitch, like. And the stats reflect the cowardice. We completed 25 passes in half an hour, 25, and I think 12 of them were from Jordan fucking Pickford. From our goal to their goal, we had 12% possession. 12%? This is a screenshot from the referee cam where Bellingham throws himself to block Enzo Fernandez's shot, flies in, and when you look at Jordan Pickford's feet where he is positioned, when you look at how central the ball goes in, that is shocking from Jordan Pickford. Sorry, like, made a good save earlier in the game, but like, that is so bread and butter, that is so basic at this level. That is unacceptable, that, and it's time we give another keeper a chance after this. This has got to be his last World Cup, I'm afraid. Nowhere near good enough. And then we don't even respond after they score. We just, it's like the momentum, we're just overwhelmed. We don't know, we're not set up to respond, we're set up to defend. By that point, it's too late. He throws a couple on. It doesn't matter, man, it's too late. They've got their fucking foot on our neck, and you pussied out too early. I'm sorry, like, there is an argument here that we should have had a foul. They hit the post, the ball bounces out, and Spence, who, to be fair to him, had a fucking good game and was actually probably our best threat out wide. For all the shit he's been given for being in that World Cup squad, he made a great tackle in this game. He comes out with a lot of credibility, and he gets stood on here by Lionel Messi. That was a foul. A foul is a fucking foul. I don't care, you know, if Spence had already touched the ball. What, just because you touched the ball, does that mean he didn't just stamp on his foot? Like, fuck off. That's a foul. And after this lot got the fucking game pulled back fucking half a fucking hour when they got a goal against Egypt, when Egypt scored, and they had to pull the game back because there was a foul fucking at the opposite end of the pitch. The fact that this happened just before the cross-in for Messi and we got nothing It's just more sign of corruption. We all know it goes on. We all know the way FIFA are, man. They're a disgrace. Now, Tuchel said after the game, it's easy to say my decisions were wrong after the defeat. I mean, every single person in Britain, even people I know who don't even watch football, were like, what are we doing here? So for him to say, act like it's like, oh, you're all geniuses now. No, we were geniuses during the game. You were a fucking idiot by the looks of it. It actually didn't even take a genius to say what you were doing was moronic. Everyone in Britain could see we were asking for trouble, except the man getting paid millions to actually do the fucking job. And this man has the cheek to say, I don't have any regrets. We played one of our best matches, if not the best. What the fucking hell is this level of ambition? 12% possession for the last 40 fucking minutes or something against the team that we have the players to beat. And then you lose the game, you're like, no regrets. No regrets? You're telling me you don't wish you'd have changed anything? That's actually like one of the worst things I've ever heard from a manager. That I'd respect you more if you admitted, you know what, I did make a mistake. I'd have a much more respect. I can't stand people who can't just take a little bit of accountability. What a bitch, man, honestly. Even Harry Kane, who we all know is Mr. Nice Guy, said, once we went 1-0 up, we just need to sit and try and hold on, which is not enough for this level. Even he's thrown the manager under the bus there. He said it wasn't the right idea. And that guy, and Jude Bellingham, and the players who have pulled us through some games, they've been failed by this manager. He failed his players, he failed himself, he failed this entire fucking country. And for him to say, no regrets, we should sack him immediately. He should be gone today. I don't care that the FA, they don't want to have to struggle with finding another manager. I don't fucking care. That is not good enough, that, like. And if you had any shame about him, he'd fucking resign because it's what all of us want. Get the fuck out. Don't overstay your welcome like Southgate. Don't waste your fucking time. And I think what's pissing me off even more is that he knows better. He criticised Southgate for exactly what he did. He knows deep down what he did, and he's just trying to save face. And at this level of football, it's bravery that counts. You've got to be less scared of losing and more focused on the winning, because if you show too much respect to an opponent, you're going to get punished. And that's exactly what happened. We were operating out of fear and not out of desire, not out of courage. Too busy worried about them hurting us and not worried about us hurting them. And I've watched this all fucking season, so it's really fucking clear. Like, ironically, Eddie Howe will probably be fucking favourite to get the England job, and we blew 27 points from winning positions last season. It was exactly like watching Newcastle. But look, I've got to give credit to some of the lads in the tournament. I feel sorry for Jude Bellingham, I actually do, because he was a man on a mission in this tournament, and he dragged us through games that without him we wouldn't have gotten to the semi-final, let's be real. He's the type of player that makes a manager look better than what he really is. I've seen England now for nearly 30 years. I remember Gaza in '96 doing some amazing things. I remember Wayne Rooney in 2004. This is one of the best tournaments I've seen from a footballer in an England shirt, and he deserved more. And that stupid manager who he had that little rivalry or whatever the fuck was going on, he was kissing his foot on the ground he walks on because he got him as far as he did. So I guess that's it. Unfortunately, I think we've blown possibly the best chance we're going to get in a long time for winning the World Cup, and I'm fucking gutted. But I'm watching Newcastle now, so it doesn't get any better, unfortunately. One thing I do want to say before I end the video is condolences to Micah Richards. I've seen on Instagram today, lost his dad before he did the show last night. I mean, what a pro for going through with it, bless him. He's just a lovely bloke, Micah Richards. I love his energy. I think he's a great bloke, and yeah, obviously the way he wrote about his father clearly had a major impact. It's like went to all of his games, and I was just like, there's more things in football, obviously, and yeah, I just think we should all be sending him support, and I just hope he's alright. Anyways, big love to all of you lot who watched the kickoff. If you haven't already, please hit that like button, subscribe. I'll see you on the next one.
Si vás chtěl nechal vylízať. Rules are rules. If we don't have them, we are just savages. Rules are rules. If we don't have them, we are just savages. O 3 hodiny to vypukne, páni, o 3 hodiny to vypukne. Ja idem sa posať z Messiho, ale ten Messi nerobí nič také uchvatné. To, že vy ste imbecilovia, ktorí majú v hlave násraté, že pri vás vyzerá pomaly každý ako majster. Preto manažerovi nechodím. Defenzívnu stratégiu, ani keď vyhrávam. Pretože málo kedy funguje. Som zistil, že tá úspešnosť je strašne mizivá. Ak idem defenzívne, veľmi často dostanem góly. Potrebuješ útočiť proti každému. A že to hen tak posielal ten anglický oný. Nepochopiteľné. Nepochopiteľné. Keby som bol ja manažér Anglická, ja verím tomu, že by som sa dostal do finále. By som nikdy nešiel takú príškvarenú, defenzívne zatiahnutú sračku. Ako... No niečo. Ako brániť a kokoti, to nie je cesta. Ako... Neexistuje. Ako neexistuje. To som nevidel. som nevedel. Tak darovali Argentíne. Darovali Argentíne. Trošku žmýkalky. Prečo to urobili? Lebo pičného manažéra zohnali. To bol ten problém. Pičného manažéra.
Clean up before you go.
Máš analfabeta manažéra, ktorý sa posere. Si skončil. To sú amatéri. A ti hovorím, keby som ja bol manažer Anglicka, keby som ja robil zostavu, ja vyberal hráčov do anglickej reprezentácie, určite by sme podali lepšie výkony. A určite by som sa neposral, aby som išiel útočne 90 minút. No veď ono. Čo je to za stratégiu, čo je to za systém? On má 6 vzadu. On dal 6 dozadu.
Or no? Mine shot back at least.
Okay. Guys, I have something about the numbers. When we get the numbers, can you put
I'll put
something?
marker. I'll put marker.
Can you put
Just do like
things?
this, bro.
Okay.
It should be fine. You have enough space, and
Wait,
everybody
wait,
else. Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a second. For example, stand here. All of us who has number and run together
No, he will die.
as a set.
No.
We will not. We will not.
The AV damage is around you, right?
Yeah.
If you just do 1, 2, 3, because if you're close together, you will die. You need some space, and everybody else will just run to that side. If you're stacking on each other, because there's a small circle around you before it becomes bigger. You understand? So you have to have some space, and then you have to put it in the corner.
Okay. When I have number 3, I stand there. What should I do now?
Yeah, after you get 3, you run. After you put it down, it's like a poison on you, and then it will drop on the ground, and then you have to run when it drops on the ground. And then you run to 4. All of you run to 4. All right, ready? Go. Stand up. Through. Okay, Panda, go in the back.
Ale neboli ďaleko. A bola to je stratégia Pičusa. Tu som aj ja pochopil, že defenzívna stratégia nie je dobrá. S defenzívnou stratégiou máš väčšiu šancu, že dostaneš gól ako s ofenzívnou. Pretože Pičusovia si stiahnutí viacej vzadu, Pičusovia majú viacej času rozmýšľať, ako to chcú spraviť, čo chcú spraviť. To je prvá vec. Nič no, Angličania si zvolili manažera Pičusa, tak došli s manažerom Pičusom. Je to na ich triko. Koľko máme? O 8 máme. O 10 máme žralokov, akurát keď ide ona. Ale tak zoberiem si piče z toho manažera, tak tak aj dopadneš. Nemôžeme poslať toho manažera, ktorý sa bojí. Potrebuješ... Potrebuješ útočiť tvrdo. Tvrdo a rázne, to nám chýba posledný šperk, 57. A nejde to. Takže tu sme skončili. Ak máš piče sa manažera, tak zarežeš. Jednoducho zarežeš. Tam sa nedá nič robiť.
Where are you off to in such a hurry? Reliable? Welcome! See you later.
Tu som stále našiel ženy, čo? Keď máš piče sa manažera, zarežeš. Ako Tuchel, to je iný pičes. Ako stiahnuť útočníkov, dať obrancov. Ako stiahnuť stredopolejov za defenzívne ladených špákov. To si nevedel. Ale je pravda, že dostali hovno góly. Prvý gól, to bol hovno gól. To bol gól ala pičolízač. Ako Argentína mala pekné veľa sliny. A extrémne veľa sliny. Ale tá slina jej skončí. Lebo to je slina. Ten prvý gól mal chytiť. Aj tak. Boli tam tyčky, ale... Argentína mala vypadnúť s Egyptom, keď prehrávali 2-0. Ja sa obávam, že tá Argentína boss ju miluje, ja sa obávam, že tým, že ju boss miluje, že vyhrá to celé znova. Že nejakým spôsobom aj tých Španielov vylížu. Obávam sa, že Argentína vylíže aj Španielov. Je to v kartách, je to v kartách. Je to v kartách. Je to v kartách. Argentína môže vylízať Španielov. Je to v kartách. Popravde by som sa čudoval, keby ich nevylízala. Aj keď na jednej strane si povieš toľko sliny, no lenže keď im dal boss toľko sliny, tak im tú slinu dal na čo? Nedal im tú slinu na to, aby vo finále prehrali, o to tu ide, toto je ten problém, ktorý tu je. Boss im nedal tú slinu na to, že vo finále prehrajú podľa mňa. No. Boss im dal tú slinu na to, lebo im to zaslní až do konca. A to je doslova, im sa slíni ešte viacej, ako sa slíni Angličan.
Reliability. The storage is secure even in the rain.
Jednoducho extrémne silná slina. Resetnite to jeden piču zoma. Belok, ty čo žena naša z májového súdka? Neviem, či sa nerespol, neviem, čo ostalo mŕtvi ako kokoti. Vôbec nechámo, či mi ide ten kokotov. Nenadarmo ich voláme chorí schizofrenici. Rozgabané paseky. Môžem. Ja priznala, že mŕtve bezúzne postavy. Chorý jedinec. Belok si trochu práši kožešinu. Bubak si naťahuje krídelníka. Keď sa postavil 28 000 života. Analfabet začiatočník. Cheezer. Yep. Plnohodnotný cheezer. Ale im už ťažko spoznať, ako spoznáš cheezerov teoreticky, ale stále je to komplikované. Do detailov treba skúmať ich paseky. No. Do detailov treba skúmať ich paseky. A to nikomu nevonia. Ani tým najväčším štamgastom to nevonia. Dostali sme selekčnú čestu.
Clean up before you go.
What a bitch. What a bitch. What a bitch. Bad rezistencie, fuck off. Get lost, fucker. Dobre, trošku vylízanejšie. Tu sme, dá sa povedať, skončili. Arkham Invasion. Môžem osať. Vôbec ma nezaujíma vaša sáčka vôbec. Poďme ich dávať neviete, Trón ste zabili, Trón je mŕtvy. Trón, z Trónu je plná hniloba. Je pravda, že Marindy idú hore. Máme niečo na paseku. Máme niečo na paseku, niečo na flintu do žita. Kontakty by som mohol spraviť. Má veci, ktoré treba robiť, ale... Tento styk kokos hodinu bude robiť toto. Tak jebo. Hodinu.
Bunsen? Very good. Break the shield.
Jedno nezmyselné bossa hodinu.
Remember, if you get poisoned, 1, 2, 3. Everybody else goes to 4. It's a new one. There's a block when he jumps you. Poison should be soon. Okay, now poison. What's your number? 1, 2, 3. Everybody on the 4. Now run. Run. Dodge roll. Perfect. Easy. Good. Block.
Get it.
Oh, this boss is easy, bro. Well, chest farm. Let's go.
Storm?
Wait, what?
Storm.
Poďte si piče, späťte si chorý jedinec.
Friends of the Brazilian Shirt Name podcast, we're nearly there now. We're in the home straight. But England will be in the third, fourth place off. Many people, myself included, really, were expecting an England versus France final. Instead, we've got that on Saturday, and we've got Spain against Argentina in the big decider. Now, in the course of our chat with the wonderful Henry Winter, we will get round to praising Argentina. But I think the big headline here from this game, I think that this is primarily, if Argentina save themselves in this game, it's because Argentina were allowed to save themselves. Henry Winter, I put it to you, have you ever seen a more disastrous coaching performance than that of Thomas Tuchel in this game?
Wow. I mean, England have had a few down the years. Keegan, Graham Taylor, most of Steve McLaren's era. But we didn't expect it from Tuchel. You know, remember the Chelsea in the Champions League final. And there's so many frustrations with this, and I'm just sort of biting my teeth. And I've been doing this for years, like you. And you walk out of the game, and okay, Argentina, full credit to them. I know we're going to get on to them and praise Messi and all that. But this was just England's chance. And this was the reason why Tuchel was appointed was for moments like this. Because, look, I'm working a little bit with Gareth Southgate at the moment, and I'm appreciating how sort of committed he is in his attention to detail. Look, and I criticised him the game against Mancini, Italy at Wembley, when I thought he was outthought. And this is what Tuchel was here for. This was to get the professional, the expert, forget the passport. And, you know, you can have a longer debate about, are there homegrown coaches, spent £125 million on St George's Park, who are the successors to Southgate, who have similar passports. So, look, Tuchel was brought in. I understood why the FA did it. It would be great if it was our best against your best, and look at what Scaloni's done. But you're so right, Tim. And look, you're always right, but this is painful. And I've been through this just so many times. But this is particularly painful because this was what Tuchel was supposed to guard against. England, when they took the lead under Southgate and one or two other managers, they sat deep. It was fear. This was what Tuchel, you know, and I'm barking mad about this as well. You can, you know, it's a bit like England. You can't hold on to a lead either. And it's frustrating. I shouldn't be laughing about this because this is, you know,
the younger journalists who've come in, I'm in the media centre now, the younger journalists who've come in and they've seen the under-21s do well, they've seen the Lionesses do well, they've seen England get to semi-finals, they've seen them get to European finals. And I'm saying to them, it's honestly, people have worked so hard to get England into this position. The fans, I went out with the England fans last night, there's a load of them in a bar, and they just felt this is our time. You know, they'd slain the ghosts of the Azteca, and now it was Argentina with a good England team, with a world-class talent in Jude Bellingham, who will go on to bestride this great game that we're privileged to cover and enjoy and fall in love with and fall out of love with, and just want to bang your head against the wall as all the Messi fans are dancing around you on the escalator, and you're sending messages, trying to send messages home to sort of heartbroken kids. But this hurts. You know, this really hurts because, look, coming back to your central point, if I can just sort of remove the emotion from the occasion, and I feel for those players who must be gutted out there, and they were let down by the man who was supposed to have all the answers, and that was Thomas Tuchel, because his substitutions, as you said, they were just defensive. They invited them on, and you can't do that against Messi. You've been watching him, for half your career. You know how good he is. You know how dangerous he is in situations like this. He got on the ball, brilliant ball to Enzo Fernandez, great finish, fair play to Bellingham to try and close it down. And then that cross, I mean, very few people could have delivered that cross, just to clear stones and just find Lautaro Martinez. So look, brilliant from Argentina, self-inflicted defeat by England, and particularly by Tuchel.
No doubt about it. I think England had Argentina where they should have wanted them, and had all the tools to really drive that advantage home. Going back to the start of the game, I think it's clear. I remember how much Argentina suffered against Switzerland. And while it was 11 against 11, they couldn't pass their way down the field. They couldn't. And right from the start, they accepted that they couldn't, and that they went long. And it was a little bit similar today, where this time Argentina sharper, and their approach to the game let you know that they were worried about England. Right from the snapping in with the tackles late, it's not enough for cards, but it's just breaking up the rhythm of the game. An Argentina side with a clear superiority want rhythm. They want rhythm. They want to get in that passing rhythm. Argentina didn't want that passing rhythm at all. They wanted to dirty up the game, if you like, to break down the rhythm. And then every time England run at them, they're in problems. Every time. They don't like it. And the England assistant coach in his interview at half-time is talking about this Premier League intensity. And he says, as the space opens up in the second half, we will be able to turn the screw. And then England score a goal, which is exactly the consequence of the space opening up in the game. It's exactly a consequence of that. And they're vulnerable down the flanks. And we got the ball in from Rodgers, got the ball in from the right, and he's done Tagliafico, and Gordon's got in front of the other fullback, Molina, to score a goal. And then you're thinking, this is perfect, because they have to come out. Both the centre backs are on a yellow card, and England now, they can bring on the winger that they dropped and just go at them, and that's a nightmare for Argentina. And instead of which, I couldn't, I watched Ancelotti make a bizarrely incompetent substitution for Brazil.
Yeah.
At least then he's dealing with forces of Neymar and so on that, but Konsa coming on, effectively there's half an hour to go. And it's as if Argentina have written a script and England have followed it to the letter. What don't Argentina want? We don't want you to be able to run at us. All right, England, take off all the people who can run at them. What don't Argentina want? They don't want to be stuck deep trying to pass the ball forward against opponents who are very, very good and hard and fast and will stop them doing that. So what do England do? Just retreat to their own penalty, hang in like a team of bats off their own crossbar, and allowing. It reminded me, if I can talk about cricket a little bit, that bit when you get the last man in with an established batsman, and the established batsman is they just bowl rubbish at him to try and get him down the other end, and he plays his way into form. And that's what I thought England did with Argentina. They gave Messi and all the space around in the last 30 to play themselves into form. And Enzo Fernandez had target practice, didn't he? How many shots did he have? And to give Messi that amount of room, and every substitution, he's brought on Konsa for his only winger.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, this is madness. This is exactly the opposite of what he should be doing. And then he brings on his next substitution is O'Reilly and Dan Burn. I know some people are talking about, well, it works in Mexico. It works in Mexico. It's altitude. You're down to 10 men.
Yeah.
It's a necessity. Here, it's a luxury. It's what you don't want to do. You want to keep Argentina down their end of the field. And if they come on, then England have the tools to hit them with pace and really drive home the advantage. I was baffled after the Ancelotti one. This one, I just don't know what to say. Elite club coaches making errors of this magnitude.
I mean, Tim, this hurts, and this hurts even more hearing you say that. And I wish you'd been sitting next to me in the press box, because you would have brought some. I would have felt like someone with just a very sort of complicated illness, and you would have explained exactly what it was and how to cure it. I wish you'd been sitting on the England bench. I don't know whether you're still qualified for England, but for a modest sum of £2 million a year, I'm sure we could put you in there, because this is costing England. This is costing England. I mean, look, you can't put a financial figure on it, but it's going to. Well, you can. It's going to cost tens of millions of pounds of just what it would have been to have been the finalists, with Harry Kane, who is at 36. He hasn't got another World Cup in him. I know people talk about, well, he's not reliant on pace, but really, and there's no successor to Harry Kane coming down the line. The two who came on in the second half. Well, I mean, Rashford is more wide, and Tony is, he's in Saudi. So it's just, and Mason Greenwood, who would have been a successor, is obviously, is just off the radar for obvious reasons. So it is just, it's a killer, and it's self-inflicted, and everything that you've said there is just spot on. And the thing is, Tim, you would have seen this unfold. You would have seen this in run of play about what was happening. And I couldn't understand why Gordon came off. Look, there may be reasons why Rice and James, and there were issues there, and I'm sure Tuchel his defence will be more impressive than England's defence. but the Gordon one, and as you say, it's one thing taking players off and going, but then not to sort of set them a challenge. You've got a Rashford out there who wants to run. I don't know how much Kane was contributing late on, but there are other changes you could make. But stay on the front foot, which is what Tuchel has done, and that's one of the frustrations, is that he turned into an England manager rather than an elite manager we've nicked off Germany for 18 months.
Yeah, absolutely. Just really, really is confusing.
No, it's painful. It's more than confusing. It is painful. I have sat in these media rooms, and I'm quite a phlegmatic character, but I'm coming towards the end of my career. I've probably got one more World Cup in me, and I would love, this is 10th. I would love to see England do it. Not really simply out of patriotism, but just I know the work that goes into it. I know the work that goes into grassroots clubs to develop Jude Bellingham, who then goes on to Birmingham City and just has this fantastic career and will continue to have it. But, you look at the pyramid, the work that goes into the English pyramid, so that Harry Kane can go out on loan to a Leicester and Orient, places like that. Grassroots, Dan Burn going there as well. It's so important that England actually achieve something as a reward for the whole game, as a reward for the unbelievable support that the team gets from all over the country, and a lot of fans who couldn't come out here because of the cost, but they were the ones who went Albania way, qualifying, showing their support. And that is what Tuchel is responsible for. Look, it's not completely him. We've got to learn how to defend better. Football Association, the Academy, got to create or build or develop better defenders. I get all that. But just Tuchel, those key decisions are so costly and so frustrating.
I feel a little bit like, in boxing, you've got to beat the champion to become the champion.
Yeah.
and I think England had a real chance to beat the champion, and decided that they didn't want to beat the champion. They wanted to maybe just squeeze past on points. That's not how you beat the champion. Now, obviously, getting to the final, getting to the semi-final, probably fourth place because France, but getting to the semi-final is not a disappointment. Okay, but given the manner of the defeat, given the fact that this is so obviously on the coach, where does Tuchel stand now?
It's a really good question. I mean, when Southgate got England to the last final, okay, it's the European Championships, not in the level of a World Cup, but I mean, absolutely there'll be questions asked. He's being paid a lot of money. I mean, this is, we've had this conversation before, Tim, in WhatsApp, and I think one of the early ones. Why did the FA give him a new contract? It was quite interesting. The camera panned up to Fabio Capello in the first half when England were actually doing well, and I had flashbacks to before 2010 when he wasn't given a new contract, but the break clause was taken out, so it helped him. And now what are the FA going to do? I mean, look, he's not a busted flush as a manager just because he made 3 terrible decisions. But they were the most important decisions he had to make. Everyone knew that England would get through qualifying. He had a good inheritance from Gareth Southgate. Gareth Southgate changed the culture. And he and the FA, when Gareth was head of whatever it was, elite development, and working with the academies to develop 10s and wide raiders and everything. And he had all this. He was given all this. He was given this opportunity to end the years of hurt. And, I mean, any for the thoughts of Trent Alexander-Arnold now? And one or two others, and Adam Walton. And people said, well, why weren't they picked? And then our voices were drowned out, partly by the results and the performances and England getting to the semi-final, and fair enough. But he's got some questions to answer. But what I worry about with the Football Association, okay, they've got John McDermott there, they've got Dan Ashworth there, got Joby McAnuff on the FA board. But really, when you look at, say, and you'd know better than me, but when you look at some of the national associations and you look at their boards, you see former internationals, you see people who've been in the dressing room, been in the trenches and can make these big decisions and can call people out. There's no one at the Football Association who's going to call Tuchel out.
Nebaví ma to. Ten pičný trón som z neho znechutený. Vypadá, že to teplo robí svoje. Teplo ako hníz, nie sú žiadne seriály. Zase to tu blíži 34,5. Len keď to klikne na to 34, začínajú byť problémy. 34. Do 34 je to ešte ako tak akceptovateľné, ale keď to klikne na 34, tak už to nie je akceptovateľné. Uh, 2 hours. Si imbecil, to nie sú ani 2 hodiny. Do hodiny vybavíš všetko. S jedným chárom. Hovorím, trón, nahnitý trón, úplne po celý a je len... Trón je len doplnok stravy. Som zabudol na toto hovno.
we can do it in this podcast, and I'm sure he'll listen to this podcast because I know that enough people in the game do, mainly for you because they love you, Tim. But they will. The Football Association won't know really what to do, and they'll hope that England stumble along, and probably England will do quite well at the next Euros. But you know what? Would England have actually done any worse with Lee Carson in charge, or parachuting Eddie Howe if they could get him out of Newcastle? I'm not saying he would want to leave. So yeah, it's not good enough.
We're talking without knowing what Tuchel is saying in the press conference. It could well be that he's accepting full blame, and which makes it easier, I think, to move on. If not, I wonder what relationships will be like in the dressing room. Because remember, it's been part of his man management style. He had a go at his players after Norway. I thought he was a little bit on thin ice there, because I thought he made a very bad substitution at half time. He made one that hadn't worked, going too far the other way, when Eze came on for Rice.
Yeah.
And England were way too open in central midfield. So, all right, he had a pop at his players. I think the players would have been entitled to say, well, look, what have you done? Now, after having a pop at his players, I wonder if that will come back to haunt him. Because after making a blunders of the magnitude that he's made now, I wonder what relations will be like inside the dressing room.
It's an interesting point, but two things on that. First, England players tend not to bite back against the coach. I mean, we had it briefly with John Terry and that sort of brief mutiny in South Africa, but that lasted, I think, between my first edition and my second edition at the Telegraph. I had John Terry stands up to Capello in the first edition, and I had John Terry meekly surrenders in the second edition. Capello reigns supreme. Don't mess with Caesar. So yeah, I mean, I think on the whole they don't. They are, and that's one of the reasons why managers want to manage them, because they are, they want to learn, they want to improve, and they do what the manager says. But also, I think just one thing on that, they do actually like Tuchel. Let's put this into perspective here, partly because of his reputation, because what he achieved at Chelsea and elsewhere, but partly because I think they genuinely like him. I do think that, the reaction to Norway, the two interviews afterwards, Gabriel Clark's interviews with on ITV with Tuchel and then with Bellingham, I think all that showed was that they all want to do well. And I don't think there's anything wrong with sort of being demanding. So I don't think we're going to get, you know what it's like in this industry, maybe an agent, maybe a family member, maybe someone who's not starting or whatever, or maybe someone's not there. There'll be some whispers coming out in the next 48 hours. But I genuinely don't see much dissent towards Tuchel in the past or imminent.
This international coaching business is so random. We've seen Ancelotti implode Brazil, we've seen Tuchel implode England, and Scaloni goes on. And Scaloni, who came to the Argentina job 8 years ago, because he was there, he was very cheap, and they didn't have any money. He didn't have any experience of coaching a senior side. I remember Diego Maradona at the time saying, well, Scaloni, he's a nice lad, but you wouldn't get him to direct traffic, let alone a football team. And at that point, you couldn't disagree with him. And in fact, Scaloni started off very badly, because what he wanted to do is imitate France. He'd been watching Argentina's opponents in 2018 in Russia. That was his function in the coaching staff. And he'd become obsessed with France. And so he took over saying, yeah, what we're going to do, we're going to win the ball, but importantly, we're going to be in a position to shoot. And you're thinking at the time, well, I don't think that's a Messi-friendly idea. And so at last, people have two competitive games for 1.5 years, and then they moved away from it. They make the journey towards where they are now. Scaloni taking coaching coaches in Spain. Now, who's the picture was?
Oh, we're going to tell me that.
Luis de la Fuente in Spain. Right. So the source on Sunday fine. Now, short of Spain, the way how much of a chance do you have to
well, they've got Messi. I mean, they just don't give up. They've got the war. They're street fighters. You saw that. You saw it from the first break. In fact, Toby said, in fact, that I've listened to most of the national anthems out here, and I could rank them as, you know, my KTEL top of the pops. But actually, that's one for the kids. But actually, didn't hear them because you could just sense this was about history, this was about rivalry, this was about two teams who were going to go at it. And we had a boxing announcer coming in, you know, let's get ready to rumble, two heavyweights, one defending their crown. I'm surprised that Messi didn't come out with a sort of, you know, huge belt with Jules Rimet gleaming on it. So, yeah, look, it is, don't bet against Argentina. I've got that. I might get a tattoo of that. Not that I like tattoos. But look, this Spanish team, and I'm sure everyone in England will be supporting Spain. But look, we should celebrate Argentina because of that passion. Their support is just sensational. I mean, a little bit arrogant at times, but, you know, we're fairly
They're world
arrogant.
champions.
They are world champions. They've got a lot to be arrogant about. You know, Maradona, Messi, you know. World champions, and they fight. And look, some of the antics maybe a little bit too much, but wow, that shirt is not a shirt; it's another skin to them. It is part of their body. And so, look, good luck to them. I mean, I think Spain will be good. I mean, where do you find your forensic eye is better than mine? But where do you see a flaw with Spain? Because you know, the best goalkeeper in England is sitting on the Spanish bench. Unai Simon is starting ahead of David Raya. You look at the fullbacks. I mean, Cucurella is one of the most irritating footballers you can write about, let alone be on the opposite side as a supporter. And yet, I thought he was outstanding the other day. Pedro Porro. You know, they've just got these players, and I think Rodri is sort of getting back to his best, and he's such an impressive individual. I voted for him in the year of the Ballon d'Or when he won it, and some people got in a huff about him winning it, but he totally deserved to win it. And then, you know, they've got their wingers are beginning to find their stride, particularly Lamine Yamal. I mean, he's still 19, is he? I mean, what a beautiful, beautiful player. And in a tournament when we're saying goodbye to some of the greats, you know, Modric, probably Ronaldo, although someone's got to tell Ronaldo that, possibly Messi as well. You know, the younger generation, we're hearing the patter of tiny feet come flying up Interstate 95 and headed to New York, New Jersey. So, yeah, Lamine Yamal, what a player. Yeah, I kind of want Messi to win because he's so special. And you almost, maybe this is a romantic element, but you almost want every World Cup to say, oh, that was, I know, Falcao's World Cup, or that was Pele's World Cup, or that was Mario Kempes's, or Maradona's. And I think this could be Messi's World Cup. Again.
Yeah, although and clearly England let them back in, but the quality of what Argentina were doing under scoreboard and time pressure, I thought was exceptional. And the quality of the balls that were going into the box, not only from Messi but also De Paul, when they really battered England, they could have scored 5 or 6 in the last 20 minutes. The timing of the runs of McAllister to get into the box, it was a fabulous display of a team that kept cool under pressure. So they're going to take some beating. You've got to rank that trophy out of their hands. With Spain, my one hope for Argentina is if Spain can't score. It's a worry that you have about them sometimes. People are having a pop at me for this, but I'm standing my ground. I thought they were fabulous against France. It was the great collective display of the tournament. But what conditions the game is a random moment, the penalty. I'm wondering at this point, how is Spain going to score? And it is just a random moment. It's an overhit cross, which Digne, left back, is a little bit unlucky with it, and he concedes the penalty. It's a random moment. You take away that random moment in the final, and they miss a couple of chances, and we've seen, until the final whistle is blown, Argentina are very, very much in the game. So I make Spain favourites, but I think we're learning knockout round after knockout round after knockout round. We're learning not to discount Argentina.
Oh, absolutely, particularly when you make mistakes against them, as Tuchel did. I just think I mean, Messi, you know, what do you say? You know, we are privileged to have watched in our football reporting years Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. And there's just something, just walking out with all the Messi fan club. I mean, they are remarkable. I mean, there was the Maradona shirt sort of here and there, and there was a Batistuta shirt, but it was just Messi, Messi, Messi. I mean, he must be worth hundreds of millions of pounds to the Argentinian FA and to the Argentinian economy. He doesn't even live anywhere near there. And of course, we know what they will probably like over here in America is for an MLS-based player to win it.
Sure.
How about that in terms of the day after, if Argentina do win it and Messi is crowned Golden Boot, Golden Ball? I mean, he's just, what else would you get? You get the World Cup as well. And that would, I mean, the MLS would just crow about that.
And so you've been denied your night in New York. Back to Miami now for Henry Winter?
Back to Miami, and then I've got good friends who I'm supposed to be staying with in New York, and I keep on sort of delaying my arrival, and I think I'm just going to arrive in New York just in time for them to drive me to Newark for the flight back. But
O 2 hodiny to vypukne, páni, o 2 hodiny.
But England would just be kicking.
Pripravme sa na to.
Well, it was a magnificent opportunity. I mean, it really was. It was all there. It was all there. Just apply your strength.
Pripravme sa na to.
Play to your strengths against Argentina, and we could be talking new champions tonight. I'm not as much of a supporter as you, and also I watch every game that Argentina play. But you know, even I'm thinking, what on earth have we just whispered? Do you have any final remarks to the world before you go on your disgruntled way?
No, apart from the fact that Tuchel has been saying tonight that he has no regrets. Well, I'm going to go. I'm being full Edith Piaf here. I mean, he's got a lot to regret, and it is just. I mean, look, don't cry for us, Argentina. You deserved it. We didn't. Good luck against the Spanish. You have such a special player in Messi, and England just didn't factor that. Tuchel didn't factor that in enough. And it's cost England an absolutely golden chance. And when will we walk down this way again to a semi-final with a player like Harry Kane? Jude Bellingham will be there. Will Harry Kane be there in 4 years' time? I'm not so sure.
Will Thomas Tuchel be there next week? That no regrets line, that's going to be hard to defend, I think. Because if you can make those substitutions and see the effects of those substitutions and have no regrets, then I don't think you've seen the same game that we have. Well, we were privileged to see it. It was gripping. It was dramatic. Even in the first half, when very little happened, you couldn't take your eye off it. Sometimes football doesn't have to be good to be good. And often in this World Cup, it's been very, very good. And England have contributed to that. We have a genuine superstar, I think, in Jude Bellingham, who deserved a bolder supporting cast today. And it could have happened. Might happen next time, not happening this time. That was the Brazilian Shirt Name podcast. We thank you very much for your attention, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
Vôbec sa mi nechce zasiať s tým nabitým trónom. Fuck. Pustiť ho do riti. Nabitý trón. Mal by som dať ženy. Ako už tu bolo aj 36, nejaké drobné. Bolo aj 37, najvyššia teplota bola 37. Ale... Ale... Ako si dostal tej minulosti?
What would actually happen if you ran out of electrolytes? Now, if you ran out completely, you would die. But if you ran out just a little bit, all sorts of things would happen. But the main big thing that'll happen is you'll lose electrical power of your nerves, your muscles, and your cells. I have a really short little demo to tell you exactly what I mean. All right, we're going to do an experiment, a demonstration. We have a light source. We have a power source plugged into the wall over here. You can see the cords. And we have an incomplete circuit, okay, electrical circuit. We cut the wire, and we put the wire into distilled water. Distilled water is water without minerals and without electrolytes. Electrolytes are electrically charged minerals, okay? So we have no conductivity here. You can see there's no light. So we're going to take some electrolytes here. Take a
God
scoop of
damn it.
electrolytes,
Fuck
and
them.
we'll pour it in to this distilled water. And let's see what happens. And now we're going to mix it with the water to make sure it's dissolving. And look what's happening. We have a complete circuit now. So one of the main purposes of electrolytes in the body is to power the nervous system, which is the electrical system of the body, which powers the muscles and all the different organs. All right, so now that you know generally what electrolytes are, let's talk about how you would create a deficiency. Well, one way is when you start doing fasting, especially if you do prolonged fasting and you only drink water without electrolytes. You see, our bodies don't store electrolytes for a long period of time. I'm talking about potassium, magnesium, sodium, chlorides, or calcium. Okay, they don't store these minerals. So if you're drinking water, first of all, you're diluting these minerals when you're fasting, and then you're not eating, you're going to run out of electrolytes. And a lot of people are already running on a low tank of electrolytes. And so when they start fasting, they might not feel good. They might feel dizzy. They get fatigue, keto flu, other symptoms, and they might even pass out. Very important to take electrolytes before fasting. All right, number two, if you start a ketogenic diet, you may run out of electrolytes. Why? Because you're switching to ketones or fat fuel. You're no longer running on glucose. And what happens is your body dumps a lot of these stored glucose. So stored glucose is glycogen. It's just a bunch of glucose molecules strung together with a lot of water. Because for every 1 gram of glucose that's stored, you have 3 grams of water. So glycogen is a fluid-filled, sugary substance that's stored in your liver and stored in your muscles. It's not stored in the brain. It's in the liver and the muscles and other organs as well. So what happens when you stop eating sugar is you start dumping all this glycogen as well as fluid. An average person could lose like 13 pounds of extra fluid. And with the fluid comes electrolytes. You're going to lose a lot of electrolytes, like even potassium. So this is why I recommend electrolytes with keto and fasting. But on the flip side, when you consume a high-carb diet, especially if you're doing refined carbs, you're also consuming because you store that sugar as glycogen, you also need. So when you lose glycogen, you do keto, and then when you consume a lot of glycogen, you lose potassium. It's locked up, stored in the glycogen, which is not always readily available to you. Quick story. My wife and I got married 31 years ago. We went to this Italian restaurant, and we had massive amounts of pasta, pizza, bread, desserts, wine, more desserts, more bread, pasta. So we're driving home, and I'm not feeling too good. Okay, I try to go to bed, and my pulse rate is just like bam, 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 just like really low. I didn't know back then what it was, but reflecting back, it was a major potassium deficiency because to store all that sugar, that's why before the pulse rate is right. Now also when you sweat, vomit, diarrhea, you're on diuretics, other medication, all of these can create an electrolyte deficiency. All right, the next question is what symptoms occur when you start running out of electrolytes? Arrhythmias. Why? because electrolytes power muscle, not just your muscles like the skeletal muscles, but your cardiac muscles. And so you may not initially just feel arrhythmias, you might just feel like a heart palpitation. That could be an electrolyte deficiency. All right, number 2, fatigue. Why? Because electrolytes power the body. They give the body energy. And the 2 minerals, sodium and potassium, work as a major pump to generate a tremendous amount of energy in all the cells to make everything work. Stop those electrolytes. I think you're going to be very, very low. And that's the term keto. When you start keto, because a lot of people don't do electrolytes, or you might experience muscle weakness. That's usually a sodium deficiency. The person's not consuming enough salt. Okay, 3, dizziness and dehydration. You just don't have the fluid to run the body. And if we don't have that, we get dizzy because we're dehydrated. All right, number 4, I already talked about that. 5, muscle twitches, spasm, and cramps. So many people, when they're sleeping, get these cramps and they don't know what it is. It's an electrolyte. Well, if you hold it, it's sleeping. So again, it's just another muscle that gets affected by electrolytes. 7, brain swelling. Now this relates to a sodium deficiency. Many times people relate to it. But let's say, for example, you decided to water. Now you put the electrolytes back in, and you kept drinking more and more water. You can end up with this severe sodium deficiency that's called hypoglycemia, where the brain is swelling. So it's important that we're not hydrated with electrolytes and water. 8, shock. 9, nauseated. Keto flu. 10, a loss of blood clotting factors, and that's specifically calcium. So you can see there's a lot of things that can happen when you run out of electrolytes. Probably the most important electrolyte is potassium, because you need it in such large amounts. If you haven't seen my video on potassium, I put it up right here. Check it out.
Oh, that's it?
Back in, and you kept drinking more and more water. You can end up with a severe sodium deficiency that's called hyponatremia, where the brain actually starts swelling. So it's important that we're not hydrated just with water. We're hydrated with electrolytes and water. Number 8, you can go into shock. Number 9, feel nauseated, get the keto flu. 10, a loss of blood clotting factors, and that's specifically calcium. So you can see there's a lot of things that can happen when you run out of electrolytes. Probably the most important electrolyte is potassium, because you need it in such large amounts. If you haven't seen my video on potassium, I put it up right here. Check it out.
Oh, fuck. It's like... Rift fracture. What bullshit. Čo to za kokota? Už mi dáva za 2,5. Jeden krk je už zarezaný. Oh, fuck. Ako takto sprasiť nahnitý trón. Tej týždne mám 56. Ako takto sprasiť nahnitý trón. Ako takto brutálne ho sprasiť. To chce mať peknú dávku degenerácie v sebe. Takto sprasiť nahnitý trón. Takto brutálne ho sprasiť.
Vlastne riešili sme už veci s hráčmi, ale išiel som znovu za nimi von a bolo to naozaj fantastické. Veľmi si to vážim, ako ma tu privítali. Naozaj fanúšikovia Slovana na prvý dojem sú fantastickí. Tešil som sa na nich, mi to tak aj chýbalo, keďže sme boli dlho na sústredení. A keď som ich stretol niektorí v meste, tak mi dávali rady a cítil som z nich tú radosť, to nadšenie. Viem, že túžia po niečom, aby sme dosiahli niečo veľké, niečo špeciálne a dáme do toho absolútne všetko, budeme makať naozaj naplno. Všetci spolu s hráčmi. Nech sa páči.
Zaujímavé, že či sa pán tréner teší už, keď naozaj bude, že plné hľadisko vypredané.
We are looking forward when the stadium will be like full with
Oh yeah, it's gonna be amazing. I can't wait for that. I understand now is holiday. Some of the fans are away. with the family, with the kids. I think what we're gonna qualify in Europe. If we that's the what we're working for now. I'm sure the fans want to get this game is gonna be full because I know the capacity is 25,000, something like 22,000. Imagine there's some fans coming now. It was already noisy. Imagine if it's 22,000, it's gonna be amazing. Because that's the beauty of the games. That's why I love to play this game. Because without the fans, imagine football and pitch. The stadium without fans is incredible. And yeah, I've been heard a lot from Savannah fans. Now I can see myself. It's incredible. I can't wait. I can't wait, to be honest. I can't wait.
Už sa toho nemôžem dočkať. Teraz sa to predstavte, že dnes tu bolo bezmála 6 000 fanúšikov a bolo to veľmi hlučno. Tak teraz si predstavte, keď tu bude plný dom na kvalifikácii Ligy majstrov. Chápem, že dnes je dovolenkové obdobie, ľudia boli možno s rodinami a tak ďalej, ale stále toto naozaj žilo. Bolo to super a teším sa na to, keď to budeme mať aj v ostrom zápase. Fanúšikovia boli naozaj fantastickí.
A ešte by som sa spýtal na Tigrana Barsegiana, tak minulú sezónu bol istú časť, hlavne v prvej časti kritizovaný. No ale vyzerá, že má výbornú formu a bude ťahuňom, čiže možno tak ešte na doplnenie na odľahčenie, či mu tréner zakázal jesť aj McDonaldy. Ale akože v tom zmysle, že či už...
Yeah, I think Tigran is one of the best players we got here, and of course he's doing very well. I love him, to be honest. He's very honest. The first time I come in, I meet him. We talk long. He look like my friend. You know what I mean? Because Tigran for me is a special player, right? It's normal because now it's pre-season. We train very hard, and normally in the league or in the competition, we have 2-3 days where we go low and in charge of the player. But now because it's pre-season, we want to make them uncomfortable. Like that, if they're used to it, that means they're gonna be top, right? Because now it's okay. The moment is going slowly up. But believe me, guys, at some point when they're gonna be in the top of the physique, you will see it was gonna be incredible.
Tigran je naozaj fantastický hráč, fantastický človek, môžem povedať, že mám s tým veľmi dobrý vzťah. Je to výnimočný hráč, čo aj sami vidíte a čo aj sami viete. A celkovo v tejto príprave sa snažíme dostať hráčov do nekomfortných situácií, videli ste to aj dnes, aby potom to v tých hostých zápasoch počas sezóny zvládali tak ako majú, aby to zvládali lepšie. A uvidíte, čo to bude, keď teraz sme v nejakom procese, sme na nejakej trajektórii a keď budeme celkovo a takisto aj Tigran na tej úplne top fyzickej úrovni, tak verte mi, že verím tomu, že to bude ešte lepšie.
A na záver odo mňa otázka, tak čaká vás vlastne už v útorok ostrá previerka v Gruzínsku, čiže čo pán tréner očakáva od tohto zápasu, určite bude veľmi náročný.
With my staff, I already analyzed the team. It's gonna be a good game, because I always felt that the best team will always win, right? We're gonna give 100% because we know the clubs, as well the fans count on us, and we want to make them proud. And the most important is go out there and enjoy the games, right? Make sure we score a lot of goals and make sure we don't concede a lot, because it's a two-legs games. It's very important. I'm not this type of person who is a little bit cautious in terms of playing games, because for me, games is a games, right? You're there to enjoy. Make sure you respect your opponent sufficiently, and make sure as well you play to win the games. Yeah.
Samozrejme, už sme si tohto supera analyzovali, sledovali sme ho. Ten super má svoju silu, ale my do toho pôjdeme na 100%. Našim cieľom, alebo mojím cieľom je vždy ísť do zápasu s cieľom dať góly a vyhrať a samozrejme čo najmenej inkasovať, ale nie je to o tom, že by sme chceli, alebo nie je naše nastavenie vyčkávať alebo čakať, ale ísť do toho aktívne. Chceme si každý zápas v dobrom slova zmysle užiť, ale samozrejme aj s rešpektom k súperovi. A jednoznačne, ako som už povedal aj včera, tak našim cieľom bude v tomto kvalifikačnom kole Ligy majstrov uspieť. Maťo Kozníka, Sporty, nech sa páči.
Good evening, coach. Ja by som sa chcel spýtať, ako vníma výkony stredopoliarov vo svojom týme, čo aj dnes nastúpili, a hlavne teda aj Peter Pokorný, ktorý hrá na pozícii toho stredného v šestke, keďže aj po jeho striedení mu tréner adresoval nejaké pozitívne slova.
How do see guys who are playing in the midfield, especially Poki.
Mm-hmm.
Because when going down, you said in some nice words, like so it for the tribune, so maybe happy to see the cooperation of those guys in the middle.
Yeah, I think Poki is one of the important game player we have it today. You see, behave very well. Of course, it's new for him in terms of how we want him to play on this season. And yeah, because for me, I've been when I was in the game in the past, I was in the middle. I know what the players on the middle need to do, and as well, it's been my specialty, if I can say that. But yeah, Poki have a huge quality. I think he's a great potential. I hope he's gonna develop with me a lot because I think I have a lot to give to them to improve them because. In terms of exemplary, in terms of commitment, in terms of engagement, they're all good. They're fantastic. Not only Poki, but all of them, Acho, Daiki, Ibra, all of them, they're very, very focused. I know they're working hard to try to impress me, of course, but the thing is, I understand and I know where I want to take them. And yeah, I'm sure they're going to improve even more.
Peťo Pokorný je pre nás dôležitý hráč, má naozaj veľký potenciál, takisto aj kvalitu. Ja sám som hrával v strede pola, bol som stredopoliar, takže viem sám na vlastnej koži, aký je ten pohľad hráča v strede pola a snažím sa týmto, samozrejme logicky, sa to snažím tým hráčom aj odozdať tieto moje skúsenosti, aby sa mohli rozvieť, aby sa mohli učiť. Konkrétne od Pokyho chceme možno trošku iné veci ako v minulej sezóne, postupne sa to zlepšuje a ako som už spomenul, je pre nás naozaj veľmi dôležitý a je dnes to zvládol veľmi dobre. Boli tam aj samozrejme ďalší chalani okolo neho, ktorí si takisto počínali dobre a ktorí sa naozaj makajú naplno a snažia sa ukázať, že chcú získať to miesto v zostave.
Ešte po viacerých tých prípravných zápasoch tréner spomínal, že mu chýbalo teda viac gólov, viac využívania tých príležitostí. Ako možno hodnotí tú finálnu tretinu ihriska presnejšiu, čo by si tam želal, aby vychádzalo lepšie k tým gólom?
Yeah, I think today you can see we created a lot of chance. Yeah, with Zaki in first half, second half. We're still creating again. After that, we have chance, I think, with Alexei and I think and Tomashko as well when he came in. Because for me, it's really important. Football games, the way I love the game is going forward, right? Of course, you have to be cautious defensively, but me and my staff are working hard on it to make sure the player understand the model we wanted. But for me, football games without chance or without possibility to score is not football, right? Because before being players, I've been fans, and I love to see those kind of things. Opportunity, okay, we score, top. We miss, okay, but we have to carry on. And today the players show that commitment, desire, and they try the best, of course. But at the end, we scored 3 goals. I think should be score more because we have 3 chances compared to the last game we have it. Well, it's still a process. We can carry on working hard, and yeah, at some point we saw some point some big goal.
Dali tej góly pri kokoti?
Mali sme tam naozaj dosť šanci, v oboch polčasoch na konci mali ešte šancu mladí hráči, mali tam dobré šance Maroš, takisto Tomáško. A jednoducho ja milujem to, keď môj tým útočí, samozrejme musíte myslieť aj na obranu, na tom s mojím týmom, na tom s mojím staffom, asistentami pracujeme. A je to jednoducho, je to proces, v ktorom napredujeme, podobne ako naposledy sme mali opäť množstvo šancí, dali sme 3 góly, mohli sme ešte viac a verím tomu, že postupne. Ale dôležité je, že od hráčov tam bola tá túžba ísť za gólom, bol tam správny prístup a verím, že časom prídu aj ešte väčšie možno gólové rozdiely a viac gólov sieti supera.
Ešte sa práve spýtam tých mladých chalanov, Alexej Maroš, už to tréner spomínal to meno v tých individuálnych situáciách 1 na 1, bol sebavedomý, ukázal pekné veci, ale ten rozhodujúci moment tam v závere zápasu nespravil ten extra pas, tú extra prihrávku a či hráči ako on a Tomáško majú šancu, alebo presvedčili o tej šanci, že či im dá v lige.
Maroš, he was self-confident in situation 1-to-1, but now he has the chance and he could pass to Tomáško, but he should. Maybe what these guys maybe showed you in your eyes today.
Listen, I'm very pleased with those young players. You know, they try the best. You know, Zaki started very, very well, and when Alexei come in, he did fantastically well as well. Right, he create chance, he go 1v1. because I think these players, they have the potential. They don't believe in themselves. And what my job, me and my staff, is to try to convince them, to make them understand they have the potential to play in Slovak Bratislava. Because Alexei, from the time I was analyzing the team, I saw a lot of potential in him. Same as Ninos, Masheli, same as Zaki, same as Stomashko, even Leo as well, he didn't play today because all are excellent. He tried his best. Maybe you don't see, okay, I will try to analyze it, but Alexei, for me, he's been training very, very hard and very good this weekend before the games. And yeah, maybe you didn't see him, but I think next time you will see him for sure.
V prvom rade sa teším z týchto mladých hráčov a už keď som vlastne pred svojím príchodom analyzoval mužstvo, tak som videl veľký potenciál, či už aj v Alexejovi Marošovi, v Ninovi Marčeli, v Alasanovi Irajangovi, takisto dnes bol na lavičke ešte Leo Hofstetter, Matúš Tomáško takisto. Ten potenciál tam jednoznačne je. Musíme aj my s kolegami ich presvedčiť, že aby sami verili tomu, že áno, že majú na to a môžu hrať za Slovan. Alexej tam dneska naskočil, mal tam viacero dobrých vecí, to je fakt a verím tomu, že bude takisto ešte lepší. Nech sa páči, Mišo.
Hello, coach. 2 questions from my side. Congratulations to your win. I would like to ask about, there was a question about Irajan, but I would like to ask about Ibrahim as well. There was a lot of criticism last season about their performances, maybe in the second part of the season. But what do you think? Is it natural that players have some ups and downs? And did you talk with them individually with players?
Always to try to do that because that's my job. Because I think Ibra is a huge potential. You know, he's a really, really talented player, and the physicality, his gift is physicality, right? I think at the moment he's doing well. Of course, last season, before the end of the season, he's getting injury. And it was difficult, you know, because when you're injury at the end of the season, they didn't do much because we monitor him with the doctors and the physios. He came back, we tried to work hard with him. It's going to be a process, and for sure Ibra is going to regain his form. I believe in him because for me, he's a top player.
Otázka bola na Rahima Ibrahima ako tréner, takisto jeho výkony, či je normálne to, že, alebo ako to vníma zo svojho pohľadu, že futbalista má nejaké také ups and downs. Samozrejme, Ibra, pracujeme s každým hráčom, nielen s ním, aj individuálne. Mal tam ku koncu minulé sezóny nejaké menšie zdravotné problémy, preto sme ho postupne zapájali do záťaže a som si istý, že opäť získa ešte lepšiu formu. Takisto je to veľmi silný fyzický hráč, má kvalitu, takže teším sa z neho, čo ho mám v týme.
Last one from my side. I would like to ask you, the preseason is over. You will play against Iberia and Tbilisi. How many question marks do you have now in your starting lineup?
Well, I think now is look clear because of course I've been impressed with all the players, right? For me, I will usually do what I do is like I give a chance to the one who work hard in the session, and all of them are brilliant, and that's what I want, right? For my player to make me to squash my head, who's gonna start it, and that's what I like. And when we is in that moment, the team go good flow, right? Because you see, first half against Pavos, the team did brilliantly well. And after that, when we change the second half, we come in second half, you see the player we put in, they even do even better. And that's what I want, right? I don't want to say that, but you know, it's a gift when you have two teams, for example, because today you see it's a pre-season, it's hot, it's heavy for the players, it's not that really easy. And sometimes I need the guys coming from the bench, and that's what I try to implement to my team. Make sure the competition between them are clean and nice, and as well, when one gets the opportunity to play, he plays. Because now I have a big difficult task to do because the starting 11 in Georgia is going to be very tough because I love all of them. But if we have to play 22 players, all of them will play. But unfortunately, it's 11. Like I said to them, the starter don't really matter. If the starter did well, okay. If you don't do well, next time is another one who are more hungry. That's the mentality I'm in, and I want my player to be in too.
Otázka znala, či máš nejaké otázniky ohľadom zostavy pred zápasom v Tbilisi. V prvom rade by som chcel povedať, že vždy dávam šancu tomu, kto najlepšie trénuje, títo chalani trénujú naozaj veľmi dobre, A potešilo ma dnes to, že prvý počas bol z našej strany dobrý a keď potom prišli hráči v druhom počase, tak boli v podstate, tak to bolo ešte lepšie. Čiže naozaj ma to potešilo, aká je medzi nimi zdravá súťaživosť a zdravá konkurencia. To je naozaj veľmi dôležité, aby vždy, keď niekto nastúpi, tak priniesol do tej hry niečo dobré, niečo pozitívne. Takže mám samozrejme nejakú predstavu, ale to rozhodovanie sa o tej 11 nebude ľahké, lebo hráči mi naozaj dnes dali nejaké otázniky v pozitívnom slova zmysle, ale stále môžu dať iba 11, takže musím sa pre nich rozhodnúť. Takže vidím to asi takto. Mám ešte jednu otázku z pohľadu času. Ak nie, ďakujem pekne, ešte prišli a potom sa vidíme v Gruzínsku.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Pevný. Ďakujem.
Dovidenia.
No nič. Čaká nás pičná polhodia na ženách. Which is bad. Čaká nás polhodia na ženách. Oh, which is bad. Oh, fuck me. Potrebujem, aby sa znova to teplo zredukovalo. Keď to píkuje to teplo? Zajtra píkuje. Zajtra máme pík. A v nedeľu by už malo ísť dole a v pondelok by už malo byť suchota. Je to problém, no ideme na tie ženy. Máme tu nejaký podmas Tuchelov. Tuchel to prekabátil. Ako len takú stratégiu dať, jak pičus. Ako stiahnuť ich, jak pičusov. Kde je Tuchel?
Že počúvaj, to si ale musíš urobiť pekne močenku, dobre promo, že budeš v tejto relácii, aby to všetci pozreli. Nie, koľko mal by to močenku? No, 4000. Super, ne? No čo, ideme na to? Môžeme. Tú plakátku máme. Jedeme, ešte raz.
Upakové úžasnom až sem praská. Kradne sa tu opálkom rasten, raská.
Dnes natáčame správu z Lupakovačky Sodery. A dnes tu nie je Alex, pretože minule neposlúchala.
A čo?
Tak som si zavolal môjho kamaráta Lasa Penčíka Močenka. Dobre som to vyslovil? Ale teraz vážne, Alex má nejakú hudobnú cestu v Prahe, ale rozhodol som sa, že aby tá relácia bola taká pestrejšia, tak si sem tam zavoláme nejakého kamaráta známeho, ktorý má chuť sa vyjadriť k tomu, že politici niekedy bohužiaľ sú hlupáci, ale viackrát a väčšinou robia z nás hlupákov. Pozeral si tie relácie cez Áno, jasne. No, ale niektorých ľuďom nepozerať, ale niektorých zase. Vlastne ja môžem robiť. Ty si človek, ktorý vidí, ktorý to majú. Áno, si trošku taký skratší pôdu a poľnohospodárstvo a mňa minulý týždeň zaujal pán minister pôdohospodárstva Takáč. Nemám rád klamárov, teraz ti niečo pustím, kde sa pán Takáč vyjadril o tom, keď máme tú konsolidáciu, to už asi vieš čo je, keď si zaregistroval, že ako on strašne konsoliduje.
Šetrí desiatky miliónov eur porovnaní s predchádzajúcim rokom. Za 2 roky som prepustil, skonsolidoval viac ako 20% zamestnancov na ministerstve pôdohospodárstva vrátane podriadených organizácií.
Počul si to povedal. Ja som si samozrejme hneď, každý človek si dneska vládne, chytal som si verejne dostupných informácie, čo povedal. Takže táto tabulka hovorí o tom, že okolo tohto zvýšil počet zamestnancov, čiže keby som to priemeroval, on povedal, že sa zvýšil počet zamestnancov o 20%, tak zvýšil sa priemere o 3%. Ale to je len tá, by som povedal, možno trošku lepšia správa. Tá horšia je, že povedal, že šetrí desiatky miliónov, takže aby si to videl, vlastne rozdiel mzdových nákladov v rokoch 24 a 25 je vlastne plus 67 miliónov. Ešte o 50 miliónov viacej za to. Čo si myslíš o politikoch, ktorí takto úplne bezpreho otvorení klamu bez občanov do tváre?
Je to tragédia. Toto sa volíme, on sa volíme 30 ľudí. Jedného ruského umelca ako druhého. Jedného umelca odstavia a príde väčší umelec. Už za chvíľku začneme ich volať, že národní umelci.
No ale jedna dosť dôležitá téma. Asi si všimol, keď bývaš na vidieku a nošenku, že málo prší.
Áno.
Ty si určite pamätáš, ako vyzerali voľakedy migrácie a závaly na Slovensku. No a to, čo ma priznám sa úplne nahnul, lebo ja som pôvodným povolaním tiež polnohospodár, keď sa už zbavili. Tak počúvajú moje lento.
Ale ešte najkončo vodu niekde tak, ako to robil kedysi pán Kravčík, že tam stával tie vodné lesy a hráčky a všetko plastových pokroky niekde, tak tam sa musí urobiť zásadné opatrenie, ako bola tá starina.
Mimochodom aj tie vodozadržné opatrenia hráčských v lesoch a tak sú po nás veľmi dôležité a bolo by treba v tomto pokračovať. Ale ja hovorím o tom konkrétnom príklade, keď ste sa pýtali, konkrétny príklad boli sme pri Zemplínskej Šírave, tam je vody dosť, tam tá hladina nejde dole, dá sa použiť.
Nepočuli sme riešenie, že chcú povedať, že sa rozprávať. Viete, koho sa spýtajte sa pôvodom, s ktorými sedíte v opozícii, lebo tí za 3,5 roka si málo, že nespravili, že vôbec nič. Samozrejme, že toto je dlhodobý a veľký problém, to nie je otázka diskusie na hodinu. V prvom rade treba povedať, áno, je pravda, že historicky treba poďakovať našim predkom, ktorí vybudovali hydromeliorace z hľadiska závlavových systémov, to boli rôzne prečerpávačky, kanále a sústavy, ktoré boli zakopané v zemi.
Teraz povedal pravdu, že môžem povedať na tým, ale zabudol povedať jednu vec, že to zanedbal za tých 30 rokov, a čo to zničil. Takže on má pocit, že všetko je dôsledkom toho, že za ostatné 3 roky sa nič nerobilo, ale Smer je vo vláde 16. rok, to znamená, že v podstate počas ostatných 20 rokov vládli 16 rokov a dali všetky závlohové systémy a meliorácie zdevastovať. Neviem, čo si o tom myslíš ty, ale môžem ti pustiť, čo si, teda potom dám ti slovo, čo si o tom myslia poľnohospodári na východe Slovenska.
Pánovi Takáčovi, aby sa prišiel pozrieť. Nie, ja by som mu rovno povedal, že nech odstúpi, lebo väčší dôkaz diletantstva a neschopnosti, nekompetentnosti ako okrese, kde vyhráva pravidelne Smer voľby, si už nemôže objednať. Väčší dôkaz diletantstva už nemôže objednať. Nefunkčné závahy v 50-ročnom klimatickom cyklu. Jeho obľúbenom Ligningovom
Poviem tomu, to osobne tento pán teda povedal, ale videl som, čo si pamätám, ako chlapec, kde boli závlahy, konkrétne obec zločinu, pamätám, kde boli čerpadlá, to nie je presne ktorom, boli čerpadlá, veľká hala, taká plechová, oblúková hala, a niekto to sprivatizoval a teraz tam majú autovrakoviska. Tam, kde boli čerpadlá. A tam, kde boli tieto kanály, kde boli naťahnuté kanály, odkiaľ sa čerpala tá voda, tak tie boli zarastené, strašne zarastené. Ale musím povedať, že minulý mesiac to niekto začal čistiť tie kanály. Nejaké stroje, vyčistili. Som bol prekvapený. No ale to je pekné, že si to potrube, ktoré je naťahnuté v zemi, ktoré treba použiť. To sa ti slúžia, ventily. Ale to je všetko nefunkčné, to je rozkladbité, nefunkčné a to už nikdy nestojací.
A to je tak, že toto naši predkovia vybudovali, toto fungovalo, celá východoslovenská nížina, západoslovenská nížina a záhore boli pod závlahami, boli taká naša záhradka, boli sme takmer na 100% sebestačný vo výrobe potravín, skončilo, všetko sa rozkradlo, rozpadlo, rozavelo, my máme závlahy, ale je 50-ročné cyklo, budeme minimálne urobiť a politika tvária, že veď my sme za to neodpovední, že toto tak samé sa to stalo, ako sa to hovorí s tým Japoncom.
Ale som sa minulý týždeň rozprával s jedným pánom, poľnohospodárom, a povedal, že je veľmi zle, keď na tento týždeň začína taká večer, tak mi povedal, tento týždeň začne hovoriť, že veľmi zle. To je strašné. Je také ticho, že tak sa posúva tam. A keď Boh vie, aká bude urobiť. To som treba najviac na tým ticho. A on mi to minulý týždeň rozprával a povedal, že tento týždeň
Tento týždeň bola ešte taká udalosť, bol to, že Dní tvoja, bol tam náš premiér.
Všetkých vás pekne pozdravujem z významnej poľnohospodárskej výstavy a je to 15. ročník celoslovenských Dní tvoja. Je to obrovská výstava, na ktorej mali možnosť ľudia vidieť nielen najmodernejšiu poľnohospodárskú techniku, ale aj najmodernejšie výdobytky, pokiaľ ide o rastlinu výrobu. Ak ste niekde v okolí Trnavy, prosím, vôjdite sem, stojí to určite za.
Úprimne, akože keby som sa živil ako poľnohospodár, tak keby som myslel na takúto výstavu, a príde tam premiér, ktorý je premiér 17 rokov, tam 14. Máme zdevastované poľnohospodárstvo a potravinárska výroba nás neexistuje, tak by som sa tam asi na neho dočkaredo pozrel a keby som bol na mieste pána Fica, by som tam nešiel. Myslím si, že má vôbec okrem teda nejakého politického významu pre ňoho, má nejaký dôvod tam chodiť, lebo to je jedna veľká hampa, čo spravili poľnohospodárstvo a potravinárstvo.
Môžem súhlasiť. Ja si to pamätám v 90. roku, 91. A potom prišiel ten nepodar Turina. Všetci nám slubovali, že bude nejakú veselačarku, že naša zem, že národ je pracovníci, zúčený, všetko máme, bude a 30 rokov nás klamu a Švajčarsko kde? Bude chudobnejšie a chudobnejšie.
Dobre, ideme od Slúska. Všetci tí politici, o ktorých hovoríme, žijú z nejakých peniazí. Pre nich to nie je poslanie, že politici, pre nich je to práca. A veľmi dobre platí. Teraz vyputla taká aféra, tu sleduje Čínsková matka, ktorá ešte tie kamarátov dlhodobé žili a profitovali máš prehľad. Všetci útočia na pani Šimečkovú, na pani Fukovú, potom teraz začali zase útočiť na Fica za to, že platí financie štátnych peňazí, potom paradoxne Matovič, ten útočí na obidve strany, pričom podľa mňa najväčší biznis v úvodzovkách na politike mal práve on, pretože pri počte členov strany Slovene dostával za výsledky vo voľbách 10 miliónov eur, ktoré prelieval vždy do tej svojej spoločnosti Region Press. Tak som si postiahoval pár videí, aby sme sa pobavili, že ako navzájom jeden na druhého kýdajú v tom mediálnom priestore. Tak nebudem to komentovať, iba to pustím jedno za druhým.
Picová rodina, nakupujete bratislavské
To
piči.
je jaká, nie? To je jaká, ja som si dal. To vypustím bláznice.
Stranickú SROčku berie 10 000 eur plat. No tak sa poďme pozrieť, ako to funguje. Robert Fico je šéf Smeru, ktorý získal za výsledok vo voľbách 23 miliónov eur.
No, toto hovorí pán Zámnik, ktorá dostala zo štátnych peňazí za obdobie svojej licencie 10 miliónov eur a všetky skončili na Matovičových účtoch alebo na účtoch jeho manželky Pavlinky. Potom ďalší, tuto sa zazdušňoval zase Matovič.
Ale potrebovali si opätovne buchnúť do nás a napísať mimoriadne tupý a neférový napis. Čítam napis, veľký zoznam prekrát, aktuálny svetný Stretničňa, veľký zoznam ľudí na Matovičovej vytvářnej kázi. Našli sme na ňom syna Jozefa Pročka aj mená známe z parlamentu. Primitívnym spôsobom nás zopluli a dnes tento článok zdieľajú všetci zväzoláci Slovenska a sveta, lebo je s ním zahltený celý svet.
Budem to povedať, že zase dáme tak všetci žijú peňazí nás, daňových poplatníkov. Svojich, platíte dane a oni by sa všetci tie peniaze vymajú. Ale to by boli aspoň dobrí hospodári, že by si to zaslúžili. Ale krajinu priviedli do toho na 30 a teraz si tu idú ako také hašterivé ženy na trhovisku, ospravedlňujem sa pani Mendotičke, akože vyjadrujú na oči, že kto viacej zneužíva tie štátne peniaze a kto je na tom viacej záleží. Všetci žijú na tých dám.
Chudá, to je ako odvážaný pozornosť. No, to je odvážaný pozornosť. Idioti, pozerajte sa, koľko zarába Matovič. On to už znal. Idioti, pozerajte, koľko zarába Fico. My sa tu budeme hádať, povedzme, že sa vlastne nepozrieme sa to, ale budeme sa hádať, že kto je väčší pes, či Fico alebo Matovič. A potom zistíme 3 roky sa vzťahujú ďalšie voľby a zase bude krátko.
To sa máš niekto opierať?
Zase tu, áno, a už sa je 30 rokov. Ja si len pamätám, ja mám veľmi ťažké cesty, keď došla tá ústatná osoba Merkelová, keď prišla za moci a keď nám sľubovala, ja sa to pamätám, tie výroky, to ešte bolo plno v televízii, povedala nám tá osoba, povedala, že do roku 2020 sa životná úroveň na západe a u nás akože východný východ a tzv. Stred, že sa vyrovná. No bola sa už 20-30 a ešte by som povedal, z ktorej sa tie nožnice otvorili.
Vlato, ja ti to poviem tak, že my sme si mysleli vrátane mňa, naivne, v tom 89. ale v 90 rokov, že tým štátom a tým politikom na západe záleží na tom, aby sme mali aj my rovnakú životnú úroveň, ako majú oni. Ale pravda je iná. Oni potrebovali obsadiť naše trhy, získať naše podniky strategické preto, aby sme my našou prácou udržiavali ich životnú.
Ja si veľmi vážim ľudí, ktorí majú vysokú školu. Samozrejme, opravdu urobenú, ktorí sú vzdelaní a je to aj vidieť na nich niečo. Mám teda vždycky, keď dám vysokú školu, a doktorky, ako to slovo vnúka mám, chodí na vysokú školu. Ja si všetci ľudí, ktorí, to je jedno, čo je vzdelaný, to je inteligent, a vysoká škola, to je športy, keď to berieme, to je prvá liga. Vysoká škola je prvá liga.
Mala by byť.
Mala by byť, lenže teraz, keď tak pozerám, a títo absolventi tej prvej ligy, ako je Matovič a ten na Fico, ten slovník, to kde prebožíme o tom? To ja môžem tak rozprávať, ja tam mocenku, ja môžem takto rozprávať. Oni tak búria, celú spoločnosť robia zle všetci.
Chcem si počuť dve také videáky a dobre, pustím a počúvaj, čo tam hovoria a potom sa ten čo opýtam.
Áno.
Ja osobne nebudem kandidovať v komunálnych alebo regionálnych voľbách, ale KDH je aj regionálna strana, ktorá má veľmi silné zastúpenie v regiónoch. Máme vyše 200 starostov, máme primátorov, máme župana, takže tam dáme dosť veľkú energiu, pretože myslíme si, že táto krajina potrebuje víziu, kde potrebujeme spojiť aj národnú legislatívu a víziu na tej národnej úrovni.
To si to povedal ako slovo, že to potrebujú. Oni potrebujú víziu, majú víziu. To je na teba víziu. No povedal aj to sní, to zás rozprávka. Medový motív
Zase, ja si teraz trošku, ako sa hovorí, vyhnám politicky, lebo ja tvrdím, že politická strana právo na pravdu na rozdiel od ostatných politických strán má plán. Čo si myslíš, že čo? Víziu alebo plán?
Určite plán. Na všetko musí mať plán. Musí sa pripraviť. Aj na najzákladnejšiu vec musí sa ideš niečo robiť, ideš niečo opraviť a musíš vedieť, ako to ide opraviť. Ale keď tam ideš bez hlavo len, tak sa nejak sa to urobí. Veď sa to, nejak sa to urobí. Tak to potom to aj tak dopadne, naša republika už 30 rokov to dopadá.
Skúsim tu ďalší prípad, akože absolútne prvého klamstva na kameru. Je to úplne z iného súdka, ale pamätáš si roky 2020 až 2023 a tie šialenstva, čo tu vyvádzali a zatýkali ľudí a jedli pred kamerami a dávali ich do väzby, niektorí tam aj zomrali. Pani Píková, ktorá bola vtedy ministerka spravodlivosti, otvorila otázku diváka, to je také vstupné reláciu na teatri, že či sa teda necíti vinná za to, že hlavne teda pri dvoch akciách policajných Búrka a Vykrico za desiatky sudcov tie konania končia a všetci sú oslobodení, ale prípad ten divák, či to je normálne, že niekoho obviniť, zobrať do väzby, zničiť mu kariéru, život, povesť a že po 6 rokoch mu povedať, prepáčte, no tak nič sa nestalo, žite si svoj život ďalej. Teraz to je počúvať, čo to je.
Ak im sa má niekto ospravedlniť za to, že boli vzatí do väzby, tak boli vzatí do väzby za vlády ešte ministra Suska, ktorý bol vlastne, keď ich vláda bola pri moci, aj s Pellegrinim ako premiérom, naozaj to bolo z toho času. Takže ja som vtedy, ja som vtedy naozaj nebola ministerka, nie je to tak.
Takto, ona sa vyjadrila k tomu, že údajne tých ľudí v Astrauke Búrka a Vykrica brali do väzby, keď ona nebola ministerka. To je vláda, kde bola ona ministerkou, bola vymenovaná 21. marca 2020. Prvá akcia Búrka bola síce 11. marca 2020, ale sudcov, vzatí sudcov do väzby sa rozhodovalo až 14. marca. To znamená, že klamala, pretože ona už bola ministerka a ďalšia kauza Vykrica, tak tá bola až 28. októbra. Takže ona normálne povie celému národu, to tam je jednu bohatú lož, ona je s tým trošku roky.
A neviem si to predstaviť, bola toho, že tam je rok. Neverím tomu, že takto to použije. Tí ľudia si tam rozprával, že on tam bol rok v base, neprávo. Veď to je niečo hrozné pre vás za nič. Veľa ľudí nevie, čo to je, keď sa dá v miesto, trikrát ten vám utre a nechajú ľudia tam. A zoberú tú slobodu.
Iným pocitom si tam, keď vieš, že si niečo vyviedol, a iným pocitom, keď vieš, že si nevíš. Keď si tým myslíš, že na záver také skôr vtipy, alebo možno niečo, na tým sa pozastavíme, lebo hovoril si, že tí politici majú naozaj zvláštny slovník.
Pre Fica je to najväčší problém s prepáčením, lebo si pred 2 rokmi nastral do huby. Lebo on jednoducho vtedy povedal, ale nie v živom vysielaní.
Ale normálne, aby takto sa vyjadroval.
Ale ja keď ho pozerám, dosť on iba takýto slovník má. Ja neviem, on ako on vysokú školu, to Trnave absolvoval tento školu. A on kde to absolvoval? Ale ja si myslím, že je to Sladkým, čo je to nejaký. Asi, hej. Nemôžem hovoriť Sladkým, čo je jaká super škola. Ja keď som tam, že tedy boli na prácach, boli že cukrovare, ešte fungoval cukrovar, keď tam boli na útržbe a tedy tam zakladali tú vysokú školu. Sladkým, čo náhodou, ozaj obrovskou náhodou. My sme tam stretli s jedným učiteľom a z útržba, tam to bol ten útržbár Abakového z Kastiela. A on sa pýta, preboha živelení povedzte, že zakladáte vysokú školku, kto to bude učiť? Hovorili, lebo tí učiteľia, tí, čo učia v Nitre alebo v Bratislave, alebo kde sú, tak oni ako to budú učiť, keď to budú tam učiť doma, ako pôjdu sa s tým, a to my vysvetlíme. My to ani my nevieme, ale to už oni nejaké vymyslia. Takto sedí ten učiteľ a to už je dobrých 25 rokov.
Tam bola, neviem, aké fakulty tam ešte boli, ja viem, že tam bola právnická fakulta a všetci právnici, lebo som právnik, tak hovorili, že to nie je vysoká škola, ale učilište. Tam si väčšinou chodili len pre diplom. Na záver, poslednú vec, bolo to celkom dosť. Bela Bugár,
Jasne.
Bol v jednom rozhovore, kde akože, ako skúsim zhľadiť, čo to je, to je príjemné, ale...
Podľa môjho názoru bola dosť šokujúca ministerka hospodárstva, ktorá má na starosti aj podnikateľské prostredie a vôbec všetko okolo ekonomiky hospodárstva, predložila na vládu správu odbornú, konkrétne z Inštitútu pre stratégie a analýzy a od Inštitútu hospodárskych analýz, Jednoducho Slovensko patrí k najslabším, čo sa týka konkurencieschopnosti, podnikania. Sme 23. krajina z 27, máme vysoké mzdy, náklady na prácu sú obrovné, starneme, vysoké daňové odvodové zaťaženie, ekonomika naša je príliš závislá od aut.
No ale on, ten Bela je tam oproti. A veď on to nastavoval, tento systém, on tam bol. A on teraz ide niečo rozprávať. On teda nastavoval.
Ty si ma predbehol, ja to nechaj počúvajú.
A máme obrovské problémy s inováciou, so školami, tam dávame najmenej. Čiže celé všetko zle, vláda to dobrala na vedomie a išla ďalej.
Problém je v tom, že keby len že zoberie na vedomie aj na základe týchto údajov začne robiť, dá sa povedať, tie prorastové opatrenia, tak poviem, že aspoň sa niečo robí.
No, skrátim to, kritizuje samozrejme všetkých a každého a úprimne akože je aj dôvod každého všetkých kritizovať. Ale Bela Bugár a Robert Fico majú jednu vec spoločnú, vieš ktorú? Že politici sú od roku 1989 žijú z politiky, žijú z peňazí, ktoré teda buď cez politickú stranu alebo z iných zdrojov získavali. Toto je človek, ktorý je posledný v rade tých, ktorí by mali právo na to kritizovať, pretože na jeho mieste by som len sa postavil pred národ a teda by som, a nielen všetky ostatné, ktorí vládli občania, prepáčte, zničili sme túto krajinu, odpustite nám, ideme niekde do dôchodku, sa tu neukážeme a dáme šancu niekomu novému, mladému a schopnému, ale to sa nedočkáš. Normálne ma fascinuje tá drzosť, lebo inak to nazvať neviem, že on si dovolí kritizovať politikov, pričom on je spolupáchateľom toho, čo tu je. A mňa ako občana tejto krajiny, občana Slovenska, všetky tieto výroky tých politikov urážajú, pretože oni ma majú fakt zahlúpať. Takýto som mal víkend, ktorý som si tu pripravil. Občania Slovenska, dúfam, že sa vám tá relácia páčila. Laco má záverečné slovo.
Ja mám záverečné iba došli povedať, že túto darebáci, ak budem nepodar, Bugár, a ten ďalší nepodar Fico, kecali, to bola privatizácia. Kecali všetci Hosanna, jak ma bude dobre, Hosanna, kecali. Rozpovedali všetky podniky, Hosanna, teraz my máme holúry, máme drahý benzín, máme drahé jedlo a teraz kde je Hosanna. A zase niečo iné rozprávajú. Teraz počúvať Fica, že jak nám zase bude len dobre, keď spravíme jak nás, a to už 30 rokov nám bude dobre.
Dobre, ja som na záver ešte pár vecí povedať našim divákom. Chceme dať šancu aj nejakým ľuďom vidieka z východoslovenského kraja, z východoslovenského kraja, západoslovenského kraja. Ak máte aj vy pocit, že politici sú hlupáci a máte zachytené nejaké ich prejavy, ktoré by ste chceli zverejniť, alebo robia niečo, z toho jednoznačne vyplýva, že zná z občanov Slovenska robia hlupákov. Pozrite sa nám najlepšie na adresu zoroslav.sk. Ak bude ten váš príbeh alebo nám zaujímavý, tak si môžete nám budete sedieť na miesto Lása Berčíka.
A môžete múdrejšie niečo povedať.
Takže ďakujeme za pozornosť, ďakujem za návštevu.
Som veľmi rád, že som bol tu ako taký pilotný projekt. Nazvime to tak.
Presne tak. Takže dovidenia.
Pilotný projekt. Znovu si dozvieme všetky informácie v Fall of Exile. my potrebujeme nahradiť pyčný trón. Trón musí ísť do paseky. Trón musí skončiť. Trón musí skončiť, trón je masívna hniloba. Samozrejme, tá práca na tom, aby trón skončil. Bude dlhá, bude náročná. Bude dlhá, bude náročná. Ale trón musí skončiť, trón musí ísť do paseky, do paškvilu a do šarlatána. Trón musí skončiť, musí ísť do paškvilu, musí ísť do ryti. Trón musí skončiť. Samozrejme, tvrdo rázne sa pracuje na to, aby trón skončil. Ale chvíľu to potrvá. Žien sme dali slušnú šarlatánsku vec. 535 žien. 60% žien je za nami. Trón je veľká srakora. Veľká srakora, ktorá musí odísť do paškvilu. Trón musí odísť do paškvilu. Trón musí odísť do paseky. Trón musí odísť. Trón musí odísť do paškvilu. Trón musí odísť do paseky. Trón musí finišovať. Trón musí skončiť. Trón musí odísť do paškvilu. Tron musí odísť do paseky. Tron musí odísť. Tron musí skončiť. A dali sme jedného polera na ženách. Poviem už teraz, keď sa nemusíme meniť. Nemusíme to pretrčať ako jebovia. Si sme ešte nedali. 15 000 v hrubom sme nedali. To je zvláštne. Toto je posledná várka tu vzadu. Dali sme to na tých 16 000. Vymenili sme 14. Skoro. Nakoniec sme utratili tých 15 000 v hrubom, v hrubého zisku. Čistého samozrejme nie. Skill damage bolo zišlo aj na 84. To je všetko. Chýbalo nám nejaké hrubé zisky, chýbalo nám nejaké čisté zisky. Jo, trochu také buržoázne. Snažíme sa nejako prežiť v tejto divočine, nie je to ľahké. Každý z nás vie, že tých časov, aký sme sa dožili, je to strašne brutálne. Potrebujeme šperk. Potrebujeme šperk. Poďme skúsiť líznúť ten šperk. Malo by to stačiť. A šperk. Color of the new moon. Color of the new moon. Tak sa to hýba v branži, áno? To je to, čo sme liezli. Color of the new moon. Tak sa to hýba v branži. Ako dali sme nejaké pretolízačky. Samozrejme tie čísla sú malé. Let's find out. Два. Ale konec trónu sa najúprostne blíži. Konec trónu sa najúprostne blíži. Títo ich mali za chvíľu začať. Čudám, že to ešte nespustili. Že to ešte neprodia. Tam tiež 22 000. Tiež by bolo dobre vylízať ženy. Ale už som unavený už tento trón. Už je taká chorá páseka. Strašne chorá páseka tento trón.
He is the leader of popular conservatism, Mark Littlewood. Welcome, Mark.
Hi, Kev. Great to be with you.
Good to have you, mate. Well, first up, I know you're a great football fan. I don't want to dwell too much on this, but I'll tell you what I think. I think no ifs, no buts for that capitulation by Thomas Tuchel last night. Timid Thomas. The terrible tactic of dropping back and trying to park the bus and defend against Argentina of all teams. He snatched what I think was an almost definite victory. He snatched defeat from the jaws. Snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. It was a disgrace. It was a disgrace. And I, you know, he seems like a nice guy, and I'm not doubting his commitment to the team, but I think he should be sacked. The FA is saying we're going to stand by him. I don't think there's a single England fan in the country who wants him to stay. They want him to be punished for what he did to our team. We are out of the World Cup because of his timid tactics. He should not have done what he did, taking Anthony Gordon off, the goal scorer, as having the game of his life. What on earth was replacing him with a big defender? We had a wall of big defenders that Tuchel hoped would just block this barrage of constant shots and crosses from the Argentinians. Basically, we had 12% of possession after Anthony Gordon's goal. I think after that, the other 88% of possession was Lionel Messi, who killed us. But Tuchel wrecked that game for us. He should be sacked.
I'm not as harsh as you, Kevin, on that regard. Look, he got it all wrong. He put every chip he had on red and it came up black. Had we clung on for another 10 minutes, he would be hailed as a tactical genius with the most unbelievable rearguard defence ever. But unfortunately, results matter, don't they? There was no plan B here. There was no insurance plan. If Argentina equalised, we were going to lose. And 88% possession from the 54th minute onwards, you're almost certainly going to let in a goal.
Yeah,
but it's a game of inches. It was a game of inches. I mean, if Bellingham had got out just slightly quicker to Fernandes, they wouldn't have equalised. I'm a more forgiving man, but yeah, I mean, look, it's despairing. I mean, I've spent a day in the darkest. I really thought we had a chance of winning it this time round. 5 minutes of normal time to get to the World Cup final. Wasn't to be. And tragically, this is always the story of England, isn't it, Kev? When we come up against a really good team in the World Cup finals, we lose. No disrespect to Norway or Mexico, but they're not elite teams.
Yeah,
as soon as we run into an elite team, we lose.
I agree. Well, I don't think we had to lose that game last night. I really don't. We were beating them, I think, until we retreated after scoring. We should have gone for another goal. That's what they couldn't handle.
That substitution.
Oh, don't even talk about it.
We didn't give any attacking option. I mean, we didn't have any outlet. Kane and Bellingham are not counter-attacking players. So if you're going to take Anthony Gordon off after 72 minutes, put on Saka, put on Madueke. Don't put on Dan Burns much as I love him.
God, it's just so depressing. Well, let's park that and let's talk about the political ramifications. Because those
are more depressing.
Yeah, those Argentinian players, some of them who play their football here in the Premier League in Britain, who unfurled that banner that said Las Malvinas son Argentinas. In other words, the Falklands are Argentina's. Should be punished severely by FIFA because there's a strict no politics rule. But I'm afraid that FIFA have one hell of a record of being rather kind to the Argentinians. I mean, they got away with decision after decision last night. They've had some very dodgy VAR decisions in their favour throughout this tournament, to the extent that it's been renamed VARgentina. And we know that FIFA kind of want Argentina to win because they make one hell of a lot of money out of Messi, the world's greatest footballer. So those players who unfolded that disgusting banner should be punished. My suggestion would be they shouldn't be allowed to play in the final, but FIFA's track record with Argentina would suggest that they'll get off scot-free.
Yeah, I think I'm probably somewhere in the middle between you, Kev, and FIFA. I hate players being suspended from football matches for things that are not associated with your on-field behaviour. I would think that after the final, a 10-match suspension for each and every player would be reasonable. I also think the English FA need to start fighting a little bit harder. That if Argentina are going to unfurl that banner without serious reprisals, then we're going to unfurl banners about the Belgrano and 1982 next time we play Argentina, and we would expect to do so without any repercussions ourselves. The English FA, I'm afraid, do not lobby at all well for the English team. I don't want politicians to do it, but I do want the association to do it. So I don't want the final to be ruined, but let's be honest, Kev, every Englishman's going to be a Spaniard for the next 2 days, right? I really hope Spain beat Argentina in the final. But
I
if
think
there
they will,
should be a
by the way.
punishment, but I don't want it to affect the football.
Yeah, I think they.
Yeah, I think they will win it.
They're a better. They're a better team. Look. Let's talk about. This is you talked about the government. I do think it's time for our government, Burnham, I suppose now, to make a very serious statement a declaration to Argentina. Stop all this Malvinas nonsense. You're not getting them. You're never getting them. Because moments after they won that semi-final last night, they lodged an official complaint that a British warship, surprised to learn that we even had one, but apparently a British warship had, according to the Argentinians, entered illegally Argentinian maritime territory, entered their waters. Meanwhile, before the game, their foreign minister said, Britain illegally occupies these islands. We do not. They are inhabited by 4,000 British citizens, British passport holders who do not want to be Argentinian. 255 British servicemen gave their lives to protect those islands back in 1982. And I think our government should say, shut up, you're not getting those islands. Don't let them play these games with us.
Yeah, Kev, you're completely right on that. But the problem is, and the reason that our new Prime Minister won't say that, is you need to be consistent across the board. I take exactly your view on the Falkland Islands, but I also take that view on the Chagos Islands and Gibraltar.
Yeah.
I am in favour of self-determination, and if the population within the British Isles, within British protection, wish to remain, we should defend that utterly. But it's very difficult to take a tough line on the Falklands, isn't it, Kev? If you're basically giving away the Chagos Islands, there's some suggestion that Burnham will do that, and more or less giving away Gibraltar. So we need a Prime Minister who's going to be absolutely consistent across the board here. Otherwise, it looks like you're complaining about a football match, not about important matters of democratic sovereignty. So I say, if you want to stay and you're part of Britain and the United Kingdom, you can stay and we will defend you. 99.8% of Falkland Islanders voted to stay British. 99.8%. Unbelievable. I mean, North Korean levels of voting there, but a genuine democratic. Only 3 people voted against being British. Only 3.
That's it. Out of 4,000.
This is done and dusted.
Yeah. I mean, I just had Simon Weston as a guest on the show. And just talking to him, a man who was severely wounded, terribly burned when the Sir Galahad went down. More than 40 of his colleagues on that ship died.
Okay, so now the problem is that we need more pirates here to be able to serve. There we go. Okay, so now that should fill that need. We're good. It'll go up a little bit over time. It is trending up, so we're good. Yahar. Prices has been
Check Corsico.
Cool.
To vyjde deň za rančermi.
Not to mention some of our crew died too. So we got to get more people. Like, I got to get more people to do anything. So it might be best just to send out a crew to like. Oh, that's a pirate captain over there we can meet. Phoenix on the Run. Recommended stats: maneuverability 24 and above, armor 4 and above. Rewards, looks like we'll get that pirate captain. That definitely seems like what Blackbeard would do. We would go down that tier. Treasure Cave will have black powder. Raven in the Jungle would be more for money. Treasure. I need to find people though. Okay, that's going up. We're good. Had to make sure that was all set.
Toto vyzerá ako solidná vec
Pirates'
tiež.
way of life is under attack.
Stopping the riots.
And here you are, stranded with nothing but the clothes on your back. Build, manage, and rule your pirate haven. Turn your shabby settlement into a thriving hideout. Keep your crew happy, set up production
on
lines,
board, and
run a tight ship.
We need 20 rope to upgrade next year.
What's this? Pirates.
I need ropes,
Wild
but
Island.
gotta go find those.
With
Or
enough
like,
resources, you
unlock
can
the tech.
extend your reach, build mighty ships, and explore the seven seas.
Right, well, let's try the cave. And maybe we'll get started with Blackbeard's.
Jediné, čo sa mi nepáči, je to, že je to dali také vysoké. Že je to také kopcovité. Keby to nebolo také kopcovité, možno sa dá spraviť, že si robíš pláž. Malú pláž iba.
The pirate's way of life is under attack. And here you are, stranded with nothing but the clothes on your back. Build, manage, and rule your pirate haven. Turn your shabby settlement into a thriving hideout. Keep your crew happy, set up production lines, and run a tight ship. Ready.
What's this? Pirates.
No niečo takéto. Toto je dobrý ostrov. Možno sa dá urobiť v customizácii. Takýto ostrov, plochy, flatnutý, bez hor.
With enough resources, you can extend your reach, build mighty ships, and explore the seven seas. The pirate's way of life is under attack.
Arrest them!
Our very survival hangs by a thread. And here you are, stranded with nothing but the clothes on your back. But this is where the dream begins, mate. The question is, how will you build your legacy?
To je na sračku takéto, že to je takéto.
You'll start small with a simple shanty town, but soon it'll be much more. Build, manage, and rule your pirate haven. Turn your shabby settlement into a thriving hideout. Build wherever you like, and reach heights others wouldn't dare. Keep your crew happy, set up production lines, and run a tight ship. With enough resources, you can extend your reach, build mighty ships, and explore the seven seas.
Tie hory sa mi nepáčia, že také kopcovité.
Or rewards await.
Toto, že tak sa stávaš do kopcu, jak jebo.
But how you lead. Will you rule the seas, plunder great treasures, become a legend, or dare to claim it all? So, matey, I'll ask again. How will you build your legacy?
Ak tam existuje, ak sa tam dá mať normálnu klasickú pláž iba, nie takú kopcovitú sračku, ale podľa toho, ako to vidím, tak je to založené na kopcovitej sračke. Sa mi narentuje. Kopcovitá sračka sa mi narentuje. A možno je tam aj možnosť nemať kopcovitú sračku.
$255 of his colleagues, comrades, died generally through that war. Just talking to Simon, you just think, how dare you, Argentina? And you are never getting these islands back. I just think we should make that statement, but knowing the Labour government and knowing Andy Burnham, I doubt that is going to come. Let's move on.
Okay.
I know it's shameful. It is shameful. But let's move on. Talking of shameful, what's your reaction, Mark, to the fact that Sir Keir Starmer is his departing gesture after 2 terrible years, disastrous years? His parting gesture was to make, among others, about 26 people he made lords, gave them peerages. Among them was Sadiq Khan, the wrecker of London, the worst mayor in history anywhere, who's turned this capital city into a city of danger, where women and children fear to tread.
TalkSport star and legendary reporter, of course, regular host of Weekend Breakfast show on TalkSport as well. Good morning. Or is it a good morning, Max?
No, it's a terrible morning, but good morning nonetheless. Look, last night was a capitulation of epic proportions, and all stemming from, in my opinion, the opinion of the vast majority or all TalkSport callers, TalkSport pundits, Thomas Tuchel's tactical decisions.
Napríklad toto je dobrý hostel. Tu máš dosť veľa klasické.
1-0 ahead with a better team, had nullified all of the threats from Argentina. They hadn't had a shot in the first half. And we scored in the 55th minute. And the strange thing that Thomas Tuchel managed to do is make a goal the catalyst for England's demise.
Yeah.
And in taking off Anthony Gordon, the goal scorer, the quickest player on the pitch, the most direct threat in that game for a defender, I think psychologically sent a message to the England players of, we're going to park the bus, we're going to hang off the goalposts and just hope to all hopes that Argentina don't score. And in doing, and in retreating so cowardly, what we did was we gave Argentina the ball that they had very little of for the entirety of the game. We allowed Lionel Messi the freedom of Atlanta, and in doing so, gave them too many opportunities, capitulated, conceded 2 late goals, and our World Cup dream is over. So all of this, for my money, Mark, sorry, is on Thomas Tuchel.
And a lot of people are saying on TalkSport that Tuchel was employed to be the guy that gets it across the line.
Yeah.
And to be brave and to not capitulate and decide to protect a lead, that he wasn't that kind of manager, and that's exactly what he did.
And the irony here, you're absolutely right, the irony is that in one of his first interviews as England manager, he said that the England of Gareth Southgate in the Euro 2024 final were too afraid of getting knocked out and rather than being excited about winning. Now, you could hold up a mirror to Thomas Tuchel. That's exactly what his team demonstrated yesterday. And it's not through fault of the players. I've been skimming international media to understand the response from outside this country. And none of it is about Harry Kane or Jude Bellingham or the stars of this England team. It's all about the collapse and the mentality of this England side. And I must say, because I've been coming on to talk now for the last 5 weeks, Troy.
By to malo začať.
Massive changes to show you today with Path of Exile, Curse of the Oriflamme, which is coming out next week on July 25th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter Rare Finisher effect by following the instructions below. Let's not keep you waiting though. Roll the trailer for Path of Exile, Curse of the Oriflamme.
The Oriflamme calls us to the sea. to a lost wreck that still draws ghostly breath. A curse down below. With my lanterns, we can explore the sea floor. We must find the source of the Orphlane before the brine rot.
A to není Abyss.
Somewhere in the blackest depths, bounty and death await.
To není Abyss, to je sáčka. Ale je tam crafting. Ale majú Abyss, takže reworkli Abyss predsa len. Mercenaries sú naspäť. Tak to bude tučná liga, Mercenaries sú naspäť. Tak to je to masívne. Mercenaries sú masívne, kvalitné veci.
Come find your fortune in the depths of the sea.
Mercenaries sú naspäť. To bude tučné. No tak toto sa bude dlho otáčať. Toto bude 3 týždne
In
určite.
today's stream, we'll be walking you through all the details of Path of Exile, Curse of the Orphlane, where you'll comb the ocean floor discovering sunken artifacts of forgotten origins. Fight the horrors of the deep, and do your best to keep from being crushed by the waters above you. We're revisiting some familiar mechanics to bring new life to systems that have begun, perhaps, to show their age. Abyss and Legion will both be receiving significant upgrades, including a new pinnacle boss for Abyss and a new chase crafting system for unique items in Legion. In addition to revamps of the existing leagues, though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The Mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to Rayclast. Then we'll explain our new endgame system, where you'll join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill balance coming in Curse of the Orphlane. Finally, we'll cover our new set of supporter packs, after which we'll have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will interview Path of Exile's game director Mark, as well as game designers Octavian and Andrew, answering your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile, history has begun to stir beneath Rayclast seas. Hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them. Meet Valerie, a dangerous Corsair captain who needs boots on the ground and on the sea floor to help her retrieve these treasures and unlock their potential. This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast. Then, use those to guide her ship to a patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival Corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power, possessing you and granting you ghastly power for the rest of the area. Once a chart is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign, Valerie, or Val's reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel. Here, Val introduces you to the heart and soul of her ship, quite literally. Vespa, another Pondium native like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Orflame's curse, and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship, he would surely die. The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vespa can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be. How, though, will you avoid a watery grave once sunk below? Vespa controls a spark of the Orphlane, powerful and mysterious magic. which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship. Chief among them, the bathysphere. This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts, and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder. While scouting the depths, in order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place all-flame lanterns. These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper alive and bound to the ship, and give you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them, you will drown. The first of these is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on landing, rushing the water away to reveal horrifying monstrosities, lost treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclass. These strange growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters, as the coral can be broken down into dead man sulfur, the fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning. As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an all-flame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request. There's also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them, if you prefer speed over fine control. Explore and claim what you can while you can. Lost fortunes of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves. You might even find the odd lost missive, waylaid on its travel to its intended recipient. But hey, finders keepers, right? Beware though, as Vesper can only power so many lanterns at once, and that power is finite. On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light. You'll have to rush back to the safety of the bathysphere, escaping the cold clutches of creatures that despise the light you bring. You'll want to place every lantern though, as exploring to collect enough Deadman sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the area for the next step, planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted, storing details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion. Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure. This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by Wildwood Wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot, Calguran shipments lost at sea, and sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters, to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclaw, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them. These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts. Stack all of that together in a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem.
You're no match for us.
In each of the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you, sent down by Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot. Stuff these full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface, safe and sound. Since voyages are built of 9 charts, there's a lot of opportunities to send back plenty of valuables. Once you're satisfied with the plunder from your well-planned voyage, find any of these capsule locations and call the bathysphere to it as you check it out. Val will send it down to your rescue. fast as you can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck. Once you do, don't forget to empty all those capsules full of loot. Now, back to all that dead man sulfur that you've been hard at work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alive? No, it's not. Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks, and you'll find part of the ship at work. Whilst Vesper's body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass resides Vesper's soul, and you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the result of having applied that currency to the original item. You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best to keep for yourself. The others will go up in smoke, as Vesper can only reify a single outcome. This can be done with almost any crafting step you'd like. Want to see a few outcomes for that influenced Exaltador?
Check out this new equipment.
Perhaps you've got a particularly expensive fossil combination you want to get maximum value out of. Do be wary though, as the more potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see it done. That's not all, however, as the seafloor hides some yet undiscovered potential in the form of rare and valuable ducats. These can be consumed by Vesper to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries, such as Kishara's Ducat, which creates 4 ghostly copies of an item, each of which will keep one mod from the original, perfect for creating powerful crafting bases. The Gentile's Ducat, which can solve item or gem requirement problems by changing one attribute to another. And Brinehook's Ducat, with which you can become an emissary of the gods of Raycross. Who knows what these aspects might do? These Ducats come from special types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels throughout Raycross. You may even find some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters. So that covers the new league, and for the first time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea. Some might even say this is the first real boat league. But that's not all. Not even close. Next up, we've got an old favourite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again roaming Raycross, looking for hapless fools to duel. Mercenaries will start appearing from Act 3 in Sarn. Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped and the skills they employ. As per the Trathan code, you have the right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold, and the duel commences. If you lose, you forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will teleport out, repulsed at such a poor display. Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas. Trathan mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Raycross, assisting in a number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you. While in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. It is important to note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathus League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life, or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters. Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found? They have a great personality and powerful skills. Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months, the Scion is getting a new Ascendancy class, the Luminary. The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in raid class. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve and talented hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerable potential build possibilities. By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques. While the Legendary Arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped. Luminaries have the flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary, or having their mercenary support them. The Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them. The Loyal Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills. As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab support. Here are just a few examples. These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps. The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected. The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items. And the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the Allflame encounters. Sellswords of Trathus won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much-needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss. When we brought Abyss over to Path of Exile 2, some functional changes to the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly. In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1. The existing Abyss content had some notable problems. Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas. Now, as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding area, subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence. Slaying these enemies will send those souls spiraling down into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamak that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them, and the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain to tear you apart. The upshot of this rework is twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss, with audio and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around the map ever again. No more backtracking. However, be on your guard. The abyssal minions of Kulamak have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE 1, and many employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE 2 counterparts. To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and items with abyssal sockets will remain. In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive source of abyssal jewels and Stygian vices. This will also come with a complete refresh of Abyssal Scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous and wild new ways to take on the Lightless Hordes. Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items. This boss has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this eyeball do? Good luck figuring this one out. Let's move on to our next league being reworked, Legion. Every league should have distinct and interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment. Despite having a unique combat mechanic, we felt Legion didn't have interesting exclusive rewards outside of Timeless Jewels. While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere. So, what are we doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed. No longer will you have to remember to apply incubators to all your equipment every few minutes. Instead, we will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, vestigial unique items. Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, enshrouding crystals. These can be used on your unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of Timeless Conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember. A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain, and there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside.
Mercenaries vrátili, ale to můžeš odsát, to jsou sáčky z nich.
At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows
Aby
us to place
zmenili, ale ani ho nezmenili.
As we then kill monsters in the domain of
Aby
Timeless
zostal
Conflict,
Abyssom.
our gloves within the crystal begin to transform. And once you have killed enough, the crystal becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed into a Malagara's Virtuosity, but now the Malagara's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it, in the form of a vestigial implicit modifier. As you can see, enshrouding crystals allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another. Here are some more examples of vestigial unique items. Helmets, boots, gloves, shields, and body armors. In addition to vestigial items, we are also making a number of small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter. Breaking out all the key monsters, chests, and the majority of monsters will be enough to start the combat automatically. No more cheeky single monster hiding in the corner, preventing your encounter from starting. Legion monsters drop fewer splinters, but in larger stack sizes, resulting in fewer clicks in each encounter. Unrelenting Timeless Emblems have been removed, with regular Timeless Emblems absorbing causing the domain to become harder, but more rewarding as you kill monsters. Your reward progress in the domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same. Talismans were introduced back in 2015, but over the years they've been long neglected and lack a meaningful place or purpose. We are making a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance. Firstly, talismans are now exclusive rewards from Bestiary. Every red beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast. For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker Talisman. What makes these talismans special? Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to old talismans. Firstly, talismans no longer drop corrupted, making them far easier to craft once you find one. Secondly, the special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments, allowing their effects to be significantly more powerful than before. Here are a few more examples of new talismans. Talisman unique items have all been improved, and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses. Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf Talisman, which has some crazy possibilities. So that is everything covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 329.
Sačka.
Now, there's already quite a lot of in-game content, with mercenaries returning, an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward mechanics,
Zlyhali,
and
hajzli.
of course, everything the Curse of the Oriflame League has to offer.
Zlyhali.
But even with all of that, we're not done. Because what
Zlyhali.
about the Atlas itself? Given Zana's actions to try and destroy it in the last two expansions, Zana's actions are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast. Kerak has labeled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Voidstone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter. It looks like this area is the abode of Kadero Perandus. Kadero is willing to offer valuable items in exchange for our gold. If you don't like what is on offer, you can reject it, and he will immediately offer another item. The next offer will cost more gold, but hopefully is much more valuable to you. If you don't have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Kadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers. Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited. Let's quickly run through a few of the anomalies that can manifest. Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas. Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer, but instead can be done through the new, tradable Scrying Orb. Some anomalies grant a taste of League mechanics you might not normally run, without having to be fully invested into them. For example, this anomaly creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing, with random rogue companions. This anomaly has a version of the Sacred Grove, where the plants have fully taken over. This strongbox seems to have a strange mechanism. Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential rewards. There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is therefore worth discovering which ones can spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue.
Už to vyzeralo
There's a
dobre.
heap of new challenges to encounter
Aj zlyhali.
on the League and the in-game, but you may be asking what new tools do we have to face these challenges. In 329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters, specifically those that cast spells themselves. But first, let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors. So, after the better part of 2 decades, in 329, we're making a fairly radical change. Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore. You can now put any colored gem into any socket. We're doing this to address a long-running issue for both new and experienced players. I'm sure almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade and have struggled to find a way to equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial boost to your defenses, but you just can't move your skill or support gems over because the colors of the sockets just don't match, and you didn't luck out with your chromatic orbs. It's not fun when you have to unequip a bunch of skills or supports just to use a better item. This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary, and not only prevented upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation. So, given that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean? Well, the colors on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system. You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful. Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them. So how are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket, you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem. This allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome on an item, while not just simplifying the system away. You can also still change the color of sockets on your items using a chromaticore, which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket. This change will make it easier for everyone to upgrade items and maintain their build, especially while progressing. Speaking of builds and gems, we wanted to make sure we improve some of those, specifically for spellcasters. Let's get into that. Spellcasters have a large number of different skills to choose from, but often many skills play and scale in similar ways. We have done a pass through existing spells, differentiating spell damage types from each other. For example, Shadow's physical spells, like Ethereal Knives and Bladefall, now have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the expense of damage. Pure Lightning spells now all have generally higher cast speeds, but they cost more mana per second than other spells. We noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were lacking options for general spellcasting, so we've added a new notable to the Assassin, the Occultist, and the Inquisitor. We are also introducing a new skill, Mana Infused Staff, that infuses your staff with arcane energy, raising your block chance and reducing the mana cost of your spells. In addition, when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning, dealing damage based on your maximum mana. One of the struggles we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes was that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond demon and Lycia. You can make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells, but at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though, the rewards will be worth it. For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus, while Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt. I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do. We won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Curse of the Allflame. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Plague and Remedis packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Plague series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. Equipping the Plague weapon skin replaces the default appearance of your staff, sword, mace, or shield with a weapon that has been submerged in corrosive toxins. The Plague Rat Pet is the result of a nefarious experiment. When a unique enemy is nearby, it faints as a defensive mechanism to protect its fragile body so it can continue to spread disease. The metal of the Plague Bearer armor set has corroded, and the cloth has begun to disintegrate from being exposed to such toxic elements. It includes the Plague Bearer back attachment, which spreads disease across the ground in town areas, maximizing the chance of infection. A diseased swarm infects your weapon when using the Plague Bearer weapon effect. Use it alongside the Erupting Pustule's rare finisher effect to spread vile and devastating disease to monsters you kill. Activating the Plague Wraith map device causes the plagued energy to flow from the chained being. Given the goal of spreading such illness is to end the lives of as many as possible, the map device tracks kills in kind, showing you the number of enemies killed in each map, sorted by rarity. Feel free to even pin the count of enemies slain in a map to the leaderboard at your leisure. Pair it with the putrefying portal to fully immerse yourself in the Plague Propagator experience. Both the map device and the portal emit such a potent putrefaction that even the birds flying overhead cannot survive, as they plummet to the ground around it. The Remedis Pack series also contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Remedis weapon skin changes the appearance of your staff, wand, scepter, or shield, with relics once used by the Order of the Remedis Knights against the plague. The Medi Roa pet is kitted out with all the supplies necessary for healing in remote locations. Strangely, these rowers seem to have a particular fondness for goblin meat. The Remedis Knight armor set is bestowed upon those tasked with traveling through Rayclast to purge the sick of their diseases. The matching back attachment cleanses the disease left behind on the ground in town areas by the Plague Bearer back attachment. It's an important job of a Remedis Knight to not let disease take over. Help by doing your part. The Remedis Knight weapon effect funnels the divine power of purification into your weapon. Return to the Saints' End Monastery hideout to recuperate from your purifying duties. Once a thriving center for curing ailments, this monastery has slowly wasted away while lying unused. If you're feeling brave enough, there's even a platform to dive into the purifying waters below before washing back up at the base of the hideout. Last, but not least, use the Reservoir of Benediction Affinity Stash to store all of your elixirs. This stash opens to your stash tab with the Flask Affinity set. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs are available for use in Path of Exile 2. We're looking forward to seeing which of you choose to become the plague and spread disease across Rayclast, or those who wish to fight against it by becoming a Remedis Knight. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Curse of the Oriflamme at 11 AM New Zealand time, 4 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
No nič, prebiehali sme do Path of Exile liga, bude to byť jedna liga. Bude to byť jedna liga, na škodu veci. Tá vodná liga vyzerá byť taká sračka. Mercenaries v podstate nespravili s nimi nič, Mercenaries neexistujú, lebo výhoda Mercenaries bola v tom, že si ich málo, že chodili s tebou a to nebude možné, takže Mercenaries nie sú. Mercenaries nie sú. Abyss reworkli, ale Abyssom nejako nič neurobili, Abyss zostal rovnaký v podstate. Takže teraz je otázka, či tá liga vodná, či bude zaujímavá. Ale nevyzerá to dobre, páni, nevyzerá to dobre. Nevyzerá to dobre. Nevyzerá to dobre, no vyzerá to byť taká dvojtýždňová liga. Dvojtýždňová maximálne.
G'day Exiles, and welcome back for another Q&A for 3.29. We are joined here by, it's a little bit cozier here than usual. We have game director Mark Roberts, along with lead game designers on Path of Exile 1, Octavian and Andrew. And Andrew, welcome. This is your first time joining us on Q&A. It's good to have you here. You have been on some other podcasts and things in the past before, but it's exciting to have you all here for the podcast. I kind of want to give people a bit of a lay of the land of like what it is that each of you, like Octavian and Andrew, work on for Path of Exile, so people can kind of understand where your expertise lies, maybe.
Yeah, so for Path of Exile 1, I've been working on it for primarily for quite a few years now. And typically I'll dip my hands into everything and related to the expansion. However, in the last few expansions, Chris has been handling the majority of the league stuff, and I typically handle most of the other bits and bobs. So yeah, for example, in this one, things like Mercenary and Legion and the balance, I would have had a hand in.
Yeah, you certainly did a lot on the balance side of things. It looks like you did 150 skills or something.
When the patch notes come out, you'll see the changes there, so
It's a lot.
That's a later nuke, so.
And what about for you, Octavian? What do you kind of focus on for people who are not familiar?
So the last few leagues, Mercenaries, Mirage, and now Curse of the Allflame, I've been, sort of leading the design on the league mechanic itself. And then basically wherever else I'm needed. So this time around, I did the new Abyss Pinnacle boss. So you can blame me if he kills you. I did a bunch of new uniques.
Mercenaries voli nedávno?
Some transfigured skills that'll be in the patch because that's a pet project of mine. I really like
Oni
transfigured
boli.
skills. And probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. But yeah, I mean, mostly the league this time. It's a chunky one.
Yeah. I mean, that was where I was originally planning on starting, was like talking about Curse of the Allflame, where we collect
Oni boli nedávno.
and then dive into some of the other things, Mirage, Abyss, Legion, balance crafting. There's a lot of things to talk about today. But obviously the biggest news is the socket color change. It's the one everyone seems to want to know about from what I've seen. It's a long-standing tradition, and there is I felt like the
Really?
I feel like I should be mad or something, but I was like,
Oni boli nedávno?
I'm curious, how did
Títo
this
kýpe ich bola dobrá
come
liga.
about being unchanged for so long?
We actually discussed this change on Mirage launch day. So
Okay.
often on just to give some history to it. So on launch day, when there isn't a burning fire,
Toto bola dobrá liga.
Nice.
we're all sitting there designing okay, what are we doing next? What are we starting on Monday? I know people think we have a long plan ahead. We don't. Launch day is when we design the next set of
Nič, no nevyzerá to dobre. Nevyzerá tá liga dobre. Tá zmena tých sokitov je dobrá vec.
is that PoE 2 is for the new audience and PoE 1 is for the existing audience only. And it is obviously for the existing audience, obviously. But we also want to make sure we're bringing in new players. And we want to make sure that that audience is growing. Because if you don't,
Dostaneš 10%
one way to go, right? That's down. Now,
dostaneš 10% kvalitu jamu, ako dáš do správnej farby. Čo je solidné. 10% kvalita jamu navrch. To Empower. Pomôže Empower rýchlejšie levelovať, povedzme.
getting into the game and then stopping play. What are the
No nič, no uvidíme, no nevyzerá to dobre. Akorát to som aj s touto možnosťou, aj keď som si ju nepripúšťal. Nepripúšťal som si ju, ale stalo sa to, no.
But the line we drew, some people are why not remove them entirely off the gear, like you did with PoE 2? But there are, I would say, I feel this way, and a number of people feel this way when first playing PoE 1, whatever, long time ago.
A decade and a half ago.
There were two things about the game that really caught me and my group of friends and propagated along, and maybe you guys feel the same way, I'm not sure, which was I opened the passive tree and fell in love, and I also was like, holy, skills are in your gear and the links are in your gear, that's awesome, the innovation behind that is so cool. So not wanting to lose the skills and sockets in gear in PoE 1, I think is, it's a personal line, sure, but I think a lot of people share it, of not wanting to lose that entirely, but also it doesn't need to be having so many layers of friction, and so obviously you got the numbers, you got the links, and then you got the colors. And often what we're finding is that, sure, seasoned players, veterans, they work around it, sure, but or honestly, they don't even necessarily. I talk about the gear upgrades. Sometimes you don't even need the gear upgrades. You know, you can just once you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing. But yeah, we're finding a lot of players early game who are struggling, who are trying to get those gear upgrades, just can't, and often it's because of the colors.
Yeah.
And so we're like, well, we want to remove that friction, but also we don't want to just like simplify it down to nothing, because we still want in-game players to have an access of itemization that's important. And so we're like, we still want the colors to come in. We still want it to be important for upgrading your gear. We want it to be a chase end-game thing players can do. And we honestly think that this hits both of those, and it now allows a lot of people to get into the game easier, make upgrades of their gear without going, I don't know what to do. Like my gear's been the same since level 3 because I can't replace this, or like one piece of gear or another piece of gear. And because they don't want to break their links or their skills or their support. So yeah, honestly, that's where it came about. And but the broader discussion is like, we need to get people in the door. We need to get people to stop quitting. And we need to have like when they get overwhelmed and they're like, I don't know what to do. It feels complicated, and this was part of that. So, you know, I wouldn't expect this to be the last change along that axis of us going, let's remove these barriers of entry. You know, in the future we want to make more. But yeah, honestly, I think, you know, generally speaking, almost everyone internally has been pretty positive. But everyone has that, whoa, you're changing this sacred thing. And even we had it. When we were in the room, we're like, oh, are we doing this? Are we allowed to do this? What, do we need to, you know, like, hold on, do we need to like call a council of the founders here? Like, do we, what are we supposed to do here? Like, can we make this
that basically did happen. Yeah. Like, you guys called around to some of the other people.
Yes. So it was, even we were like, are we allowed? But then also I think it is really important that we can reassess these fundamentals and actually go and say, no, this needs to change. And hopefully it's amazing, and hopefully everyone finds it to have less friction and late game get better itemization and all of that. But you know, these things, if they don't quite land, we're always just going to make another iteration and change it. That's what we do.
I was like, so I've done a playthrough of the campaign while here, and I with this in particular, because I had that feeling like, oh, it's so sacred and so ancient. I feel like I was coming at it from an angle of being hypercritical, looking for any potential issues with it, but it felt like it was just so much easier to change gear and sort my gear around. Like, ultimately, that's the thing. You talk about this for a lot for new players, but I see this as like a huge win for long-term players, because playing a game for over a decade, you start to notice these kind of points of exhaustion is kind of what I think of them as, where you're like, oh, this just grinds me down a little bit each.
That is something I did. It was intended for a newer audience, but 100% all the feedback from Alpha, from internal, you know, our designers and QA generally has been like, hell yeah.
It just makes the campaign smoother. I'm using a greater variety of gear. I'm upgrading my gear more often. It feels good. And the quality one surprised me a bit, because that is actually like you don't usually interact with quality at all in the campaign. You're not going to get any GCP until end game, right? But that I was actually kind of looking at the quality on my gems, and you know, I was like, oh, this really benefits from that. I'm getting an extra spark in my spark while I'm leveling, and you know, that felt like actually a pretty fun thing to engage with, and getting one socket color here and there felt like a meaningful thing. So
it worked out really nicely as an axis for still rewarding getting, you know, some of the correct colors.
Yeah.
Because quality innately is much more powerful on your active skill than it is your support gem.
Yeah.
So it's kind of okay if you only have a few of the colors, because you put your strongest skill in the you put your strongest gem in your link, which is your active skill, into the colors matches. And then it's nice to get the other colors correct, but you know, getting the other colors correct is like 5% increased damage. As getting the one color you really need correct, which is quite easy to do, is, you know, potentially an extra projectile or 10% more damage or something like that.
Yeah, every time I chrome dropped, I was like, you know, like a good base to drop that on, so I could, you know, chuck my spark gem or something else in there.
Yeah, it's the added bonus of there's another currency that's like, you know, it's not like a divine orb level thing when you drop it, but it's nice to see. You know, you're excited to see a chromatic now and then.
Yeah, it was kind of funny that like chromatic went from being like less valuable than, you know, jewelers and fusings to being the most value out of those now.
Yeah, just to clarify, chromatics are much rarer now than they were before.
Yes.
I won't say exactly how rare they are, but we've made changes to, like, for example, if you vend a 6-socket item that has chromatic colors, you won't get 7 jeweler orbs, you'll get a chromatic orb.
Oh, I was wondering if there was some sort of recipe. I thought you guys might keep it secret or something.
Oh no, that's the existing chromatic recipe. That still works.
Okay.
But it has higher priority than the jeweler
Our list of recipes, if it meets 2 conditions, there's always
I
one
see.
that has an order of precedence, so we move the chromatic above the
Because it's more
jewelers.
valuable now. I see, that makes sense. Did you guys have to mess with quality at all now that there's going to be kind of 30% is just going to be somewhat wildly available now? Like, does that break anything?
No, it is basically a bit power creepy. But
Yeah.
I think we had to make a number of changes to existing uniques that interact with socket colors. I think the only one that really got a nerf was the Alice Malefaction. Instead of granting 30% quality to green socket gems, it's now 20%.
Okay.
But if you put a green socket gem in, it's 30%, which is what it had before. So.
And that's my follow-up question is, there's uniques that interact with socket colors. Have these sorts of things been updated? In particular, I was like wondering, like, does it do anything with tabula rasa or just kind of leave it? I imagine, I don't know.
Didn't need to change.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just works.
Still a 6-link, yeah.
Still 6-link.
Yeah, well, Skin of the Loyal and Lords, they just generate with 6 coloured sockets.
Yeah.
You still want to get the right colours, but...
Yeah, but it's much easier to actually use them now.
What else did you do? Pariah?
Yeah, so we audited all of them. Some of them we were like, this is not a good unique, we should buff it. So Pariah, for example, is one that is now much stronger than it used to be. Yeah, there's subtle changes, but in general, like the design of the uniques didn't really need to change at all, like Triad Grip and the Untouched Soul, those type of things.
I just realised this makes like a favourite thing for me is like early league buying a corrupted 6-link and finding the right colours for that was sometimes tricky, but now like you can use any right because you can put a blue gem.
Nevyzerá to dobre tá liga na škodu veci. Ako vyzerá lepšie ako Mirage. Ako bude určite lepšie ako Mirage, ako som povedal, to je ťažké traumfnúť Mirage, aby si bol horší.
Maybe you wouldn't even really think about with this, but
Ale
alright, cool.
vyzerá to, že to nebude dlhá liga.
The thing with sockets, so I imagine that changed, right?
Well, to clarify, when you do get a socket color, so for example, if you're using like a strength base type, you still have, when a socket generates, it's still got a much higher chance to be a red socket compared to a blue or green socket. So it still rolls socket colors based on the attribute requirements. Now, a Valor does what it used to do before, where when it's generating socket colors, it can still re-roll socket colors.
Yeah.
I think instead of running white sockets, no, it does the inverse and it grounds a colored socket. But that colored socket will just be a random red, green, or blue. It won't care about the attribute requirements of the item.
So a way to get off colours or something, maybe. Interesting. I imagine the crafting bench probably changed. But then again, with chromes being more expensive, maybe it didn't need to.
So a chromatic orb guarantees a colored socket, but we also have crafting bench options which guarantee 2 colored sockets and guarantee 3 colored sockets.
Má to liga crafting, ale
amounts of chromaticals, I can't remember.
nevyzerá to dobre.
They're going to be much more valuable as well. That makes sense.
Nevyzerá to dobre.
Oh, super interesting. I look forward to seeing how people feel about that after we've had a chance to play around with it. My impressions of that have been pretty positive so far. If anything, like, I guess if there's any negative I can probably pick about it, it seems that maybe like it removes some of the identity from those items, mostly more in the campaign where you're not seeing the colours come up all that often. So like armour and energy shield thing is not necessarily as distinct from an invasion, things that you can change them around a lot more. Was that something you guys were worried about at all with this?
Not really. I understand it is, especially from the visuals. Like the item holds itself, you know, and with respect to its defense type, its mobs. But yeah, I mean, I get that. Almost everyone, I was just thinking about it now. I play with sockets always shine. I don't think I've seen anyone in a long time not play with sockets always shine. So I was just thinking that, like, generally when you're looking at an item, in fact, you're not really seeing its item art. You're just seeing some combination of colors. So yeah, generally you're going to be like, hey, this doesn't look like how it used to look. But I would honestly say that that doesn't need to be part of it. It shouldn't need to be part of it. Even though I get that it will feel that way, for sure.
Well, I know this was the main change for this expansion, but on the side, in your spare time between working on Soccer Colors, obviously you made this thing called Curse of the Oriflame. This is a pretty unique and I think delightfully goofy mechanic. It's definitely a weird one. At first I thought, it's still moist, but then that seems to be oversimplifying it a little bit. Because it's also got a little bit of a blend of other ideas and definitely seems to very much be its own thing. I'm curious, how did this idea for this Subnautica League come about?
You know what? Strangely, it actually didn't even start from the point of we should go to the ocean floor. What I wanted was a league where, you're exploring in similar sort of to the Wildwood, because I like that mechanic, but like a league mechanic where you're exploring and trying to uncover things as you go. And it was originally going to be, I believe, bestiary adjacent, where it was going to be in the spirit realm where all the bestiary bosses are, and you're clearing spirit fog. But that was not a thing that we had nearly the assets to be able to pull off nearly as well as an ocean themed league, because you can go look at half the monsters in the game that pre-existed, and they're on the coast, or they're near the shore, or they're on an island, and therefore, it's crabs and horrible squid creatures and starfish and all that. And so it just made a lot more sense to go with an ocean-themed league. And from there, everything just kind of exploded into being.
Yeah, a lot of that also inspiring. The same mechanic can often be applied to many different themes in different ways, and so a huge part of the win there is talking about ocean biome assets, creatures. Well, we had just done Act 4, right? So, and PoE 2, so all of a sudden we have islands and sea creatures and everything there, and it's okay, well, we like to reuse stuff and port it back and use so we get to use all the modern art. The other thing is the environment artists are familiar with those assets, so when they're trying to put together all these things, they know exactly, and the level designers, they know exactly where everything is. Makes it way easier, and then you don't have to look through and find 13-year-old assets and stuff trying to go okay, how can I reuse this? And then it's nice to have full art sets of modern art, because when you mix old things that aren't what we call PBR and non-PBR, when you have the old PoE 1 assets intermixed with the new modern assets, they stick out like an absolute sore thumb. Going in, obviously, it's when you're picking a theme, it's often good to look, what art do we have? How can we use that or reuse that? Because then you get to make a hell of a lot more content for significantly less cost. So that's kind of what helped inspire it, because we also I was and he doesn't necessarily know what's being made for PoE 2, and that's where I'm kind of the bridge, and I'm
because you're fully on PoE 1.
Yes. Yeah. And he's well, what monsters? And I'm well, let me give you that. And it was just a massive list. I'm go to this area, go to this area, go to this area, go to any of these will work. Big starfish and all that stuff, and so
sea otters.
Yeah,
yes, I love otters.
The otters definitely caught me by surprise.
We had a task that we hadn't finished called Demon Otter.
Yeah. I actually, you didn't even point me at that. I went and found that one.
Yeah.
I felt slightly bad blowing up the otters. They're kind of cute.
Well, you can get one as a pet. The upcoming mystery.
There you go. I feel I'm how did you find that? Are you just going into our issue tracker and typing otter every 3 days and waiting for something to appear?
I refresh the issue tracker at the start of each day because I'm curious what's being worked on, and I saw otter years ago.
Control F otter.
And it's stuck in my head.
It's sort of a script that just checks for him every day and alerts him, pings in the moment it goes in.
Hundreds of these things getting made per day. It's kind of to just know to search for that is really weird. So I don't know. I'm sus.
So you see, you had some assets for it, but also if you'd done the Wildwood Einhari sort of thing, that sounds cool, but it wouldn't have been quite as unique as this. I think. I don't think we haven't had this exploring the ocean floor thing before.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Is this a real boat league?
I was wondering, because you go into a boat, but we're not what makes a boat league? Does it just have to have a boat in it? Because that's a pretty low bar.
You have to be at ocean? Do you have to be fighting? I think some people draw the line at sailing. I think it has to be moving. I think you have to. I think they would say. Hold on, whoa.
Hold on, we'll get to that in a second.
Oh, you're rolling.
I think that a true boat league to some people is one that must induce seasickness. As in with like
That's your line.
screen wobble and like.
That is not what I thought you would say. You've not done that this week.
To be fair, thank you for not doing that. I feel like the true boat league has some combat on a boat. We're gonna have some boarding actions or something, like some boat-to-boat cannons and blowing up.
Yeah. Isn't it a town area? I guess you can't like spawn specters or anything. And
In the Deepwater hub. Sorry, Deepwater was the working name. In the Curse of the All-Flame hub area on the Sovereign.
You can drop items on the floor on the boat.
It is technically a combat area, so you could,
in theory,
spawn specters there if you wanted to.
Shoot projectiles out to sea.
Yeah.
I guess. Sorry, but it was mentioned though, like, does this also count? The same question could be asked of fishing. Does this count as fishing if you're on the ocean floor killing fish? Does that count as fishing? And does this tread on the toes of the existing fishing mechanics, obviously, as well? You would have had to have considered that to get confer with the fishing team when you were.
I think that going down and killing fish is not fishing. I think that's.
But what if you're holding a spear though? Although we don't have spears, so it doesn't matter.
Perfect. Problem solved. So you're basically saying like dynamite fishing doesn't count as fishing then, for sure. It's 100% cheating.
It is important for us to clear up this because, like, we need to always be just almost delivering boat leagues, but not quite delivering boat leagues. So I'm trying to make sure we succeeded in our goals here.
There's this like grand plot of stringing along the PoE community for as long as possible for a boat league. Like,
That's true. When I pitched the briefing, Mark was very cautious.
You know, like, we don't want to give them too much. We got to keep them coming back for the next potential boat league. I see what's going on here.
Yeah, there's this tick box of league must have boat, and then indented. Boat must not move. You know?
No.
All right.
Anyway, so this is a pretty big change from Mirage, which was in map and heavily intersected with like all of the existing mechanics. This is a complete opposite. This is a mostly out of map mechanic, and it's not required for you to understand how it intersects with other mechanics. Is it? I imagine there's like a good reason to kind of like alternate between the two almost as well.
Yeah. So one of the benefits of Curse of the All-Flame is that it's a very straightforward theme to understand. It's something that, you don't really need to have a lot of grounding in all of the minutiae of Path of Exile to be able to understand, go to ocean floor and find treasure in a submersible. That's just a cool concept, whether you are, a PoE veteran or not. And it's also just kind of me liking to jump between things and work on very different concepts. Like, can't say any specifics, but we already do have a very rough plan for what 3.3 will be, and it's going to go in a completely different direction as well. So, I don't know. I just have a lot of ideas that go all over the place, and I'm very good.
We like to alternate these things, right?
Yeah.
Like often out of league, out of map. Leagues are, they have room to be a bit more immersive. There's a whole world there.
Yeah.
Integrating things into map constrains what they can be, right?
Yeah.
Like having a pocket of ocean in the desert is a bit weird, so certain things can work, certain things can't. And then in the same sense that kind of having a desert with Mirage in an oceany biome can feel like more in a forest biome can feel a bit weird, it allows you to create a more, immersive world. Submersive world. I'm silly.
There are some lessons that have been taken from previous mechanics, where obviously the biggest one is that the Atlas tree is this method of investment that can lead to in-Atlas content being able to be used to the guilds, so to speak. And we need a system that's, at least in affordable or in analog for that. And that's kind of the voyage system, which we can get into some specifics a little bit later, but it's got multiple axes through which you can choose the content that you're doing to get, some quite rewarding voyages. And it's kind of meant to go.
Yeah. That was going to be one of my follow-up questions. Is because you have so many axes that produce things in maps, how do you make sure that something like this has like enough content to it. That is something you can get as invested in. So this has like some nice ways to be able to use it.
I mean, one of the other things is we have some pretty, we have much more gradation in the level scaling. This is maybe getting too into the weeds, but like the mods that can roll on charts.
Yeah.
There's a whole tier of the highest tier rewarding mods that can only show up on Steam with high 83, high 84 charts. So if you are at the end game, then you get access to like even more rewarding, both charting and voicing. And then there's some border mods that really roll at the super high levels as well. And then the border mods can amplify with the chart mods, can amplify with the adjacency mods, can amplify with the chart locations, which I'm getting too into the weeds now because we haven't really discussed any of that. But I like, I'm a Halo 1 player at heart. I like lots of ANSIs that all intersect and overlap and to turn into a crazy encounter.
Yeah, and when you make something like this that is out of maps, there is like, I feel like you guys expect and fully kind of know ahead of time that this is going to be more divisive than something that is in maps typically, right? Like this is something that is for the players that are going to love it. It's kind of the way that I view it. It's like some people are going to be like, oh, this is my life now, like the people who just delve every league. So I imagine then, how does that kind of like shape the design of this? Like, I imagine you're like able to take more risks or something with it, be a bit more crazy with it to try and suit them?
I wouldn't say necessarily. Honestly, the way it generally comes apart is we're just like, that sounds like a cool idea, let's go with it. Don't really even think about the like overall risk and reward. Like we just imagine a lot of like, we would enjoy it. We imagine a lot of people would enjoy it. And yes, we definitely understand it's going to be more divisive. And that's why we make sure we alternate these types of leagues, or at least we thoroughly try to. And as I said, 330 will be an area mechanic in map.
One of the other things that I'm definitely making sure is the case in 330 is there will not be a loading screen to do the league mechanic. I like Mirage, I like Allflame, but they have both now, to go to the hub area for Allflame, you need a loading screen because obviously it's out of map. And then Mirage needed one too, which was unfortunate.
To be clear, charts are fully tradable.
Yep.
You don't have to run them, you just stockpile them, right? And then go, like you can do days of mapping and then go do days of charting. The crafting system's kind of crazy, powerful.
But we won't be nerfing.
A way that it can be thought about is you get in Hinakora's locks.
Yes. Why do you have to put it like that? You make me nervous.
Because that's what it is. So there is a very, very strong motivation to do it. And hopefully people were like, hell yeah, feels good doing it because of that. But we like to, even when we do out of area, in this case, it's not like you find it, you have to do it. You can find it, you run it later at your leisure, right? So you don't have to break your mapping flow all the time. Get the chart, move on, map, and then maybe start the next day with, let me go do a bunch of charts, do a bunch of voyages, right? Like, that's fully at your leisure. You can, that's generally how people play. I understand how I play. At Alpha, we're seeing the same thing. It's like, just, you have those people who might want to chart as they find them. You might have people who are like, okay, get to end of Act 1, do a bunch, just talking about a campaign. And having the freedom to be able to do all of that is pretty critical for the out-of-area leagues, I'd say.
Yeah, it seems like it's very free for you to determine your flow about how you engage with this. And for the map blasters then, who maybe like, I don't really want to go do the charting and stuff too much, it has something for you in maps as well. Like, I think that's easy to miss.
I mean, obviously the bulk of the mechanic is the undersea exploration, but there are 3 different encounters you can find in maps that are what grant the charts. And importantly, I wanted each of them to feel like they were, worth engaging with, even if you didn't want the chart. So there's the Cursed Treasure Chest, which we showed in the live stream, that possesses you with a random tormented spirit when you complete it.
That's a fun one. I like
the
that.
rest of the instance. There's a Brine Rot Pirate one, and when you complete that, you get a buff that gives you a chance for any gold you find for the rest of the instance to be duplicated when it drops. And there's the Crab Nest, and when you defeat the Crab Nest, whenever you kill rare and unique monsters for the rest of the instance, you spawn crabs.
You spawn crabs?
Which may not sound useful, but it's very good in Beyond maps.
It's like, it's a bunch of extra crabs popping out as you do that. I mean, more monsters popping out of monsters is definitely some people's jam for sure.
Crabs.
Lots of crabs.
Oh man, there's a crab themed unique that we're going to show hosts in a teaser that I'm really excited for people to see. I'm sorry, I'm just baiting people by bringing that up. It'll be soon.
What's this thing? I got to make sure to equip the crab armor set.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's got to be done. Yeah, I saw some pretty cool looking uniques there, but we can leave those for your teasers and stuff. Because there's some pretty. You're definitely pushing what uniques can be in Path of Exile 1, I think, a bit, which is exciting to see. But you mentioned this the crafting system. How does the reward structure for this mechanic works outside of maps in the actual charting and voyaging? Do certain charts have certain reward types? Are you able to target farm specific things?
So again, this is another point where I wanted to make sure there were multiple axes. So there's the Dead Man's Sulfur, which is the coral green glowing stuff that's in every single chart and voyage that you do.
Yeah.
And that's the fuel for powering the new crafting system. And that is fully tradable. So that's like the baseline. This mechanic just rewards this all the time. And then there are special charts that you can find that lead to special things on the ocean floor that can give, any number of, arbitrary rewards, whatever we decide. So there's one that just has tons of chests of currency, which I'm sure people will like. There's one that spawns, as you saw in the live stream, a new kind of mercenary that you can only get from that room. There's one that leads to the new boss of the league. There's probably a bunch that I'm forgetting. There's a dozen to 2 dozen of those at least, and we do have some that might not make it into the patch, and we would put in a week later if they don't. So there might even be more coming soon after launch. And then the third thing is there's what we call a scattered object system in the league, and this is why I'm personally really excited to play, because it scatters a bunch of predetermined random rewards, like chests of currency or a chest with a unique, or the message in a bottle that we showed on the stream that you open and it just gives you some random valuable unique, or potentially I think a reflecting mist is what we showed. Essences, strong boxes, golden lanterns that give you permanent rarity for the rest of the instance, tons of stuff. We try to get dozens of outcomes in there. And those are just scattered on the ocean floor, and they give you the feeling of exploring to try and find stuff. You're not going completely blind, though. Every lantern that you place has a little indicator on it, and that indicator will point towards the nearest scattered object, nearest reward you might want. So you know where to go to place the next lantern to find a treasure chest or whatever it might be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something different to say the Wildwood, where you just go, I'm going that way.
Yeah.
This one at least gives you a guidance to go, I'm going to find something if I go over here.
Yeah. Now, you don't know what the something is necessarily. It could be an essence monster or a strong box or a chest with a unique in it, but it will be something that you would want. It doesn't. Technically, there are also mines on the seafloor that explode when you step on them. They're not very frequent. The lanterns don't point at those.
Okay. You're not getting fully baited.
I thought that's what you're getting. I was like, they better not point at those.
Yeah, you're implying there's some sort of reward to get.
No.
Yes, some sort of reward, sweet release.
As again, the comparison to Wildwood there, it ensures a minimum, you're getting something out of it.
Yeah.
As long as you follow it. As opposed to place onto lanterns, you're like, I just RNG'd and got nothing.
I mean, for me, it's the most addicting part of the league. I love going in and, you can do a chart in a minute, maybe 2, depending on how fast your build is.
They're really fast.
They're quite quick. Yeah. And so you go in, you find 2-3 chests, and then you rush back out, and you do it again, and then suddenly an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours has gone by.
Yeah, and I very much noted and appreciated that you did the week 1 quality of life patch before release with the auto placing of lanterns if you want. So you can manually place them, or you can just run into the water and
that was done months ago. That was done well before release.
We're trying to do that though every league. Okay, what are people going to ask for on day 1, day 2, day 3, or week 1? What do they need? And let's get ahead of it and do it now. We don't catch everything, but yeah,
you can't do it. Can you? Yes, but you're definitely getting better at that though. Has it been a bit tricky to kind of get the feel of this right? See, you've got this thing where you're pushing these lanterns out, and then you've got the bubble collapsing thing for the extraction as well. It seems like a challenging thing to kind of get the feel for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's had a lot of iteration. The collapsing part I do want to specify because, it's something that comes up a lot in conversations I've had with, journalists and people at the office and all that. The lanterns will never start just randomly collapsing on you.
Yes.
You know when they are going to begin to collapse, because they only begin to collapse after you place your last lantern.
Yeah, it's not like flares and delta.
So you have, you have infinite time to explore the areas that you've placed lanterns in
Yeah.
until you place your last one, and then you have to get back to the bathysphere.
Yeah, and it's not really like a rush, clear, speedy mechanic. Ultimately, like you can,
No, I mean,
you can do
you
it
can go
fast.
fast.
You can go fast, but it's not like
Like I said, people on Alpha generally are doing a chart in like a minute
Yeah.
or less.
Pretty forgiving.
Yeah.
Like, which it kind of has to be, right? Like, if it is, if it's overwhelming for any of us, we've probably got the balance wrong. Because someone's going to come into the game and just be like, I don't know what to do. Like, it is a thing where, you know, rewatching the live stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I could see people being worried about just drowning all the time.
No.
And yeah,
Drowning is not meant to be a significant part of the mechanic. If you're dying in the all flame encounters, I would hope that you're dying to the monsters,
Yeah.
and not to drowning. And that is generally the case whenever, you know, I've died when playtesting, and also when I've seen, you know, players playing on Alpha and stuff. Drowning is really, it really only ever happens if you are being like playing real dangerous and like, you know, trying to go out far into the water to try and get a chest or something, which is part of why we have those lanterns pointing at things, so you know where to place a lantern to get the chest, in order
Yeah.
so you don't have to be trying to do like rippy dangerous stuff by going out into the water the whole time.
you'd have to have a serious panic. Which, to drown is what my perception, like when I'm like, how would someone drown to this? But it will happen, I'm sure. But I think you'd have to be having a little miniature crisis in order to have that happen, I'd say.
I feel like you'll do it once and then you'll learn from it. So if you're a hardcore player,
Yeah,
I guess
I
you'll lose
drowned.
one character and then
I only drowned once when I was like, oh, that was a bit silly. I won't do that again. So it seems like something to learn from. There seems like there could be a bit of a risk of backtracking with this. Like people don't really, enjoy long backtracking. But I noticed with the charts, you can kind of a lot of the time you're placing your things in a circle, so you're not really backtracking so much. You end up where you started anyway. But with the voyages, there might be some backtracking or maybe not, depending.
So I feel I don't want to sound like I'm overemphasizing this too much, but the charts are quite small. Like by the time you've placed all, you get 7 lanterns once you upgrade your lantern count. By the time you placed all 7 lanterns, you are maybe a couple screens away from where you started. Maybe a little bit further than that if you go out in a full straight line. So the charts are meant to be like really bite-sized encounters. So like there is technically a small amount of backtracking there, but that is with monsters spawning as you're going back, and it's a couple screens worth.
There's a big difference between combatless backtracking and just
You're fighting monsters as the bubbles are collapsing around you. It's like it's an actual kind of exciting gameplay thing, and it's not even necessarily always the case. I noticed because in the Voyage sometimes you're extracting basically where you are as you're leaving.
Yeah, so the voyages, they're built out of 9 different charts that you kind of stitch together, and each of them at their center has a place where you can leave. So you don't have to backtrack to where you started in a voyage. That would be insane and terrible. You get to leave at each of these individual chart locations, and like I said, the charts are relatively bite-sized, so that means you're never really more than, say, a screen and a half distance away from a place where you could leave when you want to go.
Yeah. Awesome. So this all flame crafting, how did you arrive at getting players like Full Hinakura lots per craft as your crafting system for this league?
Well, actually, originally it was going to be similar. I want to say similar to Harvest. I don't want players to interpret that as like, similar in power level. It may or may not be. But I mean similar mechanically, as in list of specific bespoke crafts that you can do for list of specific costs of that craft.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is it was just too similar to things we've done in the past. It is essentially Harvest, but wet. And that's not... we had actually gotten relatively far along in the development of that, and I was just like, this is lame. We shouldn't do the same thing again.
Yeah.
And so, the idea for the all flame crafting splitting into different forms came from the fact that originally we were using the terms all flame and ghost flame kind of interchangeably in development, and ghost stuff gave me the idea of what if you split into multiple ghostly versions of the item, and what would that mean?
Okay, all right.
So it kind of came theme first, mechanic second.
It's thematically real cool. Yeah, I remember when you came to me and you're like, yeah, this crafting system sucks, we need a new one, and then you had a pitch, and I was like, this is a good thing. Like, some people get very caught up in their original designs and just try and see it through no matter what, and you just get, you go down into a vortex.
You're in too deep,
and
yeah.
you're like, oh, loss aversion kicks in, and like, to be able to, as a designer, to be able to just be like, nah, gone, starting again, even if you're like 3/4 into the cycle, if that's what's best, that's what's best. And most people fail at being able to do this. So it's like, when you came to me for that, I was like, wow, okay, this is cool. I'm happy.
I did feel bad telling our lead programmer for the league, Jeremy, that, you know, your work, we're actually going to be changing it. Though a good amount of the infrastructure was able to be kept, because it is still UI-wise very similar, where you like put in item, click craft to go. It just, you know, changed to now you also put in a currency with the item that you want to use it on, or use on it.
So the main part of it is this splitting, so that you can use an Exalt or something, and then see, like, you know, 3 or 4 different potentials for that, and then choose your best one. And that's obviously very powerful, especially for some of the bigger graphs. The intangibility system is kind of the counterpoint to that, like some sort of limitation on that. How does
Yeah, so not every single crafting step, but many of the crafting steps you can do, for example, in Exalt, will add some amount of what we call intangibility to an item. And it's just a value that will be shown on the item and ticks up. And the intangibility in the item is equal to a chance when you do another all-flame craft on that item for it to only have 1 result, which effectively means...
Ale dalej ten talizman is based though.
So basically, what it boils down to is the more you all-flame craft on one specific base, one specific item, the more and more and more difficult it becomes to continue to all-flame craft on that item. And there are some ways around this that clever people in QA and Alpha have found, that, you know, things like recombination, because if you take the mod you're trying to chase on the base that has high intangibility and you put it onto a new base that doesn't have that intangibility, now you can keep going, but there's some risk in that. And then, you know, Awakener's Orbs do a similar thing where it's, you know, creating an entirely new base as the output. And there's also a Ducat, which is the new currencies that we've added that interact only with all-flame crafting, that has a 50% chance to remove all your intangibility and a 50% chance to destroy your item.
Gotta have it.
Gambling is fun.
Yeah. I guess on that note, the gambling side of things, it seems like the Varlorb won't work with this.
No, it does not.
What's the reason for that?
It's both a case of balance, because it's one of the ones that would be most insanely strong. We've tried to limit it as little as possible. I would say 95%, maybe even 98%. I don't know the exact numbers. Something like that. High 90s% of currencies work with this. But also for me, I understand this is very subjective. Some people may disagree with this take. For me, it's a theme thing as well. Like, I really don't like this super special Vol magic just kind of working with weird ghost magic that doesn't hew together well in my mind. But that is very much me alone who is holding that subjective take.
Even just taking that whole random unpredictability and turning it into, like, for normal mod, like Exalting, for example, sure, there's going to be some good outcomes, but for the fact that you can take that whole risk out of the Varlorb, or like most of it, it's honestly just a bit demeaning. Like, I tell you, you would never use a Varlorb
for sure.
aside from this way. With this being the case. So that in itself is kind of bad. Now, however, I was like, if we had time, which we didn't, I was like, have it do something else. You put it in here and the two magics collide and who knows what
cross
happens.
the beams.
The Varlorb just says it modifies unpredictably, so, you know, you won't be lying if it did something unpredictable in some other different way, but that was a, you know, hopes too high kind of situation. It was too difficult.
One other, I know this isn't pertaining to a specific question you asked, but one other thing I want to make sure is getting across, because it was too in the weeds to go into the live stream, is it is performing that craft on the original item X number of times, which means the outputs are independent of one another. So if I have an amulet that I'm trying to annul, for instance, I could have each output, it's unlikely, but each output could annul the same mod. Like, the outputs do not care about one another.
Right,
so
yeah.
in theory, with an Exalt, you could exalt the same mod on all the outputs. That's stupid unlikely, but it could happen.
So if that happens, don't add us. It's not broken.
that is how it is meant to work. It is doing the crafting step of the currency item on the original item X number of
times. It doesn't mod block itself, effectively.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. So the main part of it is this like splitting into separate things, but there is some unique stuff to it as well that can occur to items. Like,
well, that's mostly the ducats.
Yeah.
Which you can kind of just think about each of them as a new bespoke individual currency.
Okay.
So there's the one that's like,
with this.
yeah, there's the one that's like, you take an item with an attribute roll and turn it into another attribute roll. You know, strength becomes int or whatever. So those are basically, we had a bunch of ideas for the original Harvest-esque version of the system, and some of them had been implemented and some of them were just cool ideas, and it's like, where can we keep that? Okay, we just make new currencies that drop from the League mechanic that work with all flame crafting.
Nice, there you go. Transported them over. There's a question from chat about reflecting mist with the new crafting system. I imagine that'd be like Varlob and it wouldn't work, but
anything that's actually one of the field limitations. Anything that outputs more than one output does not work with all flame crafting because it simply can't.
Because it would.
Yeah, there's nowhere to put them.
You'd need like a bunch of 2 items.
You have inventories all over your screen.
You put a Mirror of Kalandra in, and then you only get 1 item back. So
okay.
Technically, this is not something that anyone should do, but technically a Scouring Orb works.
Why?
If you want.
If you want, I guess so. I'm gonna do that. Sure. Why not?
Send some sulfur for just throw away sulfur.
That base type, that's exactly the same as that base type. Look, no, this one looks better than those ones.
I think I'm gonna take number 3. Maybe. And if anyone knows you want, as long as it's scoured. A side note, thanks for the attribute swap mechanic as well. Like I sold a cat for that swaps attributes. One of my favorites is the resistance swap, but just like fantastic addition for like gear puzzle solving and for making it easy to like swap your gear with stuff you find as well. Like there's a lot less gear lock-in with the resistance swap, and I think attributes will help that too. I kind of wonder if there's like other things like this that might exist. I can't think of any, but
isn't there in PoE 2 something that allows you? Maybe I'm wrong and this didn't make it in. Which in that case I'm sorry. But something that allows you to swap like cold damage on a weapon to being fire damage.
Yeah.
So that would be the one other case. That's not quite the same though, because that is more changing the identity of a build than it is just solving a problem in a build.
Yeah, I kind of view the attributes and resistance as that problem solving sort of thing. Sure.
No, the attribute one is actually slightly more interesting because what it allows you is if you have a strength body type, then you can swap it to dexterity or intelligence, which is like technically something you can't actually do.
See, I would have expected it to obey the rules still, where it like can't do that, but you can actually just swap into any.
Nah, it's the All Flame.
It's like older
it's the All Flame doesn't care about the rules. except the rules that it has.
Except for Varlops and yeah.
I guess the one caveat is that it doesn't work with hybrid attribute rolls. So it won't do anything with all attributes because there's nothing to swap it to, and it won't do anything with things like that give plus 10 strength and dexterity. It only works with, giving one attribute, turning into giving one of a different type.
Yeah. So let's change topics a little bit here to Mirage, which was announced to not be going core in 3.2.9. But is it something that you'd like to go core in the future? I don't know if you already announced anything about that.
Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
You seemed pretty keen when I was talking to you about it.
We almost always let a league simmer. There's a few reasons for that. We like to have our, this is a more production internal thing, but we like to have our live realm be as close as possible to our internal realm.
Yeah.
Right? And so if we've, let's say we're having to make fixes to the live realm, we have to be open to be able to make fixes to the live realm. So if all of a sudden we've redone the code base to not be a league and instead it's now core, we've made all these changes and everything, the capacity for us to then fix things on live becomes significantly harder. So that's like the production. So that doesn't matter in the latter 2 months of a cycle, but in the first 2 months, it would be like, we don't really want to do that. Otherwise, we don't have the capacity to respond to things going wrong on live. It's safe to say after 2 months, not as much goes wrong. But then you've only got 2 months to now do all the changes on top of the fact we've got this to prepare. We've got all the other content coming in. So like adding that in itself just causes some problems for us where we're like, how can we figure out how we can make these changes and get them on live without having what we are committing to internally be even close to what's on live? And so that's it's something maybe the players don't really often think about because it's really a problem exclusive to us internally. But yeah, like the league worked. I think the other problem you were mentioning as well, I heard you bring out was like, the fact that it's multiplicative with everything and affects every league. It's like, are we going to sign ourselves up for the maintenance here? You know,
Oh, well,
like
yeah.
Reliquarian, but more.
I guess I do want that maintenance. I want Mirage in the game.
Nice.
But I want to do it in a way, I want to make sure that we have assessed it so that it's done in the way that is the least hampering to future development of leagues. Because if every league going forward that appears in maps needs to interact with Mirage, which it will need to, because it'll feel lame if it doesn't, then we need to make 100% sure that however we're implementing Mirage now doesn't, continue to pester us and bite us in the ass for the next, 15 leagues that we make. So I think it's very important that we, carefully take the time with its implementation.
There's even the question of should the active league get manipulated by Mirage, or will that make Mirage feel 100% mandatory? Because the active leagues in every area, and it's kind of it's getting into that realm of like when we had passives for the active league on the tree, and they felt mandatory because it was always there, and it's like, got to be careful with that. So probably not, unless you can do it in a way that's flavorful and not necessarily rewarding. But it will come. There's some decisions we need to make and time to do it, of course. That's always the main constraint, time.
There is another question of if Mirage is even like an investable mechanic on your Atlas tree. Like we could implement it similar to like the Asmeri Forest, where it's just something that randomly appears in your maps, and then
it almost sounds like that might be a better idea for this one, because like it's really good news that it's going core. People seem to really like Mirage quite a lot, but it is one of those things that it seems like it has a danger of becoming like there's an issue in PvP at the moment with like cities feel like they're mandatory. Like you have to have like if you're going to do your juice content, you've got to do it in this thing because it's just so much stronger. So I could see the same thing being with Mirage. It's like, oh, you're crazy to not do that, and then it becomes another tier 17 kind of issue where it's like, oh, you need to do your juice in that, or you're just wasting it.
Yeah, I feel like the Asmeri Forest sort of avoids that problem because you don't know about it. And if you're investing lots of like very expensive scarabs into it, then it's not like you're going to just keep fishing maps until you find it.
Yeah, and it's just it's just a super exciting win when it does happen. It's not something you can plan around necessarily. So I imagine that's probably the route.
I suspect most people really just want to know when they're getting their shrine belt back.
Yes, and that was my follow-up questions is like, with that not going core just yet, but maybe in the future, in the meantime, there's a few things that people are pretty excited about. We'll start with Screams of Desiccated then, like the...
So, the uniques will not be going core just yet. There are a few other bits and pieces from Mirage that will be going to core, though. Just earlier this week, I added Atlas passive support to Heist for the blueprints that have the special implicits that, guarantee certain rewards at the end of blueprint wings. I think Andrew did some stuff as well.
Yeah, so in sort of where like volatile valves are super cool. I wouldn't want to just...
Yeah.
I think what we'll do is we've currently moved them to Sanctum, so it's the way of making Sanctum more rewarding.
A bit more unique as well.
And I feel like if Mirage goes core, we will probably keep Volatile Valobs as a Sanctum exclusive reward.
Right, yeah.
The other one that we moved was the Crystallized Rancor. That was the one that enabled all the new, like, the minion harvest craft that comes from a new Atlas anomaly. I think it was on the live stream, there's like the big harvest is returned, so when you get a boss in one of those, they always drop the Crystallized Rancor.
Nice, cool. And this is letting you kind of make these things a little bit more distinct as well, which has always been a goal, to give each thing their own rewards.
We are doing more and more and more of that, and people, you can see that with like Legion and stuff like that. So, by the way, we have a goal there, which is ultimately two things, one of which is certainly more ambitious. But the idea would be that every single league that you can invest into, as opposed to ones that exclusively randomly spawn necessarily, every single league you invest into has exclusive rewards.
Yeah.
That is goal one. Goal two is every single league you can invest into on the Atlas in particular has a pinnacle boss. And that's the way more ambitious. We will see if, so going there with Abyss now as an example, and the idea that eventually we will add more and more and more and more of them. That one, of course, is significantly more difficult to achieve. So I would expect more leagues to get exclusive rewards, and I would expect less leagues to get bosses in the short term, but eventually that would be the ideal goal.
Awesome.
Some already have them, some... And by the way, I wouldn't consider Bestiary's 4 spirit beasts a pinnacle boss. Like, they're just some animals that are ghosts. It's not. you know, because it's too dated, it's too old.
I mean, there's even some more recent leagues that don't quite live up to that. I would love to explore what a Mercenaries of Charthus Pinnacle boss means.
Ooh,
no promises anytime soon, but just personally, I would love to see what that even is.
Yeah, of course. I've got ideas.
Looking forward to seeing what those are. Refracting Fog is getting asked about for Mirage as well. Is that something that's going core in some way?
Unless you did something along those lines, Andrew, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of the other Mirage exclusive currency is cooling off for a league. So the Refracting Frog and all the Coins of Power, those type of things.
There's a waiting until kind of Mirage goes core.
Yep, and we'll reevaluate then if we want to keep them in Mirage, keep them in the game, or move them somewhere else.
I know we had a bit of a track record of saying things will go core, and then they, you know, we got now we've got Mirage on the list, we've got Harbinger on the list. Then the others that are we had Mercenaries on the list.
Coda, maybe.
I don't know. Sort of. But the idea is, you know, we were like, okay, we're getting too many things that we're saying we will eventually do. Let's actually try and do some of them. And then we're like, okay, Mercenaries is the one, so that at least we're getting that done. I want people to be reassured that we're not just building up an eternal list of stuff we're never bringing back. I will at least say we are actively working on Harbinger, right? I don't want people to think that's ignored. So just before everyone, I don't know why that would come up again, but just saying, these things are coming. We're not just doing a soon TM situation.
You touched on Abyss as well, and so that's getting a pretty major rework with some nice gameplay updates there. But something that you touched on was that rewards are PoE1 structure, though, like they're not being copied over from PoE2.
Yes and no. So Abyssal sockets, Stygian vises, Abyssal jewels, those all still exist and exclusively come from Abyss.
Right.
However, the chests that spawn at the, you know, rise up out of the ground when Abyss is complete, those are more varied now. So it's no longer just like, here's a rare chest that drops stuff. It's, you know, it's a currency chest or a scarab chest or a, you know, weapon chest or an armor chest or a jewelry chest. Like, it's more defined each time. So you get, and that's just better, to be honest. Like, that's having the more defined rewards gives you those moments of, oh, I got a scarab chest. And even when it isn't the case, you know, maybe when you're leveling, you might or, you know, Act 6 or something, be excited to see a weapon chest when your weapon is kind of crappy.
And did I hear there's like a bunch of new uniques with this as well?
There are 6 and a 7th that people can find.
Some secrets.
I think the 6 can't be found?
No, a 7th that people can uncover how to get. Let's put it that way.
And just to be clear, I realize this is a little bit confusing. There is a new Pinnacle boss. There are still the Liches.
Yep.
They are still there. And they still have their drops, so it is entirely new Pinnacle means new uniques, and a mysterious one.
And the Delve, this is maybe a little
one,
hyper specific, but the Delve Abyssal City still has the old Abyss monsters if you're feeling nostalgic.
Okay. Nice. In case you missed those. I did feel that about Breach a little bit at one point there, so that's nice to hear. People are a bit worried about things like invulnerable snakes and weird smoke cloud mechanics coming over as well with this change. That's kind of that's the potential downside of what is like otherwise a very exciting thing. Is that going to be the case here?
I arguably spent too much time, not arguably, definitively spent too much time on the Abyssal monsters as we ported them back, giving most of them new skills.
Yeah.
Entirely. Like,
okay, yeah.
I just really like making monster skills, and you know, I was like, hey, I can do this quick because it's done in, you know, bang this out in 2-3 weeks. It was not 2-3 weeks.
You came to me one day and you're like, I've made a mistake. I've spent too long on the Abyss monsters. I'm like, okay, wrap it up, stop, move on. Right? Like, what can we do?
But they do have new skills. You know, there's no breakdancing invulnerable snake woman, which is a sentence that I get to say as part of my job. And but you know, now you get to learn what the new skills are that the Abyssal monsters will have for you in PoE1.
That's excellent news. So, and that's making the games more distinct while like taking some of the good stuff from PoE2, but you know, keeping PoE1 its own thing. That's very cool.
That was kind of the original impetus. You know, that, and I do personally like working on monster skills, but I personally very strongly feel that when we're taking from PoE2, which is a thing we should definitely do, if we don't, then we're not going to have the resources to deliver big enough, cool enough leagues. We should do as much as we can to make it feel distinct in PoE1.
So you might see a monster that looks familiar, but you know, it's going to do all different things. Oh, yeah. It's exciting.
Reuse the art. adjust the game design is generally the
Mhm.
philosophy
Cool.
there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That makes perfect sense. Absolutely. So another like, I was kind of surprised with just how much like stuff was going on in this because you also have a Legion kind of set of improvements as well, with a whole new reward system for that, which is exploring something that you've been doing a bit of lately, which is being able to modify uniques, which is always kind of exciting and interesting. So, what unique modifiers can be ported over to a new item with this new Legion unique crafting system?
Bruce Territory?
Well, to clarify first, there's 5 different crystals that can drop. Each of them is associated with one of the Legion factions.
Okay.
So, for example, the Marraketh faction drops one that allows you to enshroud your unique body armor items.
Okay.
So it's only armor. So you can't do it on jewelry, you can't do it on weapons. So you have shields and gloves and helmets and boots as well.
Yeah.
But you can enshroud any unique armor in the game that isn't corrupted, I don't think. So you can take boss uniques, like
You can't create boss uniques.
no, you can't create boss. uniques.
yeah, that
you
would
can
be
consume
boss
boss
unique. Yeah,
uniques.
you wouldn't
can
want that.
take a mod from a boss unique, and it's effectively like you applied an ancient orb to the item.
Yeah.
So it will randomly transform into a new core droppable unique, like a lightning coil or something.
That's so cool.
And the implicit will be the boss unique.
That's so cool.
Or one of the mods, yeah.
And that is an implicit, so it competes with like Varl orbing.
Yeah.
This is an alternative to Varl orbing.
Yeah.
Unique.
I might be jumping ahead here, but I will say, well, I'll say at the moment we've done a big pass on Val implicits. So Val implicits also are much stronger than before.
We will explore that a little bit in crafting
So-
for sure.
It's not entirely super duper power creep, but you'll definitely there'll be some combinations of these unique items that you'll be really looking for.
Cool. Don't worry. We'll touch on that in a bit.
The balance of the vestigial uniques, the balance is not like 1-to-1, right? It's
Where we can keep it 1-to-1.
Oh yeah, of course.
We try to keep it 1-to-1, but for example, something like Combs Heart, we aren't sending 1,000 life across to the new item. I think
No
it's like
1,000 life lightning coils.
I think it's like it's
Yes.
like 250, I think.
250 life lightning coils, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Kind of juicy.
I mean, I'm excited for Facebreaker with Doriani's touch.
Right.
That's my build.
Yeah.
Decided right there.
So it seems like this is only taking the definitive mod of the unique, not just like some random.
Usually
thing of
a
lame.
single specific mod. So if an item has like 5 different mods, there's only one specific one that will port over.
You'll kind of know.
Yeah,
all the
there's a
time.
few cases like Shaper's Touch and 3 Dragons where they've got like a cycle of 3 mods.
Right, yeah.
Where it will randomly pick one of the 3, but generally it's just one specific mod.
Yeah, that's fun. So the flavor, the main thing, the thing that you care about typically is going to be the thing that comes over there. That is very exciting. I quite like this unique crafting stuff. It's good to see you exploring that.
I'm really, I guess it's somewhat similar to Elder's Legacy, right? Like a little bit.
The funny thing is, I think we designed these independently because we figured this out pretty early on in League development. So this would have been like 4 months ago or so that we figured out this is what we're doing for Legion vestigial items. And then I was talking to David, who's one of the PoE2 designers, and he's like, oh yeah, we have this really cool thing where you can put a rune that takes the unique mod and puts it on another unit. It's like, what?
You saw the idea.
But it does feel very different, to be fair.
Yeah, I feel like this same concept is like all of a sudden being explored from a bunch of different angles by different people, which is kind of cool because you're going to arrive at a bunch of cool ideas that, you know, eventually you can.
It's the actual literal case of the great minds. Well, just minds think alike. I won't say we're great. We're just minds smart.
So that is like a pretty exciting new thing that you can do with Legion. But with incubators being removed, which is kind of like a lot of the baseline reward for Legion, doing Legions in maps, do you feel like the raw reward value of Legion will still be there? Is that being kind of compensated in some area?
Yeah, well, personally, last league I actually ran a lot of Legions, so I knew like the pain points especially.
Yeah.
And I was flooded with so many incubators. I literally had to filter out like 95% of incubators.
Yeah.
Very few of them I felt like actually gave much like value, and I just was annoyed that every few maps I needed to apply 10 currency incubators.
Yeah, I think this is a good change.
So I don't think you're losing too much. You still have all the other reward icons. Like another thing to note is, I think it was mentioned, is like Abyss Jewels are now exclusive to Abyss.
Yeah.
Talismans are now exclusive to Talisman.
Yeah.
So Legion has a smaller pool. A smaller pool of rewards means you are seeing things like currency rewards, scarab rewards, unique rewards more commonly because we've removed those other rewards.
Right, they're not being replaced. Like instead of a random incubator that you're filtering out, it's going to be a currency box or something instead. So okay, that makes sense.
It's a nice side benefit of this whole, ongoing effort to get each league mechanic to give its own special thing exclusively.
Yeah.
Because it kind of incidentally buffs the rewards of other league mechanics too, Like, were you ever really excited to see an Abyssal Jewel from Tujin when you rerolled his shop? You won't see those anymore. And now you might be excited to find a high level Abyssal Jewel from Abyss because the market isn't flooded by 1,000 people clicking reroll on Tujin every day.
Yeah, that's absolutely the right move. It gives people their niches, their little thing to be proud of. Like, I'm supplying the Abyss Jewels to the market.
When it comes to like conceptualizing this, I know like Andrew came in, he's like, I got these pain points. I want to improve some leagues. And I think the thing we're trying to do here, and I hope, it's something players prefer, instead of going fix a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there across all the leagues, I'm like, let's just go all in on a league, do the exclusivity, give it an identity, be it a pinnacle boss or a reward system, upgrade it to uniques, fix all the problems with it, full fresh coat of paint across the board, and also quality of life, any just like, the whole, you couldn't break out, you had to find the last monsters when breaking out a Legion, and now you don't need to, is like, honestly, a huge difference.
Yeah, that was me last league. I'm just cycloning through the whole Legion, and I'm just going back and forth over it multiple times, being like, why won't you start? Because I haven't tracked down the last monster hiding around the corner.
But we're trying to just make like quite good packages out of these upgrades, as opposed to just like, it would have been really easy to just fix the few, like that problem and a couple others with Legion, like getting rid of the icons, so you don't just have those arcade style reward icons covering your screen in domain, all that. But then we're like, well, while we're at it, new reward system needs it. And, with Abyss, we're also like, new Pinnacle, why not? Because it needs it. And and we kind of hinted towards some ominous mastermind of Legion there. So you can already see we're heading in a direction towards
more to come.
Yeah.
Cool.
But I hope players enjoy the more grander reworks as opposed to like what would just get lost in a few almost bug fix patch note style things across the board. So even though some leagues, because I know a lot of people can go, what about this league? What about that league? What about, like, our idea is to just, we've got a new league. Here's a couple of leagues we want to improve by giving them identity, fixing everything, addressing the gameplay concerns. And we're just going to cycle through them. And I'm sure by the time we get to the end, we have to go back to the start. So Legion rework to 2029.
There was a weird question from chat there. Can Foulborn unique mods become vestigial unique mods? That would be kind of wild.
No, I think that's the other restriction of the system. You cannot use the currency on corrupted uniques, and you cannot use it on Foulborn uniques. Because it's sort of like a different sort of magic.
Right, yeah. Okay.
They've been defiled in their own way.
Yes. Not crossing streams. Things would start to get pretty complicated pretty quickly with that sort of thing, wouldn't they? Another thing that's been reworked and indeed come back is mercenaries. There's a long list of stuff going on in this expansion, isn't there? So to clarify, the base mercenary mechanic is now that you fight them in a zone and then they help you for the rest of that zone, not that you can then like hire them permanently on any character, right?
Yeah, so they'll start showing up in Act 3. There is a change that we want to get in. It might not get in for the patch, but in the campaign we do want to see if the mercenary can follow you for multiple areas.
Oh.
But if you... Yeah, so in the campaign, it's like you find them in.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that in endgame, would you? But like, in the campaign,
it doesn't really work because they have to go from a combat area to a combat area.
Yeah, okay.
You can only have one temporary mercenary at a time still. So if you find a mercenary in one area and then the next area, don't have you aren't taking a full party with you. But, yeah, undecided if that will get in time or not.
Okay. I did definitely notice that you have buffed them, because they're now this limited thing. It seems like you're just like, well, let's make them ridiculous. Like, well, they're stronger than me.
The main thing with temporary mercenaries is you cannot tweak their gear.
Yeah.
And because you cannot tweak their gear, we can make them much stronger than before because we don't need to balance around you giving them 1,000 DPS axes and Oyani's prototype and whatever else.
Yeah, they seem to be powerhouses.
The good thing is we can balance permanent mercenaries and temporary mercenaries completely separately.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And that's the other thing. So you can now get permanent mercenaries through the Luminary. And I feel like this is the most interesting, unique ascendancy possibly ever.
I feel like I maybe lied last time we added the last Scion class, where I said we'd add another one after 13 years.
You did, yes.
Turns out it was 6 months. My bad, give or take. So sorry, apologies for the dishonesty.
I'll forgive you on this one.
But yeah, as you were going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like so Luminary allows you to permanently hire a mercenary, and then there are like it's scaled back a little bit in that you need to say, oh, I care about them having unique gloves, so I'm going to allocate that point, or I'm going to mix and match those guys. So it seems like you've put some kind of effort towards making them a little bit more balanced, but this is like a super, I don't know, this is a super interesting ascendancy because it's got like a really long tail on it. Like you can keep finding new mercenaries as you go long term, right?
It's also interesting if you're not a luminary, because if you find a really good mercenary in a map, you can itemize it and trade it to a luminary.
Ah.
So there'll be a market for farming mercenary for other luminaries, assuming you know what the very valuable
these little
mercenaries
micro
are.
markets developing. I can't wait for someone to buy like an ultra expensive warrant, because that's what the tradable things for the warrant. And then they're like, yes, I get to hire it, and then they just die.
Oh, no.
I'm like,
oh, no.
Evil. I thoroughly love where the Scions now ended up.
Yeah.
The 3 classes it has. You've got the Reliquarian, which we teased yesterday, day before, or something.
Yes,
the new
we've shown the new one.
You got this, like all 3 classes. The Ascendant obviously is a bit more, but there's still many permutations. It's still three very unique classes.
Yeah.
Insane build variety. It ended up just being amazing and special, and the Luminary just is the icing on the cake there, honestly. I'm looking forward to playing it. That's definitely my...
Yeah, I'm 50-50 at the moment what I'm going to play. It's either going to be a Flame Link mercenary, me using the Flame Link, or channeling Lightning Tendrils, which sounds weird, but there's stuff.
I was going to say Andrew has adjusted over 100 skill gems.
Yeah, I think I still got a few dot buffs to do, but everything else should be in the notes.
That's literally our next topic. I've just got a couple of mercenary chat questions before we move on. So, will mercenaries revive automatically if they die after changing zones, or do they need to be revived with gold still?
They still need to be revived with gold, and the same system as before, where they'll turn up in the next area.
Yeah. Okay. Did you guys
their survivability has been... No, I don't think it's been messed with too much. I think it should be all good.
Okay.
You will need to put defensive gear on them, I think. I can't remember. It was too long ago when I looked at the balance for the...
Figure it out.
Did you guys improve the UI or something like that? I feel like it was a bit better or something. I don't know. It's hard to recall.
We have added extra panels so you can see more information about your mercenary.
Yeah, there's the passives and defenses and stuff.
So the defenses, I think, used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will show, because mercenaries in the back end, they have effectively a fake passive tree.
Yeah.
Which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, those
You
in
can
here.
actually build them a bit more because you know what they're going to scale properly. Yeah.
There's 2 things about the Luminary that I think are worth... You're talking about passive stats, and it reminded me. There's 2 things about the Luminary. So the first thing is that what we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has how many fixed spawns? 3?
4 areas, yeah.
So some guaranteed ones. You're still, and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second thing is in the campaign specifically, because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there, they level up with you. So that the ones you do find earlier on will sustain for their skills get better, they're passive, they get the passive.
Yeah, so when you're in an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30. So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits spellcaster mercenaries a little bit more than the attack ones.
Yeah, but without that, honestly, it was a little bit dire, leveling up as well.
Yeah, I ascended and I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was and then since then I've done 1 or 2 extra acts, and I found another 5 of them. I found one of the the higher end, whatever the next tier of the mercenaries is called.
Infamous,
I found an infamous Kineticist, and it's
oh, That's the big money right
Yeah,
there.
and then I went into another zone and there was one of the temporary ones. I got those guys and I was just like sprinting through the zone and he's like slamming, teleporting, and she's throwing bolts down everywhere. I'm like, nice. That's pretty fun. It's gonna be fun in endgame when you like get a good temporary recruit on top of your already luminarious.
I get to be a
recruited one as
support
well.
character without friends. my mercenary friends.
Absolutely. Will Trials skill gems drop from mercenaries now, or they remain exclusively as a heist reward? That's another question.
Yeah, we've moved them back to mercenaries, so they no longer drop in heist.
That makes sense. You want each thing to have its own unique rewards after all. Will there be a forbidden flame and flesh jewels for luminary ascendancy nodes? Oh, I imagine not, right?
No, there won't be. Because
Wouldn't make
most of the
much
nodes
sense.
don't work unless you have the node that enables
And
you
then
to
there's
have
that
the
one that would
mercenary.
just be completely busted.
So it's similar to Reliquary, and neither of those two ascendancies. You can still use the Ascendance ones, but yeah, you can't get the
Yes.
Reliquary and all the Luminary ones.
Sion and being a weirdo with her ascendancies.
Yeah, she's an edge case.
Fun little thing that I'm sure, well, we were just discussing this before because you experienced it out here where a lot of players probably have forgotten, but for those who remember the first time players have to actually go and unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion.
Yeah, I had a fresh account here, so I was all of a sudden like, wait, what? I forgot about that.
You guys have removed the Scion? Who actually remembers that from whatever a decade ago?
Oh, yeah.
So obviously when we announce a class like this, a lot of people who are going to start playing the game are going to be like, I wanted to play this thing and I don't know where it is and I don't know what to do. Almost certainly after this, we're going to go and make it so that the Scion is just unlocked by default at this point. We should be adding new interesting discoveries and unlocks, not like holding on to that when people might want to play this and come play the game and actually engage with the Scion straight away, and they don't have to, a new player shouldn't have to play to Act 3 to then reroll to do it. I know this is a thing that like isn't a huge deal
Most of us
because
unlocked it 15 years ago or something.
everyone has done it, but like, yeah, it's easy to forget that even was a thing. So hopefully, yes, they don't have to play to Act 3 to then re-roll in order to play the class that they want to play. Which is a little bit sad because it was a fun thing at the time, but honestly, I forgot about it for 8 years or something. I don't know how long it's been.
Most of us did, indeed. So, Andrew, you did some work on skill balancing. It seems like hand casting, aka self casting, was a big part of the focus. What was your kind of like goals with skill balance this time? What have you been working on here?
Yeah, well, it's a couple of words that keeps cropping up over and over again. So we sat down and had a look and figured out like what are the problems with hand casting. It's like what are all the different things we can change. I mean, the general thing from my point of view is I think hand casting is like not bad in the campaign and like early campaign, but I think it falls off quite a lot in the middle game, and it comes back online very, very late game because you have a lot of very unique interactions like life stacking, that type of thing, which can then push it to be like very, very competitive. So a lot of the focus here was adding more scaling into that mid game, especially.
Yep.
But also the fact that we have like hundreds, I think it was like 180 spells that were like viable damaging spells that we could like were candidates for balance effectively.
Yeah.
So it's like you have so much choice. Why would someone pick one spell over the other? So we've also done a focus of like trying to differentiate the spells a bit more based on like their inherent damage types.
Yeah.
So for example, like blade spells now have like 10% crit chance instead of 6%. So they're massively crit focused. Whereas fire spells have lower mana cost than other spells, but they have higher damage effectiveness, which sort of leans into them being very good for Ignite.
Yeah, I noticed you were doing more elemental distinction as well. Yeah, so like I saw similar sort of reasoning behind cold and lightning as well. Like lightning is faster, but higher mana cost.
Yeah, so lightning will be interesting because lightning has like all of the cast speeds are faster, but the mana cost is also higher. So
that's like a double whammy for like how do you manage the mana on that, and then if it's doing archmage things as well, especially. I mean, that can be a good thing. It's a good thing to have the higher mana cost potentially.
Yeah, I mean, archmage doesn't scale off. I don't know. There's not a huge amount of things that scale off current mana cost anymore. I think there are a few, in which case that is actually a buff for those. All those lightning spells.
Unique or something, right? Yeah. So that's a bit stronger distinction there. I saw you're also kind of like any kind of pure ice spells are getting a chance to freeze, and I saw a chance to shock going in. It's like, yeah, why doesn't this skill have 25% chance to freeze?
Yeah, the annoying thing that I found with freeze is that like it's such an inherent part of a cold build's identity.
Yeah.
But most skills just can't freeze unless they invest into critical strike chance. So having a bit of like chance to freeze inherently on some of the very basic cold spells will make freeze actually be something that you'll notice early on in the game.
Cool, yeah. And it's not just that though, like I definitely noticed some pretty substantial damage buffs for a lot of these skills too, which is important to like give a bit more diversity. I even noticed in the early game, it's like, I don't feel necessarily like I have to rolling magma quite so hard.
Yeah, I think there weren't a huge amount of like, to be honest, a lot of the changes were to the growth of the spells. Like for example, channeling spells because they don't have a huge amount of like different axes for scaling. We've increased like the damage growth on those, so the damage isn't like hugely different at like level 1, but it ramps up quite a lot more throughout the game. But we deliberately just nerfed Magma Orb very, very early game, just so you don't feel compelled to use that one spell. Please try something else.
The the curse of Magma Orb is finally over.
I mean, there'll be a new curse, but hopefully we'll change it more frequently than we have with Magma Orb.
Curse of the Allflame.
So along that line, there is the classic, meta nerfs, so to speak, that we like to do every league. But Andrew's a specialist at just give me a giga spreadsheet of numbers, and he is the king of just change all the numbers of all the things. Like most people are like, oh, there's multiple hundreds of things to do here, and a little bit reserved. And Andrew's just like, yeah, all good. Let's go through every skill in the game. Let's do it.
Oh man, it's a long list of. It's going to be some long patch notes this time around for sure.
Yeah, not to say there aren't any like nerfs related to. Well, one of the things is because we're buffing a lot of the spells, I don't want to just buff every challenge spell in the game and everyone's like, oh no, I'm playing totems. No, I'm playing mines. So do note there might be some like counterbalance there.
Yes, that's a good thing. Otherwise, you're not even necessarily then making people want to handcast, right? Like, obviously. So.
Yeah. Do you think that there might be a need in some areas for any sort of like mechanical changes to handcasting and channeling?
Well, there is a dream, and the dream is cast while moving, but that is I don't know if we'll ever see that in Theory 1.
So that's a tricky one,
it requires the new rigs, I assume.
We will someday.
One day.
One day.
That one's an actual long time away, though. That's not like a but we've explained that a whole bunch of times. It's the exact same reason why there's no WASD.
Yeah, I see the question, and we've answered it before, the WASD question, but that's the same thing.
We understand
it kind of needs the rigging to work.
We understand how popular those things will be, and it will happen. It's just taking its time, and not due to us not caring. There is a whole department actively working on aiming towards this goal.
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah. So ironically, with the discussion and like a lot of the focus being on hand-casting, self-casting, and trying to make those better comparative to like triggered and other means of getting spells out, which have been dominant in the past, there has still been a lot of questions about cast on crit and cast while channeling, and those feeling weak. Interesting. So it's especially like cast on crit players seem to be like lamenting the loss of awakened cast on crit, for example, and feeling like they're a lot weaker now, or that's a lot less viable. Is that something you've considered or looking at in the future at all?
There is this new node on Assassin, which is sort of insane for cast on crit.
Interesting.
If you're familiar with bifurcation, and I don't know if it was shown in the live stream, but if you're familiar with crits bifurcating in PoE 2, we pretty much ported the exact same mechanic back to PoE 1, which is especially effective on cast on crit.
That was a whole can of worms, that thing. I'm surprised you got opening that one again.
Yeah, cast on crit, I'm like, sort of just ignored this patch. Cast while channeling, though, feels a little more like you are casting it yourself, although you can Cyclone, So cast while channeling has received some buffs. I don't think cast on crit has really.
Okay, yeah. Apart from maybe something with Assassin.
Apart from Assassin might be very, very strong for it.
Yeah, I'll ask more about Assassin later, although before there was the exceptional support. We should probably touch on that. So you did the removal of the awakened supports and then the new exceptional supports. And now that we've had that for a league, I'm just curious. I've seen some questions here and there about it, and I've seen People saying, especially like dot builds, maybe poison builds. I feel like they lost a lot from the transition. You know, they had a bunch of damage now before that they don't have now. They were kind of already something that was a bit capped in terms of damage.
The problem that a lot of those non-ailment dots have is there's very few mechanics that you can do something like super interesting with.
Yeah.
And previously, a lot of the old Awakened supports were just pure damage multipliers. All the supports they used were like Awakened burning damage, Awakened deadly ailment, or not that one, but Swift Affliction or whatever. So, yeah, they certainly did lose a little bit of damage at like the super endgame, but hopefully I'm undecided. Like I said before, we've still got some like, I've got a specific list of spell dot skills, which I haven't exactly figured out how I want to buff yet, because it could just be damage growth. But I think the correct answer is we add more different, it could be support gems, there could be just some in-game itemization that like adds extra axes of scaling to these skills. It was shown in the live stream, but one of the packs is very focused towards these.
Yeah.
The Pact of Gore, depending on like how many different types of non-damaging dot skills you use, you'll get like a huge bonus to their like damage. And
so there's still some stuff that's going to come in the patch notes as probably early next week. So the dot skills, as he mentioned.
Oh wow, that's fun.
Maybe, unless he decides not to. And we were even working on some keystones for casting that we haven't quite figured out. But the hope is to be able to do them. Like kind of one for fire, one for lightning, one for cold, something like that. No promises, but they're close. We're like 80% into solving it, and there's just a few bits left. But we didn't want to add something too kind of convoluted, and so just trying to find out how to simplify them and make them feel a bit more fundamental, as opposed to just like a confusing mess. And if some of that can just be a matter of descriptions, which also, I don't know if people noticed, but we have the helper text system now in PoE1.
Yeah, the tooltips. Yeah. I definitely noticed that. I love tooltips.
I just remembered. I was like, we didn't talk about it.
I was like, wait a second, that's a tooltip right there.
On that note, though, we don't have everything. The system's there.
That's going to take time.
The new stuff has it. The old stuff going to require
slowly
it's a lot of
updated.
Finding all the cases where it's necessary, writing all the text.
Linking them all.
You can automate some of this once you have a keyword, which is what we call it internally. You can go look for all the places in the game that use that word that you're trying to keyword. But the actual writing of each individual keyword, that needs to be done manually by people who understand the systems, and is also very exacting, because Path of Exile is a very precise game. And so if you have slightly different wording, it can mean a wildly different thing.
We only let a few people in-house actually write these things because we want to make sure they're very consistent. You see in some games where you've got descriptions and it's just, you look like each developer wrote their own variation of it. So we generally try and make sure these are done very precisely, because misinformation is way worse than almost no information, right? Like it just confuses people. So they're going to get filled in, but we're needing those specific people to be free to do it. But it's a good QOL addition to the game, and good for onboarding as well. And so that's just random pivot, but I just remembered that when we're talking about the keystones and describing them.
I see chat bringing up nearby. Did we get that nearby?
Oh yeah, I was going to mention
the highlight. The circle?
Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a restart patch, like a content update, maybe a week or two after release. And for that, I have a plan where I'm going to unify all the nearby keywords. So nearby, close, present, proximal, all of that stuff. And then it will all be keyworded, and you'll be able to highlight the keyword, and you'll get the nice little ring around your character.
I just want to clarify, because people got confused last time. When he says restart patch, it just means a patch in where the realm goes off and then back up. Just to be clear. I saw last time people going, what do you mean there's a week one reset?
There are some changes that won't work unless the client has been restarted. So it just forces everybody off the game.
Internal terminology leaking
It's
out.
about client server synchronous. But
that's good news.
I've seen us. We refer to it as a restart patch internally, and I see some people, rightfully so, misinterpret that as a economy restart or something. I'm like, no.
You don't need to do that for a tooltip.
No,
not usually.
The new league mechanic tooltips.
So we've had the Assassin rework, and how do you feel like that landed? And there was also kind of like linked questions about well, we talked about custom crit, but also like elusive, not feeling very good to build around. But I think before you could refresh it, but not anymore.
Yeah, I feel like when we reworked it, it landed a little bit too weak, which is why we're making changes this patch.
Yeah.
Not just, well, it's mostly because it's an intelligence ascendancy, and so we can like put it under the umbrella of self-cast buff. But do note that the Death Marked node, the one that is applies Assassin Mark, that has also been massively buffed. So
cool.
If that node is much stronger for attack builds, then hopefully Assassin is also viable for them too.
Control F Assassin in the patch notes then. That's good news. Yeah, because I was doing a little bit of research on that, just kind of see where it landed, and ultimately it was like 2%. It seems like the Shadow Ascendancies in general are all a little bit low.
Yeah, I mean, we do sometimes look at PoE Ninja just to see like the one or two
authority on this.
Yeah, we often have our like we make sure we address the least played class or two. But because some of these, we just instead went with more of a like, not to say they aren't, but folded into the hand casting thing and do spell casting adjacent stuff instead.
Yeah, related to the assassin questions, a few people have been asking about daggers and claws. Daggers in particular feel like they lack a bit of an identity. Like you would expect them to be the highest crit thing, but in many cases that seems to not be the case. And a lot of times it's like, unless it's a unique, it's like, well, I should just use a claw instead. That's going to be better.
One of the things that's going to be in the patch notes is quite a lot of caster itemization changes, particularly to like staves and daggers and wands and scepters. So one of the things with daggers is they're implicit. So we just had a look at them compared to like wands and scepters, and it's like you're kind of weak.
Yeah.
So all of the crit chance on dagger implicits has been buffed.
Nice.
And then the changes that were related to wands and scepters generally proliferate to daggers as well. So roll and caster daggers will have a bunch of improvements. As attack daggers versus attack claws, the only real change there is that daggers have slightly more crit chance.
Yeah, I imagine that's a bit out of the scope of this current one, since it's not the focus now, but something to look at in the
It's
future.
the
maybe.
same thing where we try and pick a package similar with the League reworks,
For sure.
instead of just bits and pieces all over. We're like, what's something cohesive? So when you go hand casting, and then you kind of let it spread and affect things that are somewhat adjacent, but yeah, I mean, the players will then tell us what the next, like we almost always go off, as he said, when the word hand casting or self casting keeps coming up, that's how we ultimately decide here's what we're doing next. So ultimately we just keep paying attention to what people think is not in the right spot, and then we go, okay, how are we going to turn that into a package, a rebalance package, and that's kind of how we go about doing it, to be honest. So let us know is the answer.
That's the next question is about defenses on ranges. Obviously not in the scope of this patch, so no one expects anything in that regard. But it's maybe a good one for the future to look at. Defenses on the ranger build archetypes, especially with bows, it seems to be, is kind of the topic here, and I had some prolonged discussions with a few people about this one. So I have some extra context on this if needed, but the main takeaway seems to be that range defense suppression, namely, was nerfed as a result of other classes heavily investing in it, which is like a good thing to do because you don't really want like the build checklist of like, oh, I have to get suppression on every single build was obviously a problem. So that was like nerfed in, I believe, 3.2.7, and there was some stuff before that as well. So what probably good for other builds balance, Rangers seems to be lacking in their own way to make up for that. And evasion seeming kind of increasingly weak, with less benefits to stacking it than other things like armor and energy shield. And other defensive layer options in that kind of archetype seem to be highly conditional, or they have some really big downsides. And the ascendancy options are really high in point investment typically. A lot of them are 4 pointers, where other things in other classes would be 2 points, and also highly conditional. Don't get hit, or you don't have any defenses kind of thing. So I was wondering if that's like an area that you might be interested in looking at in the future, or something you've been tracking.
I mean, if the player base agrees, and then we look into it, which, I mean, you're primarily correct, yes, then that will turn into our next package, right? Like, we pay attention to it during this league, by the way.
Yeah.
And then we go, okay, you got this, this, and this, what one are we going to focus on? Maybe we can do a second. So, again, that is a worthy candidate, for sure.
Yeah, I haven't played an evasion build in like 2 or 3 leagues, so I can't
look
remember how good the defenses were. I remember the philosophy of that change was basically that like a lot of the investment in the ranger area of the tree should be able to get suppression back to the level that it was pre-nerf.
Yeah.
If that isn't the case, we can probably do more there.
Yeah.
You'd want to adjust things that are like solely the domain of that kind of build, right?
Yeah.
So like pure evasion bases or maybe something like that. If you want to those big problems specifically.
It could be we do it more
Defense.
dex. Like if you dexterity focused kind of defenses pass plus weapon distinctions. Like if you're talking about attack claws and daggers, like I can already see this coming together and becoming a bit of a thing. So even if it's not just defensive, it could just be something to do with that.
Since we were kind of talking about like the daggers and claws and stuff, that's also in that similar area. So I wonder if that's like there's a package kind of in that area.
I can see that. I could see that coming together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's always going to be people that disagree on like what's the next area that should be focused on, but that's one that got brought up by someone whose opinion I kind of trust on that.
Yeah, I do agree that I don't think PoE1 has super good identity between different types of weapons, because like if you're a slayer, it's like what's the difference between using a two-hand sword axe or mace? Really, there's like a few mastery options, a couple of different implicits.
That's a fun thing to improve too. Like it results in things being more interesting typically whenever that sort of stuff is addressed. So.
I mean, one of the benefits of having this, cadence where we have the split teams with, designers fully dedicated to PoE1 is we have the time and resources to address these kinds of problems.
Yeah.
We can do much more significant balance shakeups every league if we want to.
That's clearly evidenced by this patch with the gigantic delve into the various problem areas. It's good news for sure. Production, can we scroll past this part? Yeah, down further, thank you. Cool. Another thing that got mentioned, I don't know if it was mentioned at all in the, so you mentioned something about Varlords, and this is connected to this. So, synthesis, you mentioned something's happening with synthesis modifiers.
Oh yeah, we're just getting rid of them.
Nice.
That is the thing that's happening.
Good riddance.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the synthesis unique items are still unchanged. They still can get synthesis implicits, but they we've never really liked they're just like item bloat, and they don't really have a specific home in the game currently. So why have synthesis implicits when you also have Val implicits, and it sort of removes the identity of implicits on like weapons, for example. So
the whole identity was you take multiple items, for those who maybe remember the league, you take multiple items explicits mods and put them as implicits on something, like the whole idea was that you're turning explicit mod power into implicits, and then we removed that conversion process and then just had. So really what it just looks like is there's just a random amalgamation of different modifiers that are implicits on these items. But it's like, you never synthesized it. It's just an item. So even like just immersively, it's just like, or narratively, or in world, it's like, what does this even mean? Now that there's no actual crafting bench to achieve it that synthesis had during its league forever ago. But yeah, then it's just like, okay, now you've just got this amalgamation of so many different stats that are just contesting with designs, well, ultimately blocking design space, and they don't really have a purpose. So like we just eradicate it so we can free up some, make some of these other things more powerful, or free up some design space to be able to do some more stuff in the future.
Which we then did immediately use, right, Andrew?
Yeah. So
tell me more.
Well, I guess that's sort of like the vestigial items, but those are unique, so they don't really compete with synthesis bases. But the main thing we did is we took most of the interesting, powerful synthesis implicits and turned them into Veil corruption implicits.
Yeah, so you
can corrupt a ring and get +1 frenzy charge, for example.
Well, that's a potential big buff to Varlords, and it seems like that's a much more interesting thing.
You'll see it in the patch notes, but in doing like the Abyss changes, we've ordered all the mods on Abyss Jewels, and we've removed bad ones, buffed weak ones, same for all the Val.
I think we got rid of the increased damage versus abyssal monsters one, right?
Yeah, I think
that's gone.
I think I petitioned you to get rid of those like years ago, and now I didn't even ask you this time. I just removed it.
Yeah, get rid of them. I don't know why I ever would have defended that. Fever Dream.
Memory
all those days. Did you ask me before 10 a.m. and I hadn't had enough caffeine?
I can't remember.
You can't do that. I need that.
Anyway, it's the right answer.
Yes. I mean, that's a very juicy buff to double corruptions. There's going to be some fun double corrupting actually coming out of that.
It also means you can no longer mirror the best items in the game anymore.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, this is the sort of change that affects, like, very technical high-end crafting, because, like, you can't get those crazy bases to craft on now.
The only small reservation is it sort of removes a little bit of the value from the leagues that actually did, for some reason, drop synthesis items. So, for example,
Which is
Ritual
everything
and
but synthesis, let's be clear.
Yeah. So, those might be the next leagues in the future on the, like, let's audit their rewards, make sure their exclusive rewards are, like, much more powerful and interesting.
It somewhat balances in the other direction, though, because there's a lot of leagues that'll generate corrupted items as outcomes, and now those can be much more of a jackpot, right?
Sure. Yeah. Well, so part of my follow-up question was, like, it was at some point mentioned that we would get the ability to add synthesis item drops back to synth maps, because that was always, like, one of my favorite things. Like, it's such a high variance, fun win thing. It's like, oh yeah, man, rings are dropping with synthesized implicits. Like, that's awesome. So now, obviously, that's not going to be happening since they're not a thing anymore. Is there something that synthesis maps could get to make them have their own unique reward? Are they even a candidate for that kind of, like, are they a system enough?
Well, they're sort of under the umbrella of unique maps being very old and being not very good. And we would love to just, like, completely redesign all of them and do them properly.
They're getting sad. They're getting real sad.
Yeah.
It came up as part of the Atlas anomaly discussion. You know, there's a point where we were like, should all unique maps just be Atlas anomalies? And should we then do a pass on all the unique maps to make them more worthy? And it was just too much of a rabbit hole of work at the time. You know, it was maybe a month before release, and that's not the point in the development cycle where you can make that kind of decision.
Yeah.
I will mention one thing though. Doryani's Machinarium is no longer required for challenge completion. However, Doryani's Delusion, the unique boots that drop from the map, have been, like, they always drop corrupted with an implicit, and they've been massively buffed. So they're very high variance. So you'll want to run that map to find some potentially crazy boots.
Awesome. So we recently had some of the bigger Chaos Orb sinks removed, probably causing the quick spike to 300 plus Chaos to Divine ratio that was in Mirage, compared to the more typical 150-ish that we had in Keepers and before that. So I'm curious, like, is this something you guys really look at or care about too much? Or you like, the economy's going to economy? Like, what are your thoughts about it? What are the impacts on players of this sort of change? Like, if you have an economic shift like that, is it something you care about?
Too much.
I mean,
not if it's too.
That's the impression I've got in the past.
If that was 3,000, whatever, obviously the magnitude matters. It's, you know, not to say it isn't a thing we might want to consider. I'm just saying, like, it's not a huge deal for sure. Not unless it actually spirals out, like, out of control.
There's this thing with the economy that, like, from your guys' perspective, I get the sense that, like, well, this is kind of like the player's domain a bit more. We don't want to necessarily influence it too much all the time.
Yeah, maybe the new de facto currency will be chromatic orbs. You never know.
Could you imagine? Oh,
I don't know. Not to be contradictory or anything, but, like, I don't personally have much of a horse in the race of the economy part of this, but I really like there being sinks for things because I like things leaving the economy, thus allowing things to retain value over time. You know, it's one of the main reasons that I, like, personally play hardcore trade over other leagues, because things leave the economy.
Yeah.
So would I want more chaos sinks in the game? Yes. Yeah. Do I want them in the game because there's a ratio of chaos to divines that's wrong in some way? No. It's just because it's good for the game generally.
Okay.
Yeah. It is sad when the Chaos Orb as a drop now feels weak, right?
I think
that is sad.
That's the most compelling argument that I see when I'm thinking about this, because I usually ask people when people think about, like, have you seen the economy ratio? And I'm like, well, why do you think it's a problem? And the answers I get are varied and not always super convincing, but the most convincing one that I hear is that the players who are picking up Chaos Orbs aren't getting that kind of, like, incremental progression towards their thing. Like, that's like that appeals to me. I feel for the normies, being one myself.
The fewer items that are satisfying to drop.
Yeah.
Like, if it only becomes, here's the only 2 items you care about that drop, that's bad. So, yeah, we do have to keep as many drops as possible feeling satisfying, and that is the main motivation to go, okay, if it's crossing it's a great line, it's like weird, but if it does cross the line, then, I guess it's not even really a line, it's just the more items we can keep satisfying, and thus you could argue, yes, this is something that we should push for fixing, for sure.
That said, we have added a couple
I'm
of
bearing the lead. Yeah.
So we've added 2 new crafts. Andrew did the balance on them, so.
Oh, only the cost. That might be wrong. We'll find out.
There's there's Benchore crafts for Chaos Orbs now, I saw.
Yes. They behave, I mean, if you're familiar with the PoE2 Chaos Orb where it removes a mod then adds a mod, there's one that does that, and then there's one that removes 3 mods and adds 3 mods. So you can kind of use these to try and salvage items that have a really good mod that you want, but a bunch of other trash.
Interesting. It's hard to tell the impacts or like how much that'll be used, but it's an option there. We'll see how it plays out. But yeah, that's going to sink a few Chaos Orbs. I saw that one of them was like 8 Chaos or something.
We'll keep an eye on it. I wouldn't want Chaos to become pennies, you know? That's, which you could argue they're 1/3 of a penny right now, I guess, depending on what your definition
call a dollar.
Depends what your dollar is, I guess. Well, I would argue the divine is somewhat of a dollar. But we'll keep an eye on it as well. But again, the ultimate philosophy is we should be keeping as many drops as possible feeling satisfying. That's the goal. So anything that goes away from that is technically in the wrong direction. It's just, it can get a little bit away from it without us having to take action, and sometimes there are short-term things that influence, not to say that that's what's happened here. And then they just course correct next league, and sometimes there are things that are needing addressing. I don't have an exact answer for it now, which is why I'm kind of being a little bit vague, because we need to discuss and figure out what to actually do. Hard to promise things at this point, but yeah.
Well, we've kind of touched on it a little bit a few times, but Bestiary is had to have seen some changes to its beast crafting. You also mentioned like the specific beasts are dropping specific talismans as well. Side note on that, is that something you can target farm in some way since they are specific?
Yes, so every single red beast has its own specific talisman it drops.
Yeah.
So for example, if you want like a Rex talisman, then there is the node on the Atlas tree that increases the chance for like beasts from that specific genus to spawn.
That's a cool little buff.
So yeah, you can. A Rex just looks like a some sort of mammal to me, but yeah, it is
a bird.
Okay.
Is it a bird? It's a bird. You can plus birds. The more likely for the bird species, I'm pretty sure will increase the rexes. But I didn't actually ever think about how clear the correlation between the genus and the actual monsters is. So I guess it's fine, whatever.
One of you mentioned to me that beast splitting is gone. That's obviously a big change for some folks. It's a big crafting thing that was used for some high-end crafting projects, or just getting extra value out of certain drops, I suppose, in some cases. So talk us through the removal of the beast splitting.
Well, the main thing is, I feel like historically, beast splitting was never really intended for, or has never really been used for its original intention of splitting the mods from one item onto 2 items. It's almost always just been used for, I just found the most valuable base type in the game in Heist, and now I have 2 of them.
I mean, it came about because we were looking at the fact that we don't want every simplex amulet to become 2, right? Like that was where this came in. We started discussing it, and we were just like, is this even healthy at this point? Like, just ultimately every base type that's of value becomes 2 base types of value. And I get that it's just taking away the value, but it also just honestly isn't necessary at that point.
And worth noting, Fractured Fossil has also been changed.
Okay.
Because that does a similar thing.
It fractures the item now, like the name suggests.
That makes sense.
It just doesn't fulfill its original purpose. I could see people being a bit like, oh, no, but I liked having 2 of everything I found.
Yeah, but
I mean, there's also like, what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing and removed it? Not to say we've
like, even if you don't, it's like the thing you get now is worth like 1.5 times as much or whatever the difference in the cost of the beast splitting was. Like, it was just priced into the economy of it anyway. Like, so it just became this kind of like obligationary step that you just had to know about, otherwise you were scamming yourself.
Yeah. And in many ways, the new Oriflame crafting is splitting items.
Sure.
In a
somewhat.
In a sort of way.
If you want to do the original intent of the
you can only
split
get one of
closer to the original.
There's a Ducat that's very similar to that, which splits it into a bunch of ghostly forms that each have some of the item or one of the mods in the original item, and then you pick one.
You can take the mods that you want. That's a cool idea.
Yeah, so like that is closer to what the beast was originally intended to do.
Yeah, okay.
isolate a strong mod to then craft from.
But noting on the case of bestiary, I know Octavian, you share this as well, but both of us probably. I don't know how you feel about it. It's our top on our top list.
Oh yeah, even
your number one. It's my number one for like.
Our programmers keep asking me when are we gonna get.
Oh god,
it's a dire rework.
It is a rat's nest, man, on the back end. Like when we added that scarab that added the new beast, the Black Morrigan, like that was just add a unique beast that has a few crafts, and that was like 2 weeks worth of going back to it, fixing a bug, going back to it, fixing a bug, because it's
sad.
It
is the number one league that's in the dire need of a rework in our eyes.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Monsters are old, the combat's old, the bosses are old, the crafting system has gone through so many different identities and different things to the point where I honestly think it's like kind of lost a bit of its groove.
I mean, what I will say is it's a very strong concept, though. Like going and capturing beasts, like wild spirit beasts, is really cool. And that's kind of why the very original pitch for this league was like, you know, go back to that theme. So we'd want to keep the strong theme, but
I know that one. We all agree. I don't know how players necessarily feel.
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, I definitely have had questions about that, especially on the quality of life side of things. And since you're already thinking about that, it'd be worth mentioning those now. So people like, particularly like just hitting the limit of beasts and then like having to empty them out. There has been some improvements there, but it seems like it's still like just a big problem for people that are
honestly we've been doing kind of weak level band-aids for a while there, because the actual solution is quite a lot of work, and we keep going to do it, and we're like, can we really afford to spend this much time on that instead of, and there's all this like cool content stuff, and every time we're weighing the scales, it's like, it's not quite there. And so this is where I'm like, okay, in order to actually do this, we have to make bestiary the focus. So we have to go, this is the rework, and then we'll be able to do all of this stuff. But it's surprisingly more work than it might seem.
Because if you do it in that way, where you're making it a focus and you're, you know, revamping a lot of the content as well, then you're not having to choose between, do I fix these problems or make cool content? You're just fixing the problems while making the cool content.
Yeah.
Make league good.
Something I saw kind of like asked was like proposing the idea is like, do yellow beasts even really matter and need to be a thing like they are? Like, what if they just kind of dropped a life force beast juice or something like that?
Recently as well.
Interesting.
Well, this was part of the original spec where we basically wanted to say that yellow beasts still appear in maps as extra monsters, but Ironheart doesn't capture them. And then all of the recipes just require a red beast, and he'll spawn some random other beast alongside when you do an encounter.
When I imagine a modernizing pass, that's kind of what I imagine,
The only problem is that is a lot of programmer work, actually.
Every solution we came up with was like, all right, we've done all the like 1 day tasks. Now we're in the mini day to week tasks, and we're like, it's just getting so. Again, it will be a focus.
I wonder if that makes it a candidate for more of like a Bestiary 2.0, like a more substantial thing, since it is going to be so much work anyway. Just to untangle that. Like.
Not necessarily as an active league, though it could be, but I'd say it's currently still probability-wise, it's more likely for just a rework. Similar to like Abyss and Legion this time round, it'll be, here's a new league, here's a bestiary rework, insert other things here.
We've got some rapid-fire kind of quality of life and technical questions here. EU servers seem to be having some major issues each league launch, and maybe beyond that from what I've heard. Any news on the sources of that issue or potential improvements on the horizon?
None of us three know about that, unfortunately. So Jonathan handles that with our more live ops and sys-admin team, so we just don't know, honestly, what's going on. Like,
I'll ask him about it then.
That is the better thing to do for sure.
I'll get on it. We talked about the tooltips. Excellent. In-game price checking was added to PoE 2. Is that something you're planning on adding to PoE 1 as well?
Almost all of that. Well, yes. Don't know when. Same with like price checker, build planner, which I guess is a bigger
build
thing.
planner.
There's some complexities around it. Like we are trying to, as from the helper text thing, we just got that ported over, so we're slowly porting stuff over. But often the best person to do it is the person that implemented it, right? It makes sense to port it. But those people are working on PoE 2, big upgrades. So we've got to find these like windows where they're like kind of between tasks where they can migrate it over and make it work. Otherwise, you're having someone who doesn't know that code base at all, trying to maneuver it over, and they don't understand the, parts of it that are less important, more important necessarily. And if they can figure it out, but it would just take a lot more time. So we try and find these lulls between major tasks for them where they can.
No nič, vyzerá to zle. Tá liga vyzerá ako sračka.
To do some of that really. So.
And those are the sorts of things that work towards the goal of like, you don't really have to install third-party software to play PoE if you're a long-term player. That's the ideal of the outcome there. And that got me thinking about that. There's two features of Awaken Trade that I would keep me using it, even if you had the in-game price checking that was working just as well. And there's a /hideout macro, the ability to return to your hideout quickly. And the second one is the control scroll wheel your sesh has without being moused over it, because that exists in game, but you have to mouse over it, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Interesting.
So I'm just wondering if those are things that could just become core behaviors.
Well, the latter one, I can just go and talk to some UI programmers and see whether we can do that.
Both are fully feasible.
Please do.
The first one I'm less certain of, but
why not? It's just a
I think in PoE 2 there's a return to hideout button if you go to someone's hideout to trade. I don't know if that's in PoE 1 currently. So it might be just like a little gap.
Also similar to how we bound use town portal.
It could be a
return to hideout.
That would be amazing.
Or just a go to hideout. Obviously, it won't always work. Like if you're in an area where hideout doesn't work, it won't work.
Yeah.
But
Awesome.
And maybe then do one for like, / King's March or whatever the one is that brings you to King's March.
That's kind of the one I use the second most if I'm playing
off your keyboard, just teleport to.
Yeah, we've got a lot of hotkeys, but these could be optional ones, I suppose.
Some are more used than others, right?
Yeah.
So we'll start with those ones before we add a whole ruckus of.
Oh, that'd be amazing. If the control scroll wheel's possible as well, that'd be awesome, because that's just like when you're transferring stuff from your inventory, you're moused over there. You don't have to mouse over to change tabs and back and forth. That'd be awesome. Oh, great. Awesome news. The Total event caught me by surprise. Trial of the Ancestors. I think it caught a lot of people by surprise. How did that one come about? And just kind of just quickly, kind of, what are your thoughts on it? Any useful takeaways? Learn some useful stuff about.
Well, we wanted to just have a variety of different events we can run, and it was like we don't want to just keep doing the same thing. And so it kind of was like, okay, we've had this and this. Like we even discussed at the time, going, could Mercenaries be an event format? And we went through all the different options, and then. I think there's been a bit of because Trial of the Ancestors effectively got dismantled after the league.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's going to be so much work to bring it back. Turns out, wasn't that much work.
Yep. It took a programmer 1 day to revive it.
Yeah. Ended up being way quicker than we had expected. So we were like, well, let's just do it, run it as an event. I know people have been craving it, but let's actually see if it's more nostalgia fueled or otherwise. But yeah.
It's one that I see some people just they tried it here and they're like, no, I don't get it, I don't like it. But then I see other people I was reading a thread about it today and they're like, I love this, I want them to make it core. It seems to some people really fall in love with this mechanic. So is it something you want to make core at some point still?
We're on ultimately we were like, do we keep it as a kind of event thing, and that way certain people play it because they love it and others won't, or I guess there is still the room to integrate it into core and do a bunch of stuff around that, as long as it's obviously, have to do it, right? It's if you like that, similar to say Heist, if you are into Heist, there's always a crowd that loves these different things, then you can go do that, and if you don't want to do it, then just ignore it. So as long as it's in that format, because it is quite specialized content.
Super.
It's just Totem Rugby.
The most of anything, I think, the most specialized.
So... it has a place. We just need to talk about it and figure out where we want it to be.
Could we scroll down a little bit, production, just so I can see those questions down there? Do the Ducats increase intangibilities? There's some random chat questions we have here.
Depends on the Ducat. Every currency is just set by myself as to whether or not it does or doesn't. There are a lot of lower level currencies that you would use at lower levels more frequently don't. So an alchemy orb doesn't increase intangibility, but things that you're using when you're finishing an item often do. So an exalted orb, for instance.
Can replica unique mods become vestigial unique mods?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like it would be legal. Like the other
those
ones.
are legal.
Yeah, because they're just they are just unique.
There are some interesting things you can do, because you can take a replica unique, and then it can roll into the non-replica version of the unique, and then it can, in some cases, it can have basically two of the similar mob.
Interesting. That's kind of wild. I imagine you can't create a replica unit though, because they're from a specific piece of content, same as boss drops.
Yeah, we didn't want to do the
You don't want to cheat that.
getting all the boss drops and no one's even killed the boss.
Yeah, it's no good.
The things you can create are the things you can ancient orbit item into.
Nice, that makes sense. Can we get log into hideout or so like that option that logs you back into your hideout? I think PO2 has that.
As much as no one's gonna like the answer, no. Their logging into town is important for us.
Yeah.
And probably for reasons people won't like. But ultimately, like just to express it, it is ultimately we want the game to feel like a multiplayer game, and we want you to log into a hideout and see other players and be part of this universe where there are other players. And as soon as you can just bypass that, and again, I know people aren't going to like that answer, but that's just where we stand on it. And not to say it. I used to say it a lot more, but my answer is kind of deal with it.
Deal with it.
Which, but I know that's not going to be a popular take for sure.
Will we eventually be able to switch out gear in the recently teased Animate Guardian UI? The teaser has locks in the UI indicating that we can't take items out. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, the Animate Guardian is, we sort of just got that in like a week or two ago. So at the moment, it's just very bare bones. You can right click the icon and you can see what items are equipped on your Animate Guardian.
Yeah.
You still have to go through the really jank process of dropping the item on the ground and using the skill on it to actually equip it.
Yeah.
We do want to actually change that so you can just drag and drop items.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we'd want to allow you to remove items that are on an Animate Guardian.
No, that's fair. I imagine it'd be like mercenary, you can put it over. Yeah, fair enough. I think that leads to my final question of today, which is ExileCon is fast approaching, and I think in many people's eyes, it's a lot about Path of Exile 2. It's a big event to announce the big stuff for PoE 2, but is there some stuff that PoE 1 fans should be excited about for ExileCon? Is that a focus? Is something happening there?
For sure, it's not PoE 2 con, it's ExileCon, right? We've got two
Yeah.
main games, two titles, right? And of course, ExileCon will have a thing for PoE 1 and for PoE 2. And I actually saw some people just before the stream was started. I saw a few people going, "Last PoE 1 patch for the year." And I'm like, "No, it's not. There is a 330. It will be before the release of PoE 2, and so." It's crazy to think there's that many expansions.
I know, right? I was talking about this with Jonathan earlier. It's like, there's been 30 expansions since the 3 series. Right?
Yes, we will have another PoE 1 expansion. Already cooking up some awesome ideas,
Excellent.
and I'm sure next Saturday for us, we will be able to nail it down mostly. But some pretty cool stuff in the works, or to be in the works fully since these guys are wrapping up. But yeah, should be epic. PoE 1, PoE 2, big end of year for us. Absolutely monster of an end of year for everything Path of Exile related. Yeah.
Absolutely. Excellent. That's fantastic news. Exactly what we want to hear. Well, thank you very much, all of you. Andrew, Octavian, Mark, thanks very much for the Q&A time.
Thank you very much, and awesome job, you two, by the way.
Oh,
yeah.
Awesome job to use it.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, yeah. It's a banger of a patch.
Absolutely.
Exciting.
All right, see you guys later.
No nič, takže zbytočne som mal očakávania. Vyzerá to, že Path of Exile Liga bude úplná sračka. Náškové veci. No nič, dobre, bálime. No nič. Bálime. Táto liga vyzerá totálny prepadák, ktorý bude. No nič, nevyzerá to dobre. Je to bieda. Snáď sa vidíme zajtra. Respektíve dneska, respektíve keď stanem.